Hi everyone. Great to have you here at Fiction Blue. Get comfortable because today we're presenting What If Harry Found a Secret Chamber under Privet Drive and Became the Apprentice of Salazar Slytherin. Before we start, a gentle reminder, if you love stories like this, please like and subscribe. It helps the algorithm show our videos to more people. And now, the moment you've been waiting for. Chapter 1. The chamber beneath the July heat pressed down on Little whinging like a woolen blanket, shimmering above the pavement of Privet Drive. In the meticulously maintained garden of number 4, 10-year-old Harry Potter wiped sweat from his brow, smearing dirt across his forehead. His aunt had assigned him the backbreaking task of weeding the entire flower bed before dinner, seemingly oblivious to the scorching temperature. "Boy! You'd better not be damaging my petunias." Aunt Petunia's shrill voice carried from the kitchen window. Harry sighed, pushing his tape-repaired glasses up his nose. "No, Aunt Petunia," he called back automatically. As he dug his trowel deeper into the soil near the foundation of the house, the metal struck something hard. Harry frowned. A rock. He scraped away more dirt, revealing what appeared to be a small stone with odd markings. Unlike the other stones in the garden, this one was perfectly smooth and dark green, almost black. Curious, Harry brushed the dirt away. Etched into the surface was what looked like a tiny snake. As he traced the carving with his finger, he could have sworn the stone grew warmer. "What's that you've got there, boy?" Harry jumped at Uncle Vernon's voice directly behind him. He quickly closed his fingers around the stone, an instinct born from years of having anything interesting immediately confiscated. "Nothing, Uncle Vernon. Just a rock." Vernon's florid face contorted with suspicion. "Don't lie to me. Show me what you found." Harry reluctantly opened his palm, revealing the stone. Vernon's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Stealing garden ornaments now, are we?" Vernon snatched the stone from Harry's hand, examining it. "What's this nonsense carved on it? Looks like one of your freakish things." "I just found it in the dirt," Harry protested. "I wasn't, enough." Vernon's face purpled. "First the incident at the zoo, now this. Inside. Now." Harry knew that tone. He stood, brushing dirt from his knees. Dudley's hand-me-down trousers already had holes there anyway, and trudged toward the house. "And no dinner tonight. Perhaps hunger will remind you to behave normally." Vernon pocketed the stone and shoved Harry through the back door. Hours later, locked in his cupboard under the stairs, Harry's stomach growled painfully. He curled up on his thin mattress, trying to ignore the sounds of the Dursleys enjoying their dinner. The snake carving on the stone kept appearing in his mind. Something about it seemed important, though he couldn't explain why. Harry had almost drifted off to sleep when he heard heavy footsteps approaching his cupboard. The lock clicked, and the door swung open to reveal Uncle Vernon's massive silhouette. "Listen here," Vernon whispered harshly, his breath smelling of roast beef and wine. "I found more of those stones in the garden. If you've been planting some kind of abnormal things in my garden, I haven't." Harry protested. "I only found the one, I swear." Vernon thrust his hand into the cupboard, dropping several stones onto Harry's blanket. "Explain these, then." In the dim light filtering through the cupboard door, Harry could see 5 stones of varying sizes, all with the same serpentine markings. He stared at them, genuinely confused. "I don't know where they came from," he said truthfully. "You're lying," Vernon hissed, grabbing Harry by his oversized shirt. "You and your freakishness are not welcome in this house. Your aunt and I have tolerated you for years, and this is how you repay us." He dragged Harry out of the cupboard and toward the back door. Harry stumbled, trying to keep his footing as Vernon pushed him outside into the night. "You can sleep in the garden with your precious stones," Vernon spat, tossing the stones after Harry. They clattered on the patio stones. "Perhaps a night outside will remind you of our generosity." The door slammed shut. Harry heard the lock click into place. Alone in the dark garden, Harry gathered the stones, feeling a mix of anger and despair. The Dursleys had locked him outside before, though usually not overnight. He sat on the back step, stones clutched in his hand, and felt hot tears of frustration burn his eyes. "It's not fair," he whispered to nobody. As his tears fell onto the stones, something strange happened. They began to glow with a faint green light. Harry gasped, nearly dropping them. The snake carving seemed to move in the darkness, writhing across the stone surfaces. A soft hissing sound emanated from the stones, forming words Harry somehow understood: "Blood of the innocent, reveals the path." Harry stared in disbelief. The stones were speaking, or rather, hissing, to him. And stranger still, he understood them. Heart pounding, he arranged the stones in a circle on the ground. As soon as the last stone was placed, they all glowed brighter. Lines of green light connected them, forming a perfect pentagram. The ground within the pentagram began to shimmer, the perfectly manicured lawn seeming to melt away, revealing a dark hole beneath. A cool breeze wafted up from the opening, carrying the scent of ancient stone and something else, something Harry couldn't identify. He hesitated only briefly before peering into the hole. Stone steps led downward, illuminated by the same eerie green light that emanated from the stones. Something deep inside Harry, the same part of him that had once set a boa constrictor on his cousin at the zoo, urged him forward. "Hello," he called down into the darkness, his voice echoing. No response came. Taking a deep breath, Harry placed his foot on the first step. The stone felt solid beneath his worn trainers. Gathering his courage, he began to descend. The staircase spiraled downward, much deeper than should have been possible given the location. Harry counted 50 steps before the stairs finally ended in a small antechamber. The walls were made of smooth, dark stone, with more serpentine carvings etching their surfaces. Unlike the rough carving on the stones above, these were intricate and detailed, snakes intertwined around pillars, wrapped around what looked like ancient symbols. At the far end of the antechamber stood a massive door of black metal. In its center was the impression of a great serpent, its eyes inlaid with what looked like emeralds. "Speak to me," Harry whispered, not knowing why those particular words came to him. The emerald eyes of the serpent glowed, and the door slowly swung open with a sound like a distant sigh. Beyond the door lay a vast chamber that couldn't, exist beneath Privet Drive. The ceiling arched high above, supported by columns carved to resemble intertwined serpents. Softly glowing orbs of green light floated near the ceiling, illuminating the space with their ghostly radiance. The chamber was circular, with 7 archways spaced evenly around its perimeter, each leading to darkness. In the center stood a raised dais, upon which rested what appeared to be a stone basin. Harry stepped cautiously into the chamber, his footsteps echoing on the marble floor. As he approached the central dais, the floating lights brightened, revealing the contents of the basin. It was filled not with water, but with what appeared to be liquid silver, swirling slowly like a miniature whirlpool. "Welcome, child of destiny," a voice hissed from everywhere and nowhere. Harry spun around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" "One who has waited long for your arrival." The silver liquid in the basin began to rise, forming a column that gradually took shape, the upper body of a man. The liquid solidified, becoming more substantial with each passing second, until a translucent figure hovered above the basin. The figure was tall and regal, with long dark hair and a pointed beard. His eyes were sharp and intelligent, gleaming with the same green light that illuminated the chamber. He wore robes of deepest emerald, embroidered with silver serpents. "You are not what I expected," the figure said, his voice no longer hissing but rich and cultured. "Yet the chamber has recognized you." Harry found his voice. "Who are you? What is this place?" The figure smiled, a gesture that transformed his severe features into something almost warm. "I am Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And you, young one, have found one of my secret sanctuaries." Harry stared at the translucent figure. "But, that's impossible. Hogwarts is just a story, and you'd be 1,000 years dead. Slytherin chuckled. Indeed, my physical form has long since returned to the earth. What you see before you is a preserved consciousness, what you might call a memory, though far more complex. Harry's mind reeled. Magic was real. Hogwarts was real. And he was standing before the legendary Salazar Slytherin. I don't understand, Harry stammered. Why is this place under my aunt and uncle's house? It isn't, precisely, Slytherin replied. This sanctuary exists in a fold between your world and what lies beyond. I created many such places throughout Britain, linked by ancient magic. The entrance reveals itself only to those with the potential to wield true power. His translucent eyes studied Harry intently. Tell me your name, child. Harry Potter. The figure's expression changed, showing surprise and then deep interest. Potter. The ancient house of Potter lives on, then. And yet. He leaned forward, examining Harry more closely. You bear a mark of dark magic, child. A cursed scar. How came you by this? Harry's hand automatically went to his forehead, touching the lightning-shaped scar that had always been part of him. I've had it since my parents died. My aunt and uncle say they were killed in a car crash, but, a falsehood, Slytherin interrupted sharply. That mark was made by magic most foul. No mundane accident could create such a thing. He drifted closer to Harry. What do you know of your parents? Your lineage? Nothing, Harry admitted. The Dursleys, my aunt and uncle, they don't like to talk about them. They say my father was unemployed and my mother was what, child? A freak, Harry whispered. Like me. Slytherin's expression darkened. These Dursleys, they are not magical. Harry shook his head. Yet they raise a wizard child. Slytherin's form rippled with what appeared to be anger. Tell me of your life with these people. Harry hesitated, unsure why he felt compelled to answer this strange apparition. Yet something about Slytherin's presence commanded truth. They don't like me much, Harry said simply. I sleep in a cupboard under the stairs. My cousin Dudley gets everything, and I get his old clothes when they don't fit anymore. I do chores. If strange things happen around me, I get punished. Strange things? Slytherin prompted. Like when my hair grew back overnight after Aunt Petunia cut it all off. Or when I ended up on the school roof when Dudley and his friends were chasing me. And at the zoo, I talked to a snake and then the glass disappeared and, you speak to serpents? Slytherin interrupted, his voice sharp with interest. Harry nodded. Just that once. The snake told me it had never seen Brazil, and I set it free by accident. A slow smile spread across Slytherin's face. No accident, Harry Potter. You possess the rare gift of Parseltongue, the ability to speak with serpents. It is a talent I myself held in great esteem. He gestured to the serpentine decorations around them. Few wizards are born with such ability. It suggests interesting possibilities about your bloodline. Harry's mind was spinning with questions. Sir, if magic is real, and I can do magic, why am I living with the Dursleys? Are there other wizards? Where are they? Hidden, as we have been for centuries, Slytherin replied. The magical world exists alongside the non-magical, what we call the Muggle world, but separate from it, concealed by enchantment and statute. But why don't I know about it? Why didn't anyone tell me? Slytherin's expression grew thoughtful. A question worth exploring. By your age, magical children are typically well aware of their heritage. That you've been kept ignorant suggests intervention. He studied Harry intently. Your scar. I sense powerful magic there. Old magic. You have survived something few could. Harry touched his scar again. What happened to my parents? Really? That, I cannot tell you with certainty, Slytherin admitted. My knowledge of current events is limited. This preservation of my consciousness was created centuries ago, though it absorbs certain knowledge from those who enter. What I can tell you is that no wizard bears such a mark without having encountered magic of the darkest nature. He drifted back to hover above the basin. But we have time for such questions later. More pressing is what brought you here tonight. The stones in the garden, Harry said. They had snake carvings. Keys to this sanctuary, Slytherin explained. They respond to those with magical potential, particularly those with certain affinities. His eyes glittered. That they revealed themselves to you is significant. But why are they under Privet Drive at all? Harry asked. This sanctuary, like others I created, exists in places of confluence, where lines of magical power intersect. Your dwelling happens to be built upon such a location. The stones have likely been buried there for centuries. Harry remembered something else. The stones, they spoke to me. They said, blood of the innocent reveals the path. Slytherin nodded. Your tears, containing both water and your essence, activated the entrance. Blood would have worked as well. He studied Harry with growing interest. Tell me, Harry Potter, if you could learn magic, true magic, not mere parlor tricks, would you? Harry didn't hesitate. Yes. Even knowing it might set you apart from others? Even knowing there would be those who fear what you could become? I'm already different, Harry replied. I've never belonged at Privet Drive. If there's a place where I might fit in, where I might understand what I am. Slytherin's smile widened. Well spoken, young one. I sense great potential in you, raw and untapped, but present nonetheless. In my time, I sought apprentices with such potential. He gestured around the chamber. This sanctuary contains knowledge. Spells, potions, histories, knowledge I preserved for those I deemed worthy. The magical world you will eventually enter has changed much since my time, and much of what I valued has likely been forgotten, or suppressed. You want to teach me? Harry asked, hardly daring to believe it. I offer you apprenticeship, Harry Potter, Slytherin said formally. Access to magic few now remember. In return, I ask only that you approach what I teach with an open mind, untainted by whatever misconceptions about me may have evolved over the centuries. Harry frowned. Misconceptions? Slytherin's expression tightened briefly. History is written by the victors, young one. And I did not emerge victorious in certain significant conflicts. But we shall address that in time. He extended a translucent hand. Do you accept my tutelage? Harry hesitated only briefly before nodding firmly. I accept. Then approached the basin. Harry climbed the steps to the dais, standing before the silver liquid that had partly formed Slytherin's figure. Place your hand upon the surface, Slytherin instructed. Harry reached out hesitantly, his fingers hovering above the swirling silver. With a deep breath, he lowered his hand until his palm touched the cool liquid. Immediately, a jolt of energy surged up his arm. The silver substance crawled over his hand, wrist, and forearm before falling away, leaving behind what appeared to be a faint mark, a small serpent coiled around his wrist like a bracelet. The mark of apprenticeship, Slytherin explained. It will fade from visibility but remain as a channel between your magic and this sanctuary. You may come and go as you please now, the entrance will recognize you. Harry stared at the mark, which was already becoming less distinct against his skin. Will it hurt? No, Slytherin assured him. It merely binds you to this place and to your oath as my apprentice. Now, he gestured to one of the archways, which illuminated at his command. We begin your first lesson. Over the following weeks, Harry developed a routine. During the day, he performed his chores at the Dursleys with new patience, knowing that night would bring escape to the sanctuary below. If his aunt and uncle noticed his improved mood, they attributed it to the extra chores they'd piled on him as punishment for the stone incident. Each night, Harry would slip out to the garden when the Dursleys were asleep. The stones, which he now kept hidden beneath a loose floorboard in his cupboard, would open the way to Slytherin's chamber. There, the ancient wizard's consciousness would instruct him in the fundamentals of magic. Magic, Slytherin explained during their third session, is not merely the waving of wands and uttering of incantations. It is a force that flows through certain bloodlines, connecting us to the very fabric of creation. Spells merely shape that force to our will. But I don't have a wand, Harry pointed out. Wands are foci, tools that help channel and direct magical energy, Slytherin replied. Useful, certainly, especially for the untrained. But not strictly necessary for one with sufficient will and clarity of purpose. He directed Harry to one of the side chambers, where shelves held various objects, crystals, small bones, feathers, and what appeared to be preserved plants. Before you receive your proper wand, which you will, in time, we shall work with these simpler foci. Select one that calls to you. Harry moved along the shelves, his hand hovering over the objects. Most felt inert, but when his fingers passed over a small, black feather, he felt a distinct warmth. This one, he said, picking it up. Slytherin's apparition nodded approvingly. A raven feather. An excellent choice for beginnings. Ravens stand between worlds, messengers between life and death, light and shadow. Hold it thus, he demonstrated a grip. And we shall attempt your first controlled spell. Under Slytherin's guidance, Harry learned to channel his magic through the feather to create light, a simple Lumos spell. Imagine the light, Slytherin instructed. Not as something outside yourself, but as an extension of your will, channeled through your blood, your hand, the feather. Harry concentrated, visualizing light pooling at the tip of the feather. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then, just as his concentration began to waver, a faint glow appeared. Yes. Slytherin hissed approvingly. Do not lose focus, maintain the visualization. The light strengthened, illuminating Harry's delighted face. I'm doing magic, he whispered, awed. You were born to it, Slytherin replied. The talent runs in your veins. Each night brought new lessons. Slytherin taught Harry basic magical theory, the properties of common magical ingredients, and simple wandless spells. He also began instructing Harry in occlumency, the art of protecting one's mind. Your thoughts are vulnerable, Slytherin explained. There exist those who can pluck them from your mind as easily as picking an apple from a tree. You must learn to shield yourself. Is that common? Harry asked. Mind reading? Legilimency, the proper term, is a rare skill. But those who possess it often hold positions of great power and influence. It is no coincidence that many of my own apprentices became skilled occlumens. Through it all, Harry's hunger for knowledge grew. He absorbed Slytherin's teachings eagerly, practicing whenever he could safely do so. In the privacy of his cupboard, he would practice the mental exercises for occlumency. While working in the garden, he would silently name the magical properties of plants as Slytherin had taught him. One evening, about a month after discovering the sanctuary, Harry broached a subject that had been troubling him. Sir, he began hesitantly, you mentioned that there might be misconceptions about you. What did you mean? Slytherin's apparition grew still, his translucent form shimmering slightly. A fair question, apprentice, though one with a complex answer. He gestured for Harry to sit on one of the stone benches that lined the main chamber. History, as I said, is written by the victors. In the disagreements between myself and the other founders of Hogwarts, particularly Godric Gryffindor, my perspective did not prevail. What did you disagree about? Harry asked. Many things, but primarily the question of who should be taught magic. Slytherin's expression grew distant. I believed, still believe, that magical education should be reserved for those from magical lineages. Harry frowned. You mean, only people with wizard parents? Not precisely. Magic can lie dormant for generations before manifesting. What I advocated was careful selection of students based on their magical potential and their understanding of our ways. Slytherin's gaze sharpened. Contrary to what you may eventually hear, I never suggested excluding those of mixed heritage simply for being so. My concern was pragmatic. Those raised entirely in the non-magical world bring with them attitudes and fears that have, throughout history, led to persecution of our kind. So you were worried about what? Muggles finding out about magic? With good reason, Slytherin said grimly. I lived through times when those with magic were hunted, tortured, killed. When revealing our gifts meant almost certain death. The others, particularly Gryffindor, believed in a more optimistic view of human nature. He felt that by including Muggle-born students, we could gradually bridge the divide between our worlds. Slytherin sighed, a sound like a distant wind. Perhaps in some ways, he was right. I cannot know how the centuries have unfolded. But my caution was born of experience, not hatred. Remember that, when you eventually hear tales of my prejudice against Muggle-born wizards. Harry considered this. The books in the side chamber, you've had me reading magical history. But they don't mention these disagreements. Those texts predate the founding of Hogwarts, Slytherin explained. They record an earlier history, one often overlooked in modern education, I suspect. The time when magic flowed more freely in the world, when creatures now considered mythical walked openly among humans. He drifted toward one of the archways. Come. There is something I wish to show you. Harry followed Slytherin into a chamber he hadn't yet explored. Unlike the others, this room was circular, its walls covered in what appeared to be a mural. As Harry drew closer, he realized the images were moving subtly, like the world's oldest motion picture. The mural depicted 4 figures standing against a great darkness. Each figure glowed with a different colored light, red, blue, yellow, and green. The 4 founders, Slytherin explained, pointing to the figure illuminated by green light, a wizard who resembled his own apparition. Myself, Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff. This mural depicts not our founding of Hogwarts, but something that came before, something few now remember. What are you fighting against? Harry asked, pointing to the darkness that seemed to swirl against the founder's light. Something ancient. A force that predates human civilization, predates even what you would recognize as magic. Slytherin's voice had dropped to a whisper. We called it the Void, a consciousness from beyond the veil between worlds, which sought to consume our reality. Harry stared at the mural, noticing how the darkness seemed to have countless eyes, watching hungrily. You defeated it. Not defeated. Contained. Bound. At great cost. Slytherin pointed to symbols at the founder's feet, intricate runes that glowed with power. These bindings hold the void at bay. They are renewed by the magic that flows through Hogwarts and other sites of power throughout Britain. He turned to face Harry directly. This was the true beginning of our collaboration, long before we established Hogwarts as a school. We were warriors first, teachers second. And this is why you created these sanctuaries. To maintain the bindings. Among other reasons. They serve as watchtowers of a sort. Through them, one properly trained can sense disturbances in the bindings. Slytherin studied Harry intently. Our disagreements came later, after the immediate threat had passed. We argued about how best to protect our world going forward. I favored vigilance and separation, Gryffindor argued for integration and openness. Harry processed this information slowly. It painted a very different picture from the fairy tale-like stories he'd occasionally overheard at school, where Hogwarts was mentioned as a fictional place of wonder and magic. Is the void still bound? He asked finally. So long as Hogwarts stands and magic flows through its stones, yes. But bindings can weaken. Memories fade. What was once common knowledge becomes myth, then legend, then is forgotten entirely. Slytherin's expression grew troubled. I sense disturbances. Something stirs that should remain dormant. Is that why the sanctuary revealed itself to me now? Slytherin nodded slowly. Perhaps. The magic that governs these places has its own wisdom. If it chose this moment to reveal itself to you, there may be purpose in that timing. They returned to the main chamber, where Harry practiced channeling magic through the raven feather for another hour. As the night grew late, Slytherin instructed Harry to return to the Dursleys. "We have made good progress," the ancient wizard said. "Continue your occlumency exercises. Soon, you will be ready for more advanced teachings." Harry nodded, tucking the raven feather into his pocket. "Thank you, sir. For everything." Slytherin's apparition inclined its head. "You show promise, Harry Potter. More than you know." The morning of Harry's 11th birthday passed with the usual Dursley indifference. Aunt Petunia rapped on his cupboard door at 7, ordering him to watch the bacon and not let it burn. Uncle Vernon barely glanced at him over the morning newspaper. Dudley complained about having only 37 birthday presents the previous month. To the Dursleys, July 31st was just another summer day. But Harry knew different. That night, in the sanctuary, Slytherin had prepared something special. 11 is significant in magical development, the apparition explained, leading Harry to a chamber he hadn't yet entered. It marks the transition from potential to active magic, the age when formal education traditionally begins. The chamber was smaller than the others, its walls lined with what appeared to be wooden cabinets. Slytherin gestured, and one cabinet door swung open, revealing a collection of wands nestled in velvet-lined compartments. "These belonged to previous apprentices," Slytherin explained. "While not ideally matched to your specific magical signature, for that, you would need a wand crafted specifically for you. One of these may serve as a temporary focus until you can obtain your own." Harry approached the cabinet, feeling a strange tingling in his fingers as he neared the wands. "How do I choose?" "You don't. The wand chooses the wizard," Slytherin replied. "Hold your hand above them and feel for a response." Harry slowly passed his hand over the row of wands. Most gave no reaction, but toward the end of the row, a slender wand of dark would seem to vibrate slightly. When his fingers hovered directly above it, warmth spread up his arm. "This one," he said, carefully lifting the wand from its resting place. "Interesting," Slytherin murmured. "Blackthorn with a core of thunderbird tail feather. A wand for a warrior." The wand felt right in Harry's hand, balanced and warm, as if greeting an old friend. "What did you mean, a wand for a warrior?" "Blackthorn has long been associated with protective magic and facing adversity. The Thunderbird feather core channels power related to storms and transformation. Together, they create a wand well suited to defensive magic and dueling." Slytherin circled Harry, studying the connection between boy and wand. "It belonged to an apprentice who lived during troubled times. That it responds to you may be significant." Harry gave the wand an experimental wave. A shower of blue-white sparks erupted from its tip, illuminating the chamber momentarily. The surge of power that rushed through him was unlike anything he'd experienced with the raven feather, fuller, more controlled, yet wilder at its core. "Yes," Slytherin said approvingly. "A suitable match, at least for now. With this, we can begin more complex spell work." They returned to the main chamber, where Slytherin instructed Harry in basic wand movements and proper pronunciation of simple spells. "Magic responds to intent and will, but precise movements and words help channel that will appropriately," he explained. "Think of them as guardrails for your power." Harry practiced the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, on a small stone. Under Slytherin's guidance, he worked on the precise swish and flick motion, the careful pronunciation. On his 7th attempt, the stone wobbled, then rose shakily into the air. "Excellent!" Slytherin exclaimed. "Now maintain concentration. Imagine the stone as an extension of your will." Harry focused intensely, keeping the stone hovering at eye level for nearly a minute before his concentration broke and it clattered back to the floor. "A promising start," Slytherin said. "With practice, such spells will become effortless. They continued with other basic charms. The light spell Harry had already practiced with the feather, a simple warming charm, and a minor transfiguration that turned a matchstick into a needle. By midnight, Harry was mentally exhausted but elated with his progress. "There is something else," Slytherin said as their session neared its end. "A tradition among my apprentices on their 11th birthday." He led Harry to a small alcove in the main chamber that Harry hadn't noticed before. Inside was a stone pedestal supporting what appeared to be an egg-shaped crystal, about the size of Harry's fist. "This is a familiar stone," Slytherin explained. "When activated with the blood of a wizard or witch, it creates a magical familiar uniquely suited to them." "A familiar, like a witch's cat?" Harry asked, remembering stories he'd overheard at school. "Similar, though more profound. A true familiar is not merely a pet, but a magical companion, an extension of your own magic in creature form." Slytherin gestured to the crystal. "Place your hand upon it and allow 3 drops of your blood to fall on its surface." Harry hesitated only briefly before pressing his palm against the cool crystal. He felt a sharp prick as the surface extracted the required blood. The crystal instantly changed color, darkening to a deep emerald green shot through with veins of silver. "Now we wait," Slytherin said. "By morning, your familiar will have formed." "What kind of creature will it be?" Harry asked, watching the crystal pulse with an inner light. "That depends entirely on you, your magical affinity, your character, your needs. It could be anything from an owl to a more unusual creature." Slytherin's eyes glittered with amusement. "My own familiar was a basilisk." Harry's eyes widened. "A basilisk? The snake that can kill with a look?" "Indeed. Though Athea was much more than a weapon. She was my companion, my protector, my confidant." A note of genuine sadness entered Slytherin's voice. "When creating these sanctuaries, I preserved much of my knowledge and memory, but could not preserve her." For the first time, Harry glimpsed the human behind the legendary figure, a man who had loved and lost, who had created these incredible magical spaces but still mourned what he couldn't save. "I'm sorry," Harry said quietly. Slytherin seemed to collect himself. "It was 1,000 years ago. Or yesterday. Time becomes fluid in this form." He gestured to the crystal. "You should return to your dwelling for now. Come back tomorrow night, and your familiar will be waiting." As Harry prepared to leave, Slytherin added, "There is something else you should know. Tomorrow, you will likely receive your official invitation to Hogwarts." Harry turned back, surprised. "How do you know?" "The magical community keeps track of potential students from birth. Invitations are traditionally sent on or near a child's 11th birthday." Slytherin's expression grew serious. "These Dursleys. They know of the magical world?" "I don't think so," Harry replied. "They hate anything abnormal." "Then be prepared for resistance. Non-magical humans often fear what they cannot understand." Slytherin drifted closer. "If necessary, the sanctuary will remain available to you. No matter what transpires above, you will always have refuge here." The thought was comforting. For the first time in his life, Harry had somewhere that felt like it could be his, somewhere the Dursleys couldn't reach, where he was valued and taught rather than belittled and punished. "Thank you, sir," Harry said sincerely. "For everything." Slytherin inclined his head slightly. "Sleep well, apprentice. Tomorrow begins a new chapter in your journey." The following morning brought exactly what Slytherin had predicted, Harry's Hogwarts letter. The chaos that ensued, Uncle Vernon's panic, the family's flight to increasingly remote locations, the hundreds of letters that somehow found Harry regardless, culminated in their arrival at a miserable shack on a rock in the sea as a storm raged around them. As midnight approached, Harry lay on the floor of the shack, drawing a birthday cake in the dust and watching the minutes tick down on Dudley's wristwatch. The storm outside grew stronger, waves crashing against the rock, wind howling through the cracks in the walls. Then came the booming knock that would change everything. The door crashed open, revealing a giant of a man with wild hair and beard. "Sorry 'bout that," the giant said cheerfully, replacing the door he'd knocked down. Uncle Vernon appeared, wielding a rifle and looking terrified. "I warn you, I'm armed." "Dry up, Dudley, yeah, great prune," the giant replied, bending the rifle barrel upward as if it were made of rubber. He turned to Harry, beaming. "And here's Harry. Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Yeah, look a lot like your dad, but you've got your mum's eyes." "Why, you knew my parents?" Harry asked, stunned. "Course I did. Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." The giant extended a massive hand, which engulfed Harry's entirely. "Blimey, Don, tell me ya Don, know nothin'. Where to begin?" What followed was a whirlwind of revelations, none of which particularly surprised Harry, thanks to his sessions with Slytherin. But he feigned appropriate shock and confusion, not wanting to reveal his secret knowledge. When Hagrid told him he was a wizard, Harry widened his eyes and stammered, I am a what?" When the giant explained about Hogwarts, Harry asked questions he already knew the answers to, watching Uncle Vernon turn increasingly purple. But one revelation genuinely shocked him, the truth about his parents' deaths and his own famous status in the wizarding world. "You know who killed M. Tried to kill you too, but couldn't. That's how you got that mark on your forehead. That's no ordinary cut. That's what ye get when a powerful, evil curse touches ye." Hagrid's voice dropped. "You know whose powers were broken that night? Ye survived. The boy who lived, they call ye." Harry's hand unconsciously went to his scar. Slytherin had sensed dark magic there but hadn't known the specifics. Now, pieces were falling into place. A dark wizard. A killing curse. His parents murdered, not killed in an accident. "Who?" Harry asked quietly. "You said, you know who, but I don't know who." Hagrid shuddered. "Blimey, Harry, people don't like to say his name." "His name was." He leaned closer, whispering, "Voldemort." The name triggered something deep in Harry's mind, a flash of green light, a high, cold laugh. The memory was gone as quickly as it came, leaving him disoriented. "Codswallop!" Vernon suddenly shouted, finding his courage. "Now, you listen here, boy. I accept there's something strange about you, probably nothing a good beating wouldn't have cured. If ye ever say that again, Dudley, I'll curse ye into next week," Hagrid growled. He turned back to Harry. "Anyway, Harry, you're a wizard, and a thumpin' good un, I'd say, once ye've been trained up a bit. With a mum and dad like yours, what else would ye be?" Throughout the night, as Hagrid explained more about the wizarding world, Harry carefully compartmentalized what he already knew from Slytherin and what was genuinely new information. The story of Voldemort and his parents' murder was the most significant revelation, along with his own celebrity status. When morning came, Hagrid announced they would be going to London to buy Harry's school supplies. "Best be off, Harry, lots to do today, gotta get up to London and buy all your stuff fair school." Uncle Vernon made one final, desperate attempt to prevent Harry from going. "He's not going," he said flatly. "He's going to Stonewall High and he'll be grateful for it. I've read those letters and he needs all sorts of rubbish, spell books and wands and, if he wants to go, a great muggle like you won't stop him," Hagrid growled. "Stop Lily and James Potter's son goin' to Hogwarts. You're mad. His name's been down ever since he was born." As they prepared to leave, Harry felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The wizarding world Hagrid described seemed both familiar and strange, like a place he'd read about in Slytherin's texts but never fully imagined. "Just one thing, Hagrid," Harry said as they stepped out into the morning light, the storm having passed. "The letter mentioned term beginning on September 1st. What happens until then? Do I have to go back to the Dursleys?" Hagrid scratched his beard. "Well, yeah, I suppose. Dumbledore arranged it all, see. You're to stay with your family, then head to King's Cross on September 1st. I'll explain how to get onto the platform. Harry nodded, hiding his disappointment. Another month with the Dursleys. But at least now he had Slytherin's sanctuary, and soon, a proper wand and spell books of his own. Diagon Alley was everything Slytherin's descriptions had suggested and more. The hidden shopping district buzzed with magical energy, colorful shops selling everything from cauldrons to racing brooms. Witches and wizards in robes of various styles and colors bustled about, some giving Harry curious looks as they passed. Might as well get your uniform, Hagrid said, nodding toward Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Listen, Harry, would ye mind if I slipped off for a pick-me-up in the leaky cauldron? I hate them Gringotts carts. Left alone in the robe shop, Harry found himself standing on a footstool beside a pale, blonde boy with a pointed face who was being fitted for Hogwarts robes as well. Hello, the boy said. Hogwarts, too? Yes, Harry replied. My father's next door buying my books and mother's up the street looking at wands, the boy said in a bored, drawling voice. Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one and I'll smuggle it in somehow. Harry was reminded strongly of Dudley. Have you got your own broom? The boy went on. No, said Harry. Play Quidditch at all? Harry, who had read about the wizarding sport in Slytherin's texts, nodded. A bit. Hard to practice where I live. The boy's interest perked up slightly. Really? What position? Having no actual experience, Harry went with what seemed safest. Still figuring that out. You. Seeker, naturally, the boy said smugly. Father says it's a crime if I'm not picked to play for my house, and I must say, I agree. Know what house you'll be in yet? Harry thought of Slytherin's teachings and the house that bore his name. Can't be sure until the sorting, can I? But I have my suspicions. Well, no one really knows until they get there, do they, but I know I'll be in Slytherin, all our family have been. The boy's eyes narrowed slightly. Imagine being in Hufflepuff, I think I'd leave, wouldn't you? Before Harry could answer, Madame Malkin said, That's you done, my dear, and Harry stepped down from the footstool. Well, I'll see you at Hogwarts, I suppose, said the drawling boy. Outside, Hagrid was waiting with ice cream. As they continued their shopping, Harry took in everything eagerly, comparing what he saw with what Slytherin had described. Some things matched perfectly, the apothecary's shelves of ingredients, the bookshop's towering shelves. Others seemed to have changed dramatically over the centuries. When they reached Ollivander's, Harry felt a flutter of nervous anticipation. He already had the blackthorn wand from Slytherin's sanctuary, hidden safely in his cupboard at Privet Drive. But Slytherin had emphasized the importance of having a wand specifically matched to his magical signature. The wand-maker's shop was narrow and shabby. A single wand lay on a faded purple cushion in the dusty window. As they entered, a bell tinkled somewhere in the depths of the shop. Good afternoon, said a soft voice. An old man appeared, his wide, pale eyes shining like moons through the gloom of the shop. Ah yes. Yes, yes. I thought I'd be seeing you soon. Harry Potter. Mr. Ollivander moved closer, studying Harry's face. You have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work. The wand maker came so close that Harry could see himself reflected in those misty eyes. And that's where. Mr. Ollivander touched the lightning scar on Harry's forehead with a long, white finger. I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did it. 13½ inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands, well, if I'd known what that wand was going out into the world to do. After measuring Harry from shoulder to finger, wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and round his head, Ollivander began bringing out boxes. Every Ollivander wand has a core of a powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. We use unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons. No two Ollivander wands are the same, just as no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are quite the same. And of course, you will never get such good results with another wizard's wand. Harry tried wand after wand. He waved them, but none felt right, certainly not like the blackthorn wand in Slytherin's sanctuary, which had responded to him immediately. The pile of tried wands mounted higher and higher, but Ollivander seemed increasingly delighted. Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere. Finally, Ollivander pulled out a dusty box from a far corner. I wonder, now, yes, why not, unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. Harry took the wand and immediately felt warmth spreading up his arm, similar to but different from what he'd experienced with the blackthorn wand. He raised it and brought it swishing down through the dusty air. A stream of red and gold sparks shot from the end like fireworks. Hagrid hooped and clapped, and Mr. Ollivander cried, "Oh, bravo! Yes, indeed, oh, very good. Well, 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 how curious, how very curious." "Sorry," said Harry, "but what's curious?" "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand, gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar." Harry swallowed. Voldemort's wand had a feather from the same phoenix. Yes. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. I think we must expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great. Harry shivered. He wasn't sure he liked the idea of his wand being connected to Voldemort's. As they left the shop, he wondered what Slytherin would make of this development. Their final stop was at the magical menagerie, where Hagrid insisted on buying Harry a birthday present. "I know I don't need ter, but I want to get ya an animal. Not a toad, toads went out of fashion years ago, and cats make me sneeze. I'll get you an owl. They're dead useful, carry your mail and everything. 20 minutes later, they left the shop with a beautiful snowy owl asleep in her cage. Harry stammered his thanks, genuinely moved by the gift. "Don't mention it," said Hagrid gruffly. "Don't expect you've had a lot of presents from them Dursleys." As the day drew to a close, Hagrid bought Harry a hamburger before delivering him to the train that would return him to the Dursleys. He handed Harry an envelope. "Your ticket fare Hogwarts," he said. "1st September, King's Cross, it's all on your ticket. Any problems with the Dursleys, send me a letter with your owl, she'll know where to find me." Left alone on the train with his packages and owl, Harry felt a strange mixture of emotions. Excitement for Hogwarts, gratitude toward Hagrid, apprehension about returning to the Dursleys, and a burning curiosity about what Slytherin would say regarding everything he'd learned. That night, after enduring the Dursleys' cold silence and locking his new possessions in his cupboard, Harry slipped out to the garden and made his way to the sanctuary. Slytherin was waiting, his translucent form shimmering with interest. "You have returned with new knowledge, I see." Harry nodded, then poured out everything: Hagrid's arrival, the truth about his parents' murder, his status as the boy who lived, the confrontation at Madame Malkin's, and most significantly, the curious connection between his new wand and Voldemort's. Slytherin listened intently, his expression growing more thoughtful with each revelation. "This dark wizard, Voldemort. He claimed to be my heir." "According to what Hagrid told me, yes," Harry confirmed. "He believed in pureblood supremacy and hated Muggleborns." Slytherin's form rippled with what might have been anger. "A perversion of my philosophy. I advocated caution regarding those with no magical heritage, not hatred. This Voldemort twisted my legacy into something unrecognizable. He drifted closer to Harry. And the wand? A phoenix feather, brother to the one that marked you. Most intriguing. It suggests a connection between you and this dark wizard, one that transcends your history. Should I be concerned? Harry asked. Concerned, yes. Afraid, no. Slytherin circled Harry, studying him. Tell me more about your experiences in this Diagon Alley. Has the magical world changed significantly from what I knew? Harry described everything in detail, the shops, the people, the currency, the atmosphere. Slytherin seemed particularly interested in the types of magic that were openly practiced versus those that seemed to have fallen out of favor. Interesting, he murmured after Harry finished. Much remains as it was, yet much has changed. The division between magical and non-magical appears more rigid, more formalized. And certain branches of magic seem to have become stigmatized. Like what? You mentioned no shops openly selling tools for mind arts, blood magic, or communication with the beyond. In my time, these were considered essential aspects of a complete magical education. Slytherin's eyes gleamed. All the more reason for your apprenticeship to continue alongside your formal Hogwarts education. Harry nodded eagerly. I was hoping you'd say that. Of course. What we have begun here is merely the foundation. Slytherin gestured toward the alcove where Harry had activated the familiar stone. Now, shall we see what companion the magic has chosen for you? They approached the alcove, where the crystal had transformed. In its place now sat what appeared to be an egg, about the size of Harry's fist, covered in iridescent black scales with silver markings that shifted in the light. Fascinating, Slytherin murmured. A shadow serpent. A snake? Harry asked, both surprised and pleased. Not precisely. Shadow serpents exist between dimensions, capable of moving through shadows as if they were doorways. They are exceedingly rare familiars, known for their intelligence and loyalty. Slytherin studied the egg with evident approval. It will hatch when you speak to it in Parseltongue. Harry approached the egg cautiously. Hello, he hissed, the serpent language coming naturally to his lips. I'm Harry. The egg trembled, then cracked. From within emerged a creature unlike any Harry had seen before. It resembled a small snake, but its scales seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Its eyes were silver, pupilless, and gleamed with intelligence. As it uncoiled, Harry noticed it had tiny, vestigial wings folded against its sides, and its body occasionally seemed to flicker, as if not entirely solid. Greetings, speaker, the creature hissed. I am Nyx, bound to your magic and will. Harry extended his hand, and the shadow serpent slithered up his arm, coming to rest around his neck like a living necklace. Its weight was barely perceptible, and its scales felt cool against his skin. Can others see you? Harry asked. Only if I wish it, Nyx replied. I can conceal myself in your shadow when needed. Slytherin watched the interaction with evident satisfaction. A most auspicious familiar, apprentice. Shadow serpents are not only rare but incredibly useful. Nyx will be able to travel where you cannot, observe what you cannot see, and deliver messages through shadows themselves. Harry stroked the serpent's head gently. We're going to Hogwarts soon, he told Nyx. A school for magic. I know of this place, Nyx replied. Its shadows are ancient and rich with secrets. Slytherin drifted closer. Your familiar will help you navigate the political landscape of Hogwarts. I suspect you will need such assistance, given your unique status in the wizarding world. The boy who lived, Harry said, the title still feeling strange on his tongue. Yes. Fame brings both opportunity and danger. There will be those who seek to use you, control you, or harm you. You must be vigilant. Slytherin's expression grew serious. And you must continue your occlumency practice with redoubled effort. If this dark wizard Voldemort still exists in some form, as Hagrid suggested, he may attempt to reach your mind. Harry nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. I'll practice every night. Good. Now, we have just a month before you depart for Hogwarts. We must make the most of this time. Slytherin gestured to the pile of schoolbooks Harry had brought down to the sanctuary. Study these by day. They will give you the foundation expected of first-year students. By night, we shall continue your true education. And once I'm at Hogwarts? Harry asked. The sanctuary will remain accessible to you during holidays. While at school, practice what I have taught you discreetly. Observe, learn, build alliances. Slytherin's eyes gleamed. And remember that not all knowledge worth having is taught in classrooms. With Nyx curled comfortably around his neck and the blackthorn wand hidden safely in his new trunk, Harry felt a surge of confidence. Whatever challenges awaited him at Hogwarts, he would face them not as an ignorant boy thrust suddenly into a magical world, but as the apprentice of Salazar Slytherin himself. I'm ready, he said firmly. Slytherin smiled, a rare expression that transformed his severe features. We shall see, apprentice. We shall see. The final month at Privet Drive passed in a blur of study and preparation. By day, Harry read his Hogwarts textbooks, occasionally practicing simple spells with his holly wand when the Dursleys were out. By night, he descended to Slytherin's sanctuary for more esoteric lessons. Nyx proved to be an invaluable companion. The shadow serpent could make itself invisible to Muggle eyes, allowing it to accompany Harry everywhere without detection. It had a keen intelligence and a dry wit that often made Harry laugh. Your relatives are remarkably unpleasant creatures, Nyx commented one evening as the Dursleys berated Harry for some imagined offense. Shall I slip into their dreams tonight? I could show them most educational visions. Better not, Harry replied, though the idea was tempting. We'll be leaving soon anyway. The morning of September 1st arrived with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Uncle Vernon, still sullen about the whole situation, grudgingly drove Harry to King's Cross Station, mockingly wishing him a good term when he realized platform 9 3/4 didn't appear to exist. Left alone between platforms 9 and 10, Harry might have been confused had Slytherin not prepared him. The ancient wizard had explained about the hidden entrance and how to access it. With Nyx invisible around his neck and his trunk on a trolley, Harry approached the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. The passage lies just ahead, Nyx hissed. I can sense the magic. Harry walked confidently toward the barrier, passing through it as if it were made of smoke. On the other side, a scarlet steam engine waited next to a platform packed with people. A sign overhead said Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. The platform buzzed with activity, families saying goodbyes, students loading trunks, owls hooting in cages. Harry made his way through the crowd, drawing a few curious glances from people who noticed his scar. He found an empty compartment near the end of the train and settled in, watching the platform through the window. Nyx stirred around his neck. Many magical auras, the serpent observed. Some quite powerful. The white-bearded wizard there, his magic tastes ancient. Harry followed Nyx's gaze to see a tall, thin wizard with flowing white hair and beard, wearing magnificent purple robes. The wizard seemed to be scanning the platform intently. That must be Dumbledore, Harry whispered. Slytherin mentioned he's the headmaster. As if sensing Harry's gaze, the old wizard turned, his eyes briefly meeting Harry's through the train window. Harry felt a strange pressure against his mind, subtle, gentle, but unmistakable. Acting on instinct, he employed the occlumency technique Slytherin had drilled into him, visualizing his mind as the sanctuary, with each thought and memory secured behind enchanted doors. The pressure withdrew, and Dumbledore's expression flickered with surprise before he turned away, continuing his conversation with a stern-looking witch in emerald robes. He attempted to read your thoughts, Nyx hissed indignantly. How presumptuous. Slytherin warned me about legilimency, Harry replied. I think I managed to block him. Indeed. The old one seemed surprised. Nyx sounded pleased. The compartment door slid open, revealing a tall, red-headed boy with freckles. "Anyone sitting there?" he asked, pointing at the seat opposite Harry. "Everywhere else is full." "Go ahead," Harry invited. The boy sat down, glancing at Harry curiously before quickly looking away. "I'm Ron, by the way." "Ron Weasley." "Harry Potter," Harry replied, watching Ron's reaction. The boy's eyes widened predictably. "So it's true. Do you have the, you know?" He pointed at Harry's forehead. Harry lifted his fringe to show the lightning scar. Ron stared. "Wicked," he breathed. "And do you remember anything about that night? About you-know-who?" "Just a lot of green light," Harry said carefully. "Nothing else." The compartment door slid open again. A round-faced boy looked in tearfully. "Sorry, but have you seen a toad at all?" When they shook their heads, the boy wailed, "I've lost him. He keeps getting away from me." "He'll turn up," said Harry. "Yes, well, if you see him." The boy left, looking miserable. "Don't know why he's so bothered," said Ron. "If I'd brought a toad, I'd lose it as quick as I could. Mind you, I brought Scabbers, so I can't talk." He pulled a fat gray rat from his pocket. "He's useless. Sleeps all the time." As Ron spoke about his family, all wizards, with 5 older brothers and a younger sister, Harry observed him carefully. The boy seemed genuine, if somewhat insecure in the shadow of his accomplished siblings. "The rat," Nix hissed suddenly in Harry's ear. "It smells wrong. Not entirely rat." Harry glanced at Scabbers curiously. "What do you mean?" "Magic clings to it unnaturally. Transformation magic." Before Harry could process this, the compartment door slid open yet again. This time it was the bushy-haired girl from the platform, already wearing her Hogwarts robes. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville's lost one," she said in a bossy sort of voice. "We've already told him we haven't seen it," said Ron. The girl wasn't listening. She was looking at the wand in Ron's hand. "Oh, are you doing magic? Let's see it, then." Ron looked taken aback. "Heir, all right." He cleared his throat. "Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid, fat rat yellow." He waved his wand, but nothing happened. Scabbers remained gray and fast asleep. "Are you sure that's a real spell?" the girl asked. "Well, it's not very good, is it? I've tried a few simple spells just for practice and it's all worked for me." She sat down next to Harry. "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way, who are you?" "Ron Weasley." "Harry Potter." "Are you really?" Hermione said. "I know all about you, of course. I got a few extra books for background reading, and you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. "Am I?" said Harry, feigning surprise though Slytherin had mentioned this. "Goodness, didn't you know?" "I'd have found out everything I could if it was me," she said. "Do either of you know what house you'll be in?" "I've been asking around, and I hope I'm in Gryffindor. It sounds by far the best. I hear Dumbledore himself was in it, but I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad." As Hermione continued to talk at considerable speed, Harry felt Nix stir against his neck. "The girl has strong magic, but lacks refinement," the serpent observed. "The red-haired boy has potential, buried deep." The compartment door slid open once more. This time, the pale boy from Madame Malkin's appeared, flanked by 2 thick-set boys who looked like bodyguards. "Is it true?" he said. "They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment." "So it's you, is it?" "Yes," said Harry, studying the 3 boys with calm interest. "This is Crabbe and Goyle," said the pale boy carelessly. "And my name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Ron gave a slight cough, which might have been hiding a snigger. Draco Malfoy looked at him. "Think my name's funny, do you?" "No need to ask who you are. My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair," freckles, and more children than they can afford. He turned back to Harry. You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He extended his hand to shake Harry's. Harry considered the moment carefully. Slytherin had emphasized the importance of political alliances, regardless of personal feelings. While Malfoy's attitude was off-putting, alienating a potentially influential family would be unwise. He took Draco's hand briefly. I appreciate the offer, Malfoy. I'm still learning about the wizarding world, so I'm keeping an open mind about everything. Draco looked slightly surprised, clearly having expected either immediate friendship or outright rejection. Well, good. You should know the Malfoy family has considerable influence. When you've had enough of present company, he glanced dismissively at Ron and Hermione, you can always find me. With that, he and his bodyguards left, leaving an awkward silence in the compartment. You shook his hand? Ron asked, looking betrayed. The Malfoys were some of the first to come back to our side after you-know-who disappeared. Said they'd been bewitched. My dad doesn't believe it. Says Malfoy's father didn't need an excuse to go over to the dark side. Harry shrugged. I don't know anything about his family. Seemed rude to judge him before I know more. Hermione looked thoughtful. That's quite sensible, actually. Though he wasn't very polite. He's a git, Ron insisted. Trust me, all Slytherins are. All of them? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. That seems like a broad generalization. Ron looked uncomfortable. Well, maybe not all. But most of them turn out bad. Everyone knows that. The red-haired one is biased, Nyx commented. Family feuds run deep in the magical world. As the countryside sped by outside the window, Harry reflected on the interactions so far. Hermione was knowledgeable but socially awkward. Ron seemed friendly but carried strong prejudices. Malfoy was arrogant but potentially useful. And according to Nyx, Ron's pet rat was somehow magical, a mystery worth investigating further. When the train finally pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry felt a curious mixture of emotions. For all his preparation with Slytherin, actually arriving at Hogwarts, setting foot in the magical school founded a millennium ago, felt momentous. Hagrid greeted the first years, leading them to a fleet of small boats on the lake's edge. No more and 4 to a boat, he called. Harry found himself sharing a boat with Ron, Hermione, and the toadless boy, Neville. As they rounded a bend, Hogwarts came into view for the first time, a vast castle perched atop a mountain, its windows sparkling in the starry sky. Magnificent, Nyx hissed softly. I can feel the ancient magic from here. This place is a nexus of power. Harry nodded slightly in agreement. Slytherin's sanctuary was impressive, but Hogwarts, with its towering turrets and sheer magical presence, was breathtaking. For the first time, he truly understood why the 4 founders had chosen this location for their school. As the boats docked at an underground harbor, Harry took a deep breath, steeling himself for whatever came next. With Nyx's invisible presence around his neck, Slytherin's teachings in his mind, and magic in his blood, he stepped forward to begin his journey at Hogwarts, not just as Harry Potter, the boy who lived, but as the secret apprentice of Salazar Slytherin himself. Chapter 2, House of Serpents. The Great Hall of Hogwarts stretched before Harry like something from a dream, thousands of candles floating in midair, illuminating 4 long tables where students sat beneath banners of red, blue, yellow, and green. Above them, the enchanted ceiling mirrored the night sky, stars twinkling against velvety blackness. The magic in this room alone would sustain a small city, Nyx whispered, still invisible around Harry's neck. Your Slytherin built well. Harry nodded slightly, his eyes drawn to the high table where the teachers sat. At the center in a large gold chair was Albus Dumbledore, instantly recognizable from his flowing silver beard and half-moon spectacles. The headmaster's gaze swept over the incoming first years, lingering momentarily on Harry. Professor McGonagall, the stern-faced witch who had greeted them at the entrance, placed a four-legged stool in front of the first years. On top of the stool, she put a pointed wizard's hat, patched, frayed, and extremely dirty. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she announced. As the sorting began, Harry observed each student's placement with interest. The bushy-haired girl, Hermione Granger, went to Gryffindor after nearly a minute under the hat. The toadless boy, Neville Longbottom, also ended up in Gryffindor, looking relieved. Draco Malfoy swaggered forward when his name was called, and the hat had barely touched his head when it screamed, "Slytherin." Finally, McGonagall called, "Potter, Harry." The hall erupted in whispers as Harry stepped forward. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter?" Faces turned to stare as Harry approached the stool. The last thing he saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. Said a small voice in his ear. "Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. But what's this?" Harry felt the hat's presence brush against his mental shields, the very one Slytherin had taught him to erect. "Interesting defenses for one so young," the hat murmured. "And is that? Good heavens. I haven't felt that magical signature in centuries." "You can sense him?" Harry thought, surprised. "I was created by the four founders, Mr. Potter. I would recognize Salazar Slytherin's magical influence anywhere." The hat seemed to chuckle. "So the old serpent found a way to preserve himself after all. How very like him. Will you tell anyone?" Harry asked mentally. "Your secrets are safe with me, Mr. Potter. My purpose is to sort, not to reveal. But this certainly makes my job easier. With his guidance already shaping you, there can only be one proper place, Slytherin," the hat shouted to the hall. The silence that followed was absolute. For a heartbeat, no one moved or spoke. Then the Slytherin table erupted in triumphant cheers, while the rest of the hall remained stunned. Harry removed the hat and walked steadily toward the Slytherin table. He could feel hundreds of eyes following him, could hear the shocked whispers spreading like wildfire. "Potter? In Slytherin? The boy who lived? There must be some mistake." At the high table, Dumbledore's expression remained carefully neutral, though his eyes followed Harry with heightened interest. A hook-nosed teacher with greasy black hair, Snape, Harry presumed from Hagrid's description, looked utterly thunderstruck, his sallow face even paler than before. As Harry reached the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy shifted to make room beside him, his expression a mixture of surprise and satisfaction. Well, Potter. This is unexpected." Harry sat down, meeting the curious, and in some cases, suspicious, gazes of his new housemates. "The hat seems to think I belong here." "Obviously it does," an older girl with dark hair and sharp features said, leaning forward to study him. "Gemma Farley, 5th-year prefect. Welcome to Slytherin, Potter." "Thanks," Harry replied, then turned his attention back to the sorting. Ron Weasley was one of the last to be sorted. When the hat declared him a Gryffindor, the redhead shot a confused, almost betrayed look toward Harry before joining his brothers at the red and gold table. As the sorting concluded, Dumbledore rose to his feet. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." Food appeared on the golden plates, and the feast began. Around Harry, the Slytherins were already discussing his unexpected placement. "Potter in Slytherin," a pug-faced girl named Pansy Parkinson said, eyeing him critically. "I'd have thought the boy who lived would be Dumbledore's golden Gryffindor." "The hat clearly saw something more interesting," commented an older boy with perfect teeth and immaculately styled hair. He extended a hand across the table. "Adrian Pusey, 3rd year. Your arrival has certainly made things dynamic." Harry shook the offered hand. I'm just looking to learn and find my place. A diplomatic answer, observed a girl with striking blue eyes and honey blonde hair, seated a few places down. Unlike the others who were openly staring or questioning, she had been quietly watching Harry with a calculating expression. I'm Daphne Greengrass. Pleased to meet you, Harry replied, meeting her gaze steadily. Draco, apparently not content with sharing Harry's attention, interjected, My father will be interested to hear about your sorting, Potter. He always says Slytherin produces the most successful wizards. What does your father do? Harry asked, genuinely curious. Draco straightened proudly. He sits on the Hogwarts Board of Governors and has the Minister for Magic's ear on most important matters. The Malfoy family has been influential in wizarding politics for centuries. Harry nodded, storing this information away. And the rest of you? He asked, glancing around at his yearmates. What do your families do? This simple question opened a flood of responses as the first years took turns explaining their lineages and connections. Theodore Knott's father was a wealthy investor. Blaise Zabini's mother was famous for her beauty and mysterious fortune. Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, Draco's shadows, merely grunted something about family businesses. When Daphne Greengrass's turn came, she simply said, The Greengrass family maintains neutrality in most political affairs. We prefer to succeed through intelligence rather than allegiance. Her statement earned a few sidelong glances from the others, but no open criticism. Harry found it interesting that even at 11, these children were so aware of political positions and family alliances. And what about your family, Potter? Asked an older student farther down the table. Besides the obvious, of course. I don't know much, Harry admitted honestly. I was raised by Muggle relatives who didn't tell me anything about the magical world. This confession drew expressions ranging from sympathy to disdain. Muggles raising a wizard of your heritage? Draco looked genuinely appalled. That's practically criminal. It was Dumbledore's decision, I understand, Harry said carefully, watching for reactions. Several of the older students exchanged significant looks. Interesting, Gemma Farley commented. The chief warlock placing the boy who lived with Muggles, away from wizarding influences. Some might call that, strategic. Harry filed this observation away for later consideration. Looking up at the high table, he noticed Professor Snape watching him with an inscrutable expression. Their eyes met, and Harry felt a brief pressure against his mind, similar to what he'd experienced with Dumbledore on the platform, but sharper, more focused. Harry maintained his occlumency shields, not completely blocking the probe but revealing only surface thoughts, his surprise at being sorted into Slytherin, his curiosity about the castle, ordinary 11-year-old concerns. After a moment, Snape's eyes narrowed slightly, and he turned away to speak with a turbaned professor beside him. The Dark One tests your defenses, Nix observed silently. He is skilled in mind arts. Slytherin warned me to be careful around the teachers, Harry replied mentally. Especially those close to Dumbledore. As the main course disappeared and desserts took their place, Harry turned to Gemma Farley. What can you tell me about Professor Snape? Professor Snape is our head of house, she explained. Brilliant at potions, demanding of excellence, and fiercely protective of Slytherins, at least publicly. He favors us openly, which doesn't make him popular with the other houses, but ensures we're treated fairly. He doesn't look very welcoming, Harry observed. He's not, Gemma said bluntly. But he's fair to those who work hard and follow rules. Show aptitude in his subject, and you'll earn his respect, if not his warmth. After dessert, Dumbledore rose again to deliver start-of-term notices. Most seemed routine until he mentioned the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side being out of bounds to everyone who didn't wish to die a very painful death. He's serious, Nix hissed as a few students laughed. I taste old magic there, powerful wards recently strengthened. Harry made a mental note to investigate this mystery later. After the announcements, the Slytherin prefects led the first years down to the dungeons, stopping before a stretch of bare, damp stone wall. Ambition's path, Gemma said clearly, and a concealed stone door slid open. The Slytherin common room was a long, low underground room with rough stone walls and ceiling, from which round, greenish lamps hung on chains. A fire crackled under an elaborately carved mantelpiece, and high-backed chairs surrounded it. Windows looked out into the depths of the lake, casting an eerie green glow across the room. "Welcome to the Slytherin common room," Gemma announced. "For the next 7 years, this will be your home at Hogwarts. A few important points. First, Slytherin House values unity. Whatever disagreements you have with each other stay inside these walls. To the rest of the school, we present a united front." The male prefect, a tall boy named Victor Runcorn, continued, "Second, we value success and cunning. If you're going to break rules, don't get caught. If you do get caught, make sure it was worth it." Third, Gemma added, "Professor Snape holds a house meeting every Sunday evening. Attendance is mandatory. He'll be here shortly to give you his own welcome." As if summoned by her words, the stone door slid open to admit Professor Snape. The chattering students immediately fell silent. Snape surveyed the first years with cold, calculating eyes. "Welcome to Slytherin House," he said, his voice barely above a whisper yet carrying perfectly in the silent room. "You have been sorted into the House of Ambition, Cunning, and Greatness. Contrary to what you may hear whispered in hallways, this is not the house of dark wizards. It is the house of those who understand that power, whether political, intellectual, or magical, is a tool to be wielded with precision." He began to pace slowly before them. "As Slytherins, you will face prejudice from other houses. You will be blamed first when trouble occurs, suspected when items go missing, distrusted when you offer help. This is the reality you must accept." His gaze lingered briefly on Harry before continuing. "In response, you will stand together. Any disputes between Slytherins remain within these walls. Any student who brings internal conflicts into public view will answer to me directly." Snape stopped pacing. "You will maintain acceptable grades in all subjects. Slytherin has won the House Cup 6 years running. I expect you to contribute to making it 7. My office hours are posted on the notice board. First years will have individual meetings with me this weekend to discuss your academic goals." With a swirl of his black robes, Snape turned to leave, then paused. "Mr. Potter. A word." Harry followed Snape to a corner of the common room, aware of curious eyes watching them. "Mr. Potter," Snape said quietly, "I confess your sorting was unexpected." "For me as well, Professor," Harry replied honestly. "Indeed." Snape's dark eyes studied him intently. "You should be aware that your presence in Slytherin will create unique dynamics. There are students here whose families had connections to the Dark Lord. They may view you with suspicion or hostility." Harry nodded. "I understand, sir." "Do you?" Snape's voice was skeptical. "You have been raised by Muggles, with no knowledge of our world until recently. How could you possibly understand the political complexities of your situation?" "I'm a quick learner, Professor," Harry said, maintaining eye contact despite the intimidating presence of the potions master. "And I recognize that being the boy who lived in Slytherin House puts me in an unusual position." Something flickered in Snape's expression, surprise, perhaps, at Harry's composed response. "Very well. I expect you to comport yourself with dignity befitting a Slytherin. Any problems, you will bring to me or the prefects immediately. Is that clear?" "Yes, Professor. Your meeting with me will be Saturday at 10. Do not be late." With that, Snape swept from the common room, leaving behind a heavy silence. As Harry rejoined the other first years, Draco raised an eyebrow. "What was that about, Potter?" "Professor Snape wanted to make sure I understand what it means to be in Slytherin," Harry said carefully. "Especially for you," Theodore not commented. "The boy who lived in the house everyone associates with you know who. It's practically scandalous. It's certainly going to make things interesting, Blaise Zabini added with a small smile. The other houses won't know what to make of you. The first years were shown to their dormitory, a room with 6 four-poster beds hung with green velvet curtains. Their trunks had already been brought down. Harry found his bed between Zabini's and Knott's, with Malfoy across from him. As they prepared for bed, Harry felt the weight of curious glances. His housemates clearly had questions they were too proud or too cautious to ask directly. For now, he was content to let them wonder. When the others were asleep, Harry quietly pulled the curtains around his bed and cast a simple silencing charm Slytherin had taught him. Nix materialized from his shadow, coiling on his pillow. "What do you think?" Harry whispered in Parseltongue. "You've been placed among ambitious young vipers," Nix replied. "Some seek to use your fame, others fear your power. The pale one, Malfoy, wants to claim you as a trophy. The quiet one, Nott, watches and calculates. The girl with ice-blue eyes sees more than she reveals." Daphne Greengrass, Harry nodded. "I noticed her watching me." "The shadow-minded professor is the most dangerous," Nix continued. "His mind is heavily shielded, but I taste conflict in him when he looks at you, hatred and obligation warring with each other." Harry considered this information. "Tomorrow we start classes. I need to be careful about how much I reveal of what Slytherin has taught me." "Indeed. Show enough to be respected, not enough to be feared. It is the way of survival among predators." Nix slithered closer. "I will explore the castle while you sleep. There are many shadows here, rich with secrets." Harry nodded, stroking the shadow serpent's head gently. "Be careful. Dumbledore must have ways of detecting intruders. Shadow is my domain. I move between what is and what is not." Nix's form rippled, becoming less substantial. "Rest, Harry Potter. Tomorrow you begin to reshape your legend." As the shadow serpent melted into the darkness, Harry lay back, his mind racing with plans and possibilities. Being sorted into Slytherin had complicated matters, but also created opportunities he hadn't anticipated. With Salazar Slytherin's teachings and Nix's intelligence gathering, he would navigate these treacherous waters carefully. The first week of classes proved both fascinating and frustrating for Harry. Fascinating because magic, real, structured magic with proper wands and incantations, was everything he'd hoped it would be. Frustrating because he had to pretend to struggle with spells he'd already mastered under Slytherin's tutelage. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall impressed them by transforming her desk into a pig and back again. After a complex lecture on theory, they were given matches to turn into needles. Harry deliberately failed his first 2 attempts before producing a perfect silver needle on his 3rd try. McGonagall's eyebrows rose slightly. "Well done, Mr. Potter. 5 points to Slytherin." From the corner of his eye, Harry noticed Hermione Granger watching with a mixture of surprise and determination. By the end of the lesson, she was the only Gryffindor to make any change to her match. Charms with tiny Professor Flitwick was similar. When the diminutive professor called Harry's name during roll call, he squeaked excitedly and toppled off his stack of books. Harry pretended to be embarrassed, though Nix hissed amusedly around his neck. The most interesting class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, which everyone had been looking forward to. Professor Quirrell, however, turned out to be something of a disappointment. His classroom smelled strongly of garlic, which was rumored to ward off a vampire he'd encountered in Romania. His turban, he claimed, was a gift from an African prince for defeating a zombie. "He lies," Nix whispered during their first lesson. "The turban reeks of dark magic. And there are 2 heartbeats coming from him." This alarming observation kept Harry alert throughout the otherwise boring lecture. When Quirrell walked past his desk, Harry felt a strange burning sensation in his scar, accompanied by a faint whisper that seemed to bypass his ears entirely. "Potter boy, master's enemy." Harry maintained his occlumency shields, refusing to react visibly despite the discomfort. When class ended, he lingered, watching Quirrell carefully arrange papers on his desk with trembling hands. The professor glanced up, catching Harry's gaze, and for a split second, the trembling stopped and those watery eyes hardened with something like calculation. "SS something else, Mr. P. Potter?" Quirrell stuttered. "No, sir. Just thinking about the lecture," Harry replied smoothly before leaving. Outside in the corridor, he whispered to Nix, "That wasn't just dark magic. There's something seriously wrong with him." "Indeed," Nix agreed. "The darkness clings to him like a parasite. I will watch this one closely." History of magic, taught by the ghostly Professor Binns, proved to be the most immediately relevant to Harry's secret education. As Binns droned on about goblin rebellions, Harry carefully noted discrepancies between the official history and what Slytherin had taught him. The most glaring difference concerned the founding of Hogwarts itself. According to Binns, the four founders had established the school as a safe haven for magical learning during a time of Muggle persecution. Slytherin had eventually left after a disagreement about admitting Muggle-born students, whom he allegedly considered untrustworthy. What Binns omitted entirely was what Slytherin had revealed to Harry, that before establishing Hogwarts as a school, the founders had been warriors united against the ancient entity Slytherin called the Void. There was no mention of binding rituals or the true purpose behind Hogwarts' strategic location. During Friday's potions class, Harry faced his greatest challenge yet. The lesson took place in the dungeons, where Professor Snape began by taking roll call, pausing dramatically at Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he said softly, "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Draco and his friends sniggered behind their hands. Snape finished calling names and looked up at the class, his black eyes cold and empty. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began in barely more than a whisper. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses." Harry listened with genuine interest. Slytherin had emphasized the importance of potions, calling it the most underestimated branch of magic. Many of their sessions had involved brewing simple concoctions using ingredients from the sanctuary's stores. "Potter," Snape said suddenly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Thanks to Slytherin's lessons, Harry knew the answer immediately. "The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion." Snape's eyes narrowed slightly. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat, sir. It will save you from most poisons." "What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir," Harry answered. "Also known as aconite." A brief silence followed as Snape stared at Harry, clearly not having expected correct answers. The other Slytherins looked pleased, while the Gryffindors, particularly Hermione, whose hand had been raised for every question, seemed disappointed. "Well," Snape said finally, "it seems fame isn't everything, Mr. Potter. 1 point to Slytherin for adequate preparation." He turned sharply to the rest of the class. "Well, why aren't you all copying that down?" As they set to work brewing a simple potion to cure boils, Harry partnered with Blaise Zabini, carefully following the instructions on the board. Years of cooking for the Dursleys had given him precision and patience, skills that transferred well to potion making. He worked methodically, neither rushing nor dawdling, occasionally helping Blaise when needed. Across the room, Neville Longbottom somehow managed to melt his cauldron, sending their potion seeping across the floor and burning holes in people's shoes. The poor boy was drenched in the mixture and began breaking out in angry red boils. "Idiot boy!" Snape snarled, clearing the spilled potion with a wave of his wand. "I suppose you added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire?" As Neville whimpered in pain, Snape rounded on his partner, Ron Weasley. "You, Weasley, why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Thought he'd make you look good if he got it wrong, did you? That's a point you've lost for Gryffindor." This seemed deeply unfair, even for a head of house favoring his students. As Snape sent Neville to the hospital wing, Harry caught Ron's eye briefly. The redhead looked furious, both at Snape's treatment and at Harry's continued success among the Slytherins. After class, as they were leaving the dungeons, Harry heard his name called. Turning, he saw Hermione Granger hurrying to catch up with him. "Potter." "Wait a moment," she called. Beside him, Draco sneered. "Looking for remedial potions already, Granger?" Hermione ignored him, addressing Harry directly. "I was wondering how you knew all those answers. You were raised by Muggles too, weren't you?" Before Harry could respond, Draco interjected, "Unlike some, Potter takes his studies seriously." "Probably read ahead, didn't you, Potter?" Harry gave Draco a look that suggested he could handle this himself. "I did some reading over the summer," he told Hermione. "Once I found out I was a wizard, I wanted to learn everything I could." Hermione's expression brightened. "Me too. I memorized all our course books by heart." "Which additional texts did you find helpful for potions?" "I've been reading Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger, but it doesn't cover ingredient interactions in depth." Her genuine enthusiasm for learning was impossible to dislike, despite her somewhat bossy manner. "Actually, I found an old handwritten notebook in my school supplies," Harry improvised. It had detailed notes on ingredients and their properties. This wasn't entirely a lie. Slytherin had indeed provided him with a journal of potion recipes and notes, though it certainly hadn't come with his school supplies. "How fascinating!" Hermione exclaimed. "Do you think I could see it sometime? I'm particularly interested in understanding why certain ingredients react the way they do." Draco made a disgusted sound. "Come on, Potter. We don't need to waste time with Gryffindor know-it-alls." Harry hesitated, caught between houses. Slytherin had emphasized the importance of cultivating useful connections regardless of background, and Hermione's intelligence clearly made her valuable. "Maybe another time, Granger," he said neutrally. "I'll see if I can find it." As he walked away with his fellow Slytherins, Draco scoffed, "You're not actually going to share notes with that mudblood, are you?" Harry stopped abruptly, turning to face Draco. The term wasn't unfamiliar. Slytherin had mentioned it as a slur against Muggleborns that had evolved centuries after his time, one he personally found distasteful. "I don't use that word, Malfoy," Harry said quietly but firmly. "And I choose my own associates based on what they can offer, not their blood status." Draco flushed, but Theodore nodded slightly. "Pragmatic. The Granger girl is irritating but undeniably intelligent. Could be useful for class notes, if nothing else." "Exactly," Harry confirmed. "Besides, openly antagonizing other houses only creates unnecessary enemies. There's more to be gained through selective alliance." His words, echoing Slytherin's teachings on political maneuvering, seemed to give Draco pause. "I suppose there's some merit to that approach," he conceded reluctantly. "But my father says, your father navigates complex political landscapes daily," Harry interrupted smoothly. "I doubt he alienates potentially useful allies simply because of their background." This appeal to Lucius Malfoy's political acumen seemed to work. Draco looked thoughtful, if not entirely convinced. "Fine, Potter. Just don't expect me to start fraternizing with blood traders and mudbloods, with Muggleborns," he corrected himself at Harry's sharp look. The exchange didn't go unnoticed by the other Slytherins. By dinner that evening, Harry's handling of Draco had become subtle gossip within the house. That of first year, even the famous Harry Potter, had managed to check Malfoy's behavior without creating an outright confrontation was considered noteworthy. "Impressive maneuvering, Potter," Gemma Farley commented as Harry took his seat at dinner. "Malfoy's not used to being redirected so neatly." "I wasn't trying to maneuver anyone," Harry replied with calculated modesty. "I just said what I thought." "Which is exactly what makes it effective," came Daphne Greengrass's voice from a few seats away. "The best politics often look like simple honesty." Her blue eyes met his with something like approval, before she returned to her conversation with a dark-haired girl Harry recognized as Tracy Davis. That evening in the common room, Harry sat in a quiet corner working on his transfiguration essay. He was just finishing his conclusion when someone dropped into the armchair opposite him. "You're an interesting puzzle, Potter." Harry looked up to find Daphne Greengrass studying him, her expression coolly analytical. "Am I?" he asked, setting aside his quill. "Most definitely." She leaned forward slightly. "You arrive knowing nothing about our world, get sorted into Slytherin against all expectations, demonstrate unexpected knowledge in classes, and then manage to redirect Draco Malfoy without creating an enemy. It's notable." "I'm just trying to adapt," Harry said with a shrug. "Adaptation implies changing to suit your environment." Daphne's eyes narrowed slightly. "You seem to be reshaping the environment to suit you." "Subtle, but distinct." Harry smiled faintly, appreciating her perceptiveness. "Maybe I'm just lucky." "I don't believe in luck, Potter. I believe in preparation and opportunity." She glanced at his nearly completed essay. "You work efficiently too. Most first years are still struggling with the concept of magical theory." "I find it fascinating," Harry said honestly. "The idea that intent and will can reshape reality through structured patterns, it makes intuitive sense to me." "That's an unusually sophisticated view for someone who supposedly learned about magic a month ago." Her tone wasn't accusatory, merely observant. Harry met her gaze steadily. "I'm a quick study. And you? What's your approach to all this?" The deflection worked. Daphne straightened slightly. "I believe in thorough understanding before action. Knowledge is security." "A Ravenclaw sentiment in Slytherin colors," Harry noted. "The hat considered Ravenclaw for me," she admitted. "But ultimately recognized that I value knowledge as a means to an end, not for its own sake." Their conversation was interrupted by Draco, who approached with Crabbe and Goyle in tow. "Potter, we're planning a late-night exploration of the castle. Care to join?" "Breaking curfew already?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Getting caught is for Gryffindors," Draco smirked. "Besides, it's important to know your territory." Harry considered the invitation. On one hand, it would be useful to map the castle's layout. On the other, he already had Nyx for reconnaissance. "Not tonight," he decided. "I want to finish this essay while the concepts are fresh." "Suit yourself," Draco shrugged. "Greengrass?" "Unlike some, I don't need to wander corridors after hours to feel accomplished," she replied dismissively. After Draco left, muttering something about bookworms, Daphne turned back to Harry. "Wise choice. Filch has been patrolling the East Wing heavily since some Gryffindor third years set off dumb bombs there yesterday." "You seem well informed," Harry observed. "Information is valuable," she replied simply. "My family has always emphasized the importance of knowing what others don't." "And what do you know about me that others don't?" Harry asked directly. Daphne's lips curved in a hint of a smile. "That you're far more deliberate than you appear. That your knowledge exceeds what you display. And that you have secrets worth discovering." She stood gracefully. "Good night, Potter. Do finish that essay." Professor McGonagall appreciates concise argumentation over flowery language. As she walked away, Harry found himself intrigued. Daphne Greengrass was clearly sharp and observant, potentially an ally, but also someone who might uncover his connection to Slytherin if he wasn't careful. Later that night, Nyx returned from exploring the castle, materializing on Harry's bed behind closed curtains. "I have mapped many passages," the Shadow Serpent reported. "Some known to students, others forgotten. The castle itself is semi-aware, it shifts and changes, not randomly but with purpose." "What about the third-floor corridor?" Harry asked. "Heavily warded, but I slipped through the shadows between the spells." Nyx's silver eyes gleamed in the darkness. "A three-headed dog guards a trapdoor." Below, I sensed other protections, but they are crafted to prevent physical intrusion, they do not bar shadow travel. What could be so important to need such protection? I tasted the magic of the wards. They are recent, weeks old at most. Whatever lies below was placed there shortly before the students arrived. Nix coiled more comfortably on the bedspread. But that is not the most interesting discovery. I found a room on the 7th floor that appears and disappears according to need. And deeper in the foundations, I sensed something familiar. Harry leaned closer. Familiar how? It bears the same magical signature as your sanctuary beneath the Muggle dwelling. A trace of Slytherin himself, though dormant. I believe there may be another entrance to his network of chambers within Hogwarts itself. This was potentially significant news. If Harry could find another of Slytherin's sanctuaries within the castle, he could continue his special training without waiting for holidays. Can you locate it precisely? Not yet. The castle's magic interferes with tracking. But I will continue searching. Nix's head tilted. There is something else you should know. The one called Dumbledore has been watching you through various means, portraits report to him, and I've observed house elves following you discreetly. Harry frowned. House elves. Small magical servants bound to the castle. They are normally invisible to students, but they have been monitoring your movements specifically. This surveillance was concerning but not entirely surprising. Being sorted into Slytherin had likely raised questions about his character and intentions. Keep watching, Harry instructed. We need to know who else might be taking special interest in me. The shadow-minded one, Snape, follows you with his eyes. The two-hearted one, Quirrell, radiates malice when you're not looking. And the old one, Dumbledore, studies you like a rare specimen. Nix's form rippled. You are surrounded by predators, Harry Potter. Good thing I have a predator of my own, then, Harry replied, stroking Nix's shadowy scales. The serpent preened slightly under the compliment. I will continue exploring tomorrow night. Rest now. You have your meeting with the shadow-minded one in the morning. Harry nodded, settling back against his pillows. His first week at Hogwarts had been illuminating in ways he hadn't expected. The political dynamics of Slytherin House, the watchful eyes of the professors, the mysteries hidden within the castle, all presented challenges and opportunities he would need to navigate carefully. Saturday morning found Harry seated in Professor Snape's office for his scheduled meeting. The room was dimly lit, its walls lined with shelves of strange floating objects in glass jars. Snape sat behind his desk, dark eyes assessing Harry with unnerving intensity. Mr. Potter, he began, your first week has been noteworthy. Professor McGonagall informs me you demonstrated acceptable competence in your first transfiguration lesson. Professor Flitwick reports similar adequacy in charms. You answered my questions correctly in potions, and your boil cure potion was passable. He steepled his fingers. For a student supposedly raised with no knowledge of magic until recently, this level of immediate competence is unusual. It wasn't quite an accusation, but the implication was clear. Harry chose his words carefully. After I learned I was a wizard, I read through all my textbooks several times, Professor. I didn't want to come to Hogwarts completely unprepared. Reading is not the same as practical application, Mr. Potter. Many students memorize theory but struggle with execution. Snape leaned forward slightly. Natural talent, perhaps. Your mother was exceptionally gifted in potions and charms. The mention of his mother caught Harry off guard. You knew my mother, sir. Something flickered in Snape's expression, so briefly Harry almost missed it. We were in the same year at Hogwarts, though in different houses. She was adept at potion making. He shifted topics abruptly. What are your academic goals at Hogwarts, Mr. Potter? Harry considered his answer. The truth, that he aimed to master forgotten branches of magic under Salazar Slytherin's tutelage, was obviously out of the question. But he could offer a version of the truth. I want to learn everything I can about magic, Professor. Not just spells and potions, but the theory behind them, why magic works the way it does, how different branches connect, the foundations of magical practice. An ambitious goal, Snape commented. Most first years merely wish to make objects fly or turn matchsticks into needles. I've been denied knowledge of magic my whole life, sir, Harry said, allowing genuine feeling into his voice. Now that I know it exists, that it's part of who I am, I want to understand it completely. Snape studied him for a long moment. Your placement in Slytherin suggests the hat saw more than a thirst for knowledge in you, Mr. Potter. Ambition. Cunning. Perhaps even greatness. Qualities your father lacked, despite his other abilities. There was an edge to his voice when mentioning Harry's father that contrasted sharply with his tone when discussing his mother. I didn't know my father either, sir, Harry said quietly. Or what house he was in. Gryffindor, Snape replied, the word carrying unmistakable distaste. Like your mother, though she might have done well in other houses. Harry filed this information away, fascinated by Snape's contrasting attitudes toward his parents. Professor, may I ask a question? You may ask. I may not answer. The history books mention that Salazar Slytherin left Hogwarts after a disagreement about admitting Muggle-born students. Is that accurate? Snape's eyebrows rose slightly. Researching our house founder already, Potter. The history books contain the commonly accepted account. Whether it is wholly accurate is debatable, history is rarely as simple as textbooks suggest. So there could be more to the story? Harry pressed. There is always more to every story, Mr. Potter. Snape regarded him with renewed interest. Why this particular curiosity? Harry shrugged. I was sorted into his house. I'd like to understand who he really was, beyond the simplified version in Hogwarts, a history. A reasonable interest, Snape allowed. Though I suggest focusing on your current studies before delving too deeply into historical controversies. The professor made a few notes on a parchment before continuing. Your schedule appears adequate. I expect you to maintain at least exceeds expectations in all subjects. Slytherin House values academic excellence as much as cunning. Should you struggle in any area, speak with the prefects about tutoring arrangements before the problem becomes significant. Yes, sir. One final matter. Snape fixed Harry with a penetrating stare. Your celebrity status makes you a figure of interest, both within Hogwarts and beyond. I advise discretion in your associations and activities. The wizarding world watches you closely, and your actions reflect not only on yourself but on this house. I understand, Professor. Do you? Snape's voice was soft but intense. Being sorted into Slytherin has already raised eyebrows. The boy who lived, placed in the house most associated with the Dark Lord he supposedly vanquished. There are those who will look for any sign that you are following a darker path. Harry met Snape's gaze steadily. I'm not concerned with others' expectations, Professor. I'll make my own path. Something like approval flickered in Snape's eyes. Very well. You may go, Mr. Potter. Remember, Sunday evening, 7 o'clock, house meeting. Harry left the office with much to consider. Snape clearly harbored complicated feelings about Harry's parents, apparent fondness for his mother, evident dislike for his father. The professor was also monitoring Harry's progress more closely than that of a typical first year, though whether due to his fame or something else remained unclear. As September gave way to October, Harry settled into a careful routine. In classes, he demonstrated just enough skill to earn points for Slytherin without drawing excessive attention. He formed tentative friendships with select classmates, Blaise Zabini and Theodore Nott in Slytherin, Hermione Granger and, surprisingly, Neville Longbottom in Gryffindor. His cross-house friendships raised eyebrows, particularly his study sessions with Hermione in the library. Despite initial resistance from both houses, their academic partnership proved beneficial for both. Hermione's meticulous approach to textbook knowledge complemented Harry's more intuitive understanding of magical theory. But the book clearly states that switching spells are governed by the third principle of transmutation, Hermione insisted during one such session. You can't just ignore the established magical framework. I'm not suggesting ignoring it, Harry replied patiently. But magic responds to intent as much as incantation. The principles are guidelines, not absolute laws. Hermione frowned. That's not what Professor McGonagall teaches. Because it's easier to teach structured rules first, Harry explained. But haven't you noticed how some students can perform spells perfectly while following slightly different visualization techniques? This approach, challenging Hermione to look beyond textbooks while respecting her methodical nature, gradually earned her respect. For Harry, her friendship provided a useful connection to Gryffindor House and a genuine intellectual challenge. His association with Neville developed differently. During a particularly difficult potions class, Harry had subtly corrected Neville's technique, preventing another cauldron disaster. Afterward, the grateful Gryffindor had sought Harry's help with other subjects. I don't understand why you bother with Longbottom, Draco commented after seeing them working together in the library. He's practically a squib. He's not lacking magic, just confidence, Harry replied. Besides, his grandmother is on the Wisengamot, and the Longbottoms were a respected family before his parents were incapacitated. This political reasoning satisfied Draco, though Harry's true motivation was simpler. He genuinely liked Neville's humble nature and untapped potential. Within Slytherin House, Harry maintained a careful balance. He respected the hierarchy, demonstrated appropriate ambition, and contributed steadily to their house point total. By Halloween, he had established himself as neither a threat to the established order nor a passive follower, a position that allowed him maximum flexibility. His most complex relationship was with Daphne Greengrass. Unlike most of his peers, she never seemed impressed by his fame or occasional displays of magical aptitude. Instead, she observed him with analytical interest, occasionally engaging him in conversations that probed his knowledge and beliefs. You view magic differently than most first years, she noted during a charm study session. Less like a tool and more like a natural extension of will. Isn't that what it is? Harry countered. Our magic responds to our intentions and desires, channeled through focus and structure. That's an old-fashioned view, she replied. Modern magical theory emphasizes reproducible methodology over individual expression. It's why standardized incantations and wand movements are taught. Efficiency over creativity, Harry nodded. But the most powerful wizards throughout history were innovators, not just practitioners of established spells. Daphne studied him thoughtfully. You sound like you've read magical philosophy, not just first-year texts. Harry merely smiled, neither confirming nor denying. These intellectual exchanges with Daphne became a regular occurrence, each testing the other's knowledge and perspective without revealing too much. Throughout these weeks, Nyx continued exploring the castle, reporting findings during their private conversations. The Shadow Serpent confirmed the presence of another entrance to Slytherin's network of sanctuaries, though its precise location remained elusive. The castle's magic interferes, Nyx explained. It's somewhere in the lower levels, but concealed by powerful wards that distort even shadow perception. Keep searching, Harry encouraged. Having access to Slytherin's guidance at Hogwarts would be invaluable. Nyx had also been monitoring the mysterious object hidden beneath the trapdoor. Multiple protections guard it. Plants that strangle, flying keys, a giant chess set, logic puzzles, and more. The professors each contributed a defense. What could be so important? Something small but powerful. I sense ancient magic, creation magic, preservation magic. Life and death intertwined. This cryptic description gave Harry little to go on, but he filed the information away for future reference. More concerning were Nyx's observations about Professor Quirrell. The parasite within him grows stronger. They argue when alone, the stuttering facade drops, and another voice emerges. A voice filled with cold rage. Can you make out what they discuss? Plans. Timing. The stone that lies beneath the trapdoor. And sometimes, you, Harry Potter. This connection between Quirrell, the mysterious object, and himself was troubling. Harry had noticed the defense professor watching him during meals and in corridors, though the man always looked away when caught. The burning sensation in Harry's scar occurred whenever Quirrell was nearby, especially when Harry's back was turned. Harry shared some of these observations with Hermione and Neville during their study sessions, carefully framing them as curiosities rather than suspicions. It does seem odd that Dumbledore would announce a forbidden corridor that causes death, Hermione agreed. It's almost like he's drawing attention to it. Gran says Dumbledore does nothing without purpose, Neville added quietly. Even when his actions seem strange, there's usually a plan behind them. What if it's a test? Harry suggested. Or a trap. Baiting someone to try breaking through the defenses? Hermione's eyes widened. But who would he be trying to catch? Surely no student would be foolish enough to go near a three-headed dog. Harry and Neville stared at her. How do you know about the dog? They asked simultaneously. Hermione blushed. I may have followed some older students who were talking about exploring the corridor. Just to make sure they didn't get hurt. I only peeked through the door for a second. You broke rules to prevent others from breaking rules? Harry asked, amused. That's very. Hermione. She huffed but didn't deny it. Anyway, it's clearly guarding something. It was standing on a trapdoor. The question is what, Harry mused. And who might want it badly enough to risk facing all those protections? As Halloween approached, Harry found himself increasingly preoccupied with these mysteries. The ancient threat Slytherin had warned about, the object hidden within Hogwarts, Quirrell's strange behavior, Dumbledore's watchful interest, all seemed connected in ways he couldn't yet piece together. On Halloween morning, the delicious smell of baking pumpkin wafted through the corridors. In Charms class, Professor Flitwick announced they were ready to start making objects fly, a spell Harry had mastered months ago under Slytherin's tutelage. For the lesson, Harry was partnered with Blaise Zabini, while across the room, Ron Weasley was paired with Hermione. From the redhead's scowl, this arrangement didn't please him. Now, don't forget that nice wrist movement we've been practicing, squeaked Professor Flitwick. Swish and flick, remember, swish and flick. And saying the magic words properly is very important, too. Harry deliberately took his time, watching others struggle with the spell before attempting it himself. When he finally cast Wingardium Leviosa, his feather rose steadily to hover 4 feet above their desk. Well done, Mr. Potter. Flitwick exclaimed. See here, everyone, Mr. Potter's got it. Across the room, Hermione successfully levitated her feather as well, earning similar praise. Ron, however, was having no success and looked increasingly frustrated. After class, Harry overheard Ron complaining to Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan. It's no wonder no one can stand her. She's a nightmare, honestly. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa, he mimicked in a high-pitched voice. Hermione pushed past them, her eyes filling with tears. I think she heard you, Dean said uncomfortably. So? Ron replied, though he looked slightly guilty. She must have noticed she's got no friends. Harry frowned, stepping forward. That was unnecessary, Weasley. Ron turned, scowling when he saw who had spoken. What do you care, Potter? Slytherins aren't exactly known for kindness. And Gryffindors are supposedly known for chivalry, Harry replied evenly. Was there anything chivalrous about making her cry? Ron's ears reddened. She's impossible. Always showing off, correcting everyone, she's trying to help, Harry cut in. Maybe her approach needs work, but her intentions are good. Since when are you her defender? Ron demanded. Oh wait, you've been spending time with her in the library, haven't you? What's that about? The great Harry Potter doesn't seem the type to need study help. Harry maintained his calm. Intelligence is worth respecting, regardless of house. Maybe you'd do better in classes if you focused more on learning and less on petty rivalries. Leaving Ron sputtering, Harry headed to his next class. He considered finding Hermione but decided she might prefer some time alone. He would check on her at the Halloween feast that evening. However, Hermione didn't appear at the feast. Parvati Patil mentioned to Lavender Brown that Hermione was crying in the girls' bathroom and wanted to be left alone. Harry frowned, glancing at the Gryffindor table where Ron was stuffing his face, seemingly unconcerned about Hermione's absence. The feast was halfway through when Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He then sank to the floor in a dead faint. The hall erupted in panic until Dumbledore shot purple firecrackers from his wand to restore silence. "Prefects," he rumbled, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." As the Slytherin prefects gathered their house, Harry realized two critical problems: their dormitories were in the dungeons where the troll was reported, and Hermione had no idea about the danger. "Nix," he whispered in Parseltongue while everyone was distracted, "find Hermione Granger. Girls' bathroom, possibly on the first floor." The shadow serpent slipped away unseen while Harry approached Gemma Farley. "Prefect Farley, our dormitories are in the dungeons. Should we be going there if the troll is there too?" Gemma paused, realizing the problem. "You're right, Potter. Everyone, change of plan. We'll proceed to the library until we receive further instructions." As the Slytherins changed direction, Harry deliberately fell to the back of the group. When they turned a corner, he slipped away, heading toward the girls' bathrooms on the first floor. "Harry!" Nix's voice came urgently in his mind, a form of communication they had discovered worked within short distances. "The troll is not in the dungeons. It's heading for the bathroom where the Granger girl hides." Harry broke into a run, drawing his wand. He reached the corridor just in time to see the troll, 12 feet tall with granite-gray skin and a tiny head, lumber into the girl's bathroom. A second later, a terrified scream echoed from within. Without hesitation, Harry burst into the bathroom. Hermione was shrinking against the wall opposite, looking ready to faint. The troll was advancing on her, knocking sinks off the walls as it went. "Hermione, move!" Harry shouted, but she seemed frozen with fear. The troll raised its massive club, ready to strike. Harry pointed his wand and, drawing on Slytherin's teachings, cast a spell far beyond first-year level. "Immobulus Maxima," he shouted. A burst of blue-white energy struck the troll, instantly freezing it in place. The powerful immobilization charm wouldn't hold a creature that size for long, but it gave Harry precious seconds to act. "Hermione, come on." He grabbed her arm, pulling her toward the door. The spell was already weakening, the troll's muscles twitching as it fought the magical restraint. They were halfway to the door when the charm broke. The enraged troll swung its club wildly, destroying bathroom stalls and sending debris flying. A large piece of wood struck Hermione's shoulder, knocking her to the ground. Harry faced the troll directly, channeling his magic through Slytherin's mental exercises, focusing not just on the spell but on his will and intent behind it. Wingardium Leviosa, he cast, targeting not the club but the troll itself. Such a spell shouldn't work on something so massive. First-year levitation charms were designed for feathers and small objects. But Harry poured his magic into the spell, visualizing the troll's enormous weight becoming meaningless against his magical will. The troll's feet lifted 6 inches off the ground. It flailed in confusion, its tiny brain unable to comprehend what was happening. With a grimace of effort, Harry directed it away from Hermione and toward the high windows on the far wall. "Depulso," he added, combining the levitation with a banishing charm. The combination sent the troll crashing through the window, glass shattering as its massive body plummeted to the grounds below. A distant thud suggested it had survived the fall, though likely not without injury. Harry rushed to Hermione, who was staring at him with wide, shocked eyes. "Are you all right?" he asked, helping her to her feet. How did you? She stammered, looking between Harry and the broken window. That's not first-year magic. The immobilization charm is fourth year at least, and levitating something that size is. Adrenaline, Harry offered weakly. I've read about magical surges in dangerous situations. Before Hermione could question this explanation, the bathroom door burst open. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell arrived, taking in the destroyed bathroom and broken window. What on earth were you thinking? Professor McGonagall asked, cold fury in her voice. Why aren't you in your dormitory? Snape gave Harry a piercing look, his eyes moving from Harry's face to his wand and then to the shattered window. It's my fault, Professor McGonagall, Hermione said suddenly. Harry stared at her. Hermione Granger was actually telling a lie to a teacher. I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own, because I've read all about them. If Harry hadn't found me, I'd be dead now. He didn't have time to fetch anyone. It was about to finish me off when he arrived. And the troll? Snape asked silkily, still watching Harry. Harry used a combination of spells to force it out the window, Hermione explained. Levitation and something else. It happened so fast. McGonagall turned to Harry. Is this true, Mr. Potter? Harry nodded, maintaining eye contact. I knew Hermione was in the bathroom and hadn't heard about the troll. I couldn't just leave her. That was incredibly dangerous, McGonagall said severely. Why did you not alert a prefect or professor? There wasn't time, Harry replied. And I remembered reading that trolls are slow but strong. I thought I could distract it long enough for Hermione to escape. McGonagall studied him for a long moment. That was exceptionally foolish, and exceptionally brave. Not many first years could take on a mountain troll and live to tell the tale. She straightened. 5 points from Slytherin for reckless endangerment, Mr. Potter. And 20 points to Slytherin for sheer dumb luck and remarkable spellwork. She turned to Hermione. Miss Granger, 5 points from Gryffindor for serious lack of judgment. Now, both of you should return to your dormitories. The feast is being finished in the houses. As McGonagall and Quirrell left to deal with the fallen troll, Snape lingered, his dark eyes fixed on Harry. Quite impressive spellwork indeed, Mr. Potter. Perhaps you could demonstrate this, adrenaline-fueled levitation in class sometime. The professor's tone made it clear he didn't believe Harry's explanation. Magical development is often unpredictable, sir, Harry replied carefully. Indeed. Snape's gaze shifted to Harry's shoulder, where a small tear in his robes revealed a hint of the apprenticeship mark Slytherin had placed on him. The mark should have been invisible, but the magical exertion had temporarily revealed it. Snape's eyes narrowed fractionally. We will discuss your unpredictable development another time, Mr. Potter. Return to your dormitory immediately. As Snape swept from the bathroom, Harry felt a chill of concern. Had the professor recognized the mark, or merely noticed something unusual? You didn't have to do that, Harry said to Hermione once they were alone. Take blame, I mean. You saved my life, she replied simply. Besides, I wouldn't have been in danger if I hadn't been hiding in here crying all afternoon. Ron Weasley's an idiot, Harry said. Don't let his words get to you. It wasn't just Ron. It's everyone. I know I can be a bit much sometimes, with the hand-raising and correcting people. She looked down. I just want to prove I belong here. You belong here more than most, Harry assured her. Your magic is strong, and your mind is sharper than anyone's in our year. Hermione gave him a watery smile. Thank you, Harry. She hesitated. Can I ask you something? Of course. Those spells you used, they weren't in any of our textbooks. And the way you cast them. She shook her head in wonder. It was like watching a much older student, or even a fully trained wizard. Harry tensed slightly. What exactly are you asking? Where did you learn that level of magic? And please don't say adrenaline again. That might explain power, but not knowledge of advanced spells. Harry considered his options carefully. Hermione was too intelligent to be put off with simple excuses, but he couldn't reveal the truth about Slytherin's sanctuary. I found some old books over the summer, he said finally. Books with spells and magical theory beyond the standard curriculum. I've been practicing in private. Books like the potions notebook you mentioned? Hermione asked. Similar, yes. Family heirlooms, I think, though the Dursleys didn't realize what they were. It wasn't entirely false, Slytherin had indeed provided books and journals for Harry's education. The lie was merely in their supposed origin. Hermione seemed to accept this explanation. Would you be willing to teach me some of what you've learned? Not just study together, but actually practice more advanced magic. Harry hesitated, weighing the risks and benefits of such an arrangement. Having Hermione as a dedicated ally would be valuable, and her intelligence made her an ideal student. The question was how much he could safely teach her without revealing his connection to Slytherin. I'd be willing to try, he decided. But we'd need somewhere private to practice. Somewhere we won't be interrupted or questioned. We could use empty classrooms in the evenings, Hermione suggested eagerly. Or the library's private study rooms. Let me think about it, Harry said. I'll find us a suitable place. They parted at the grand staircase, Harry heading down toward the dungeons and Hermione up toward Gryffindor Tower. Both were unaware of the dark figure watching from the shadows, Professor Snape, his expression thoughtful as he observed their friendly farewell. News of Harry's defeat of the mountain troll spread through Hogwarts with predictable embellishment. By breakfast the next day, rumors claimed he had battled the troll in single combat for half an hour, or that he had transfigured it into a teacup, or even that he had spoken to it in its own language and convinced it to leave. The truth, that he had used advanced magic far beyond first-year level, would have been impressive enough, but thankfully remained known only to a few. The professors who had witnessed the aftermath seemed to have agreed not to discuss the specifics, though Quirrell was observed watching Harry with renewed intensity during meals and in defense classes. Within Slytherin House, Harry's stock rose considerably. Defeating a full-grown mountain troll as a first year, regardless of method, demonstrated power that commanded respect. The way I hear it, Potter didn't even break a sweat, Adrian Pusey commented during breakfast. Just walked in and blasted the thing straight through a wall. It was a window, actually, Harry corrected quietly. And it was more luck than skill. False modesty doesn't suit Slytherins, Potter, Marcus Flint, the Quidditch captain, remarked. If you've got power, own it. Draco seemed torn between admiration and jealousy. My father says mountain trolls have naturally resistant skin that deflects most spells. What exactly did you cast, Potter? It happened very quickly, Harry demurred. Basic charms, mostly. Daphne, observing from a few seats away, raised a skeptical eyebrow but said nothing. Later that day, as Harry was leaving Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall called him back. A moment, Mr. Potter. When the other students had left, she fixed him with a penetrating stare. I've been teaching at Hogwarts for nearly 40 years, Mr. Potter. In that time, I have encountered perhaps 3 students capable of the magical control you demonstrated against that troll. None were first years. Harry remained silent, unsure how to respond. Professor Snape informs me you've shown unusual aptitude in his class as well. Professor Flitwick says your charm work is precise and confident. She leaned forward slightly. Would you care to explain how a boy raised by Muggles, with no prior magical education, performs magic with the assurance of someone trained from childhood? Harry met her gaze steadily. I practice a lot, Professor. And I read beyond the assigned materials. Reading does not confer practical skill, Mr. Potter. Particularly not the level of skill required to levitate a 12-foot mountain troll. Her expression softened slightly. I am not accusing you of wrongdoing. I am merely concerned. Such rapid advancement, while impressive, can be dangerous if not properly guided. I'm being careful, Professor, Harry assured her. I don't attempt spells I don't understand. McGonagall studied him for a long moment. Your mother was exceptionally gifted, you know. She had an intuitive grasp of magical theory that allowed her to master spells quickly. Perhaps you've inherited her talent. She sighed. Very well, Mr. Potter. I will not press you further today. But know that the staff is watching your progress with great interest. Should you wish for additional challenges or guidance, my door is open. Harry nodded. Thank you, Professor. As he left McGonagall's classroom, Harry knew he would need to be more cautious with public displays of magical ability. The troll incident had drawn more attention than he could afford. At the same time, his growing reputation within Slytherin House provided certain advantages. Older students who might have dismissed him now acknowledged his presence. Even the most status-conscious purebloods treated him with a degree of respect. That evening in the common room, the Slytherin Quidditch team was discussing strategy for their upcoming match against Gryffindor. Harry sat nearby, half listening while completing a charms essay. Their new seeker's the real threat, Flint was saying. Charlie Weasley's gone, but his replacement's supposedly talented. Some second year named McLaggen. McLaggen's all talk, Adrian Pusey replied. Decent flyer, but arrogant. Thinks he's better than he is. Our seeker needs to focus on finding the snitch quickly, Flint continued. Higgs is faster, but his spotting skills are mediocre. Harry glanced up from his essay. Have him fly in a search pattern. Methodical rather than reactive. The team turned to look at him. What would you know about seeking strategies, Potter? Flint asked, though without hostility. Harry shrugged. Just an observation. In flying class, I noticed Higgs tends to scan broadly rather than focus on specific areas. A pattern would make him more efficient. You fly, Potter? Adrian asked with renewed interest. First time was during flying lessons here, Harry replied truthfully. But it felt natural. Flint exchanged looks with the other team members. Interesting. Care to join us for practice tomorrow? We could use another perspective. This unexpected invitation presented an opportunity Harry hadn't anticipated. Joining Quidditch practice, even as an observer, would strengthen his position within Slytherin while providing a legitimate outlet for some of his abilities. I'd be happy to, he agreed. The following afternoon found Harry at the Quidditch pitch, watching the Slytherin team practice. Flint had loaned him a broom, a school clean sweep, and invited him to fly with them during warm-ups. The sensation of flying freely, without Madame Hooch's strict supervision, was exhilarating. Harry executed turns and dives with natural ease, his body seeming to know instinctively how to work with the broom and air currents. Not bad, Potter, Flint commented after Harry performed a particularly tight spiral. Ever thought about trying out next year? I might, Harry replied, genuinely enjoying himself. Which position needs players? Higgs graduates next year, so we'll need a seeker. Flint studied him speculatively. You've got the build for it. Light, fast, good spatial awareness. As practice continued, Harry alternated between flying and observing from the stands. When the team moved to seeker drills, Flint called Harry back down. Want to try something? We usually practice with enchanted golf balls before using the actual snitch. Harry nodded, mounting the borrowed broom. All right, Potter. I'll release them at different heights and trajectories. See how many you can catch. Flint pulled out a bag of small white balls. Ready? For the next 15 minutes, Harry demonstrated reflexes and flying ability that astonished the entire team. He caught every ball Flint threw, including several that seemed impossible to reach. His final catch involved a steep dive that pulled up mere feet from the ground, snatching the ball with precision before smoothly leveling out. When he landed, the team was staring at him with expressions ranging from amazement to calculation. "That wasn't beginner's luck," Adrian said finally. "You fly like you've been doing it for years." Harry smiled modestly. "It just feels right, somehow." "Potter," Flint said slowly, "how would you feel about playing in next week's match?" "What?" Harry and several others exclaimed simultaneously. "First years aren't allowed their own brooms," Harry pointed out. Flint waved this away. "Technically, the rule states first years can't bring brooms to school. Doesn't say they can't be loaned team brooms for matches." "Isn't Higgs your seeker?" Harry asked, glancing at the thin sixth year who was watching with a resigned expression. "Higgs understands team strategy," Flint said meaningfully. "Don't you, Higgs?" The older boy nodded reluctantly. "If Potter gives us the best chance to win. I'd need to clear it with Snape," Flint continued. "But after seeing those reflexes, I'd be a fool not to at least try. What do you say, Potter? Ready to make Slytherin history as the youngest seeker in a century?" The offer was tempting, both for the pure joy of flying and for the status it would confer within Slytherin House. Yet Harry hesitated, considering the additional scrutiny it would bring. "Let me think about it," he said finally. "And you should definitely check with Professor Snape first." As they walked back to the castle, Adrian fell into step beside Harry. "You should say yes, you know. Quidditch glory follows you long after Hogwarts. My cousin played professionally after being scouted here." "I'm not looking that far ahead," Harry replied. "I'm still adjusting to the magical world in general." "Could have fooled me," Adrian commented. "You seem more at home in Slytherin than most purebloods. Like you were born to be here." The observation was closer to the truth than Adrian could know. Through Salazar Slytherin's teachings, Harry had absorbed a millennium of Slytherin philosophy and practice, far more than his peers who merely inherited family traditions. That evening, Flint returned from a meeting with Snape, his expression triumphant. "It's approved, Potter. Conditional on your agreement and maintaining acceptable grades. Snape's arranging a Nimbus 2000 for you to use." The news spread quickly through the common room. Harry suddenly found himself the center of attention, with even older students offering congratulations and advice. "The youngest seeker in a century," Gemma Farley observed. "And on the Slytherin team, no less. The other houses will be furious. Especially Gryffindor," Draco added with satisfaction. "They thought they had this match locked up." Across the room, Daphne caught Harry's eye and gave him a small, knowing smile. Later, as the excitement died down, she approached him. "Quidditch star now as well?" she asked, her tone lightly teasing. "You do collect accolades efficiently, Potter." "It wasn't planned," he replied honestly. "Few of the best opportunities are." She studied him thoughtfully. "Just be careful. The higher you rise, the more attention you attract, not all of it welcome." "Speaking from experience." "Family wisdom," she corrected. "The Greengrasses have survived centuries of political shifts by understanding when to shine and when to blend into the background." She glanced around the common room. "You're definitely not blending anymore." "Is that a warning?" Harry asked. "An observation." She straightened. "Good luck with the match, Potter. I suspect you'll need it less than most, but it never hurts to have fortune on your side." As November progressed, Harry balanced regular classes, Quidditch practice, and his continuing research into Hogwarts mysteries. Nix reported increasing activity around the third-floor corridor, with various professors checking the protections at odd hours. The shadow-minded one limps, the serpent observed after one such reconnaissance. His leg bears wound marks, claw and teeth. He confronted the three-headed guardian recently. This information aligned with Harry's own observations of Snape, who had been favoring his right leg since Halloween. During one potions class, Harry had glimpsed blood-stained bandages when the professor's robes shifted. More concerning were Nix's reports about Quirrell. The parasite grows stronger daily. They speak of the stone more frequently now, planning how to bypass the guardians. Stone? Harry questioned. What kind of stone? They call it the philosopher's stone. The parasite craves it desperately, speaks of rebirth and power restored. The philosopher's stone. Harry had read about it in one of Slytherin's texts, a legendary alchemical object capable of transforming base metals into gold and producing the elixir of life, which granted immortality. If such an object were hidden in Hogwarts, its value would be incalculable. And the parasite? Harry pressed. Have you learned its identity? It shields itself well, Nix admitted. But when it speaks of you, the hatred burns cold and ancient. It knows you, Harry Potter. And it wishes your death above all things. This ominous report confirmed Harry's growing suspicion. If Quirrell's parasite hated him with such specific intensity, it could only be connected to Voldemort, the dark wizard who had murdered his parents and given him his scar. The week before the Quidditch match, Harry was practicing late with the team when he noticed a figure watching from the shadows of the stands. After landing, he slipped away from the others and approached the observer. Spying for Gryffindor, Hermione? He asked lightly. She jumped, startled by his approach. Harry. I wasn't spying, I was curious. Everyone's talking about you being Slytherin's new seeker. News travels fast, he commented, sitting beside her on the wooden bench. Ron Weasley is particularly upset, she informed him. He says it's unfair that you're allowed to play when first years aren't even supposed to have brooms. Technically, it's the team's broom, not mine, Harry pointed out. But I understand his frustration. Hermione studied him with her usual perceptiveness. You're different on a broom. More, uninhibited. Like you don't have to hide anything. The observation struck uncomfortably close to home. Flying was indeed one of the few activities where Harry could express his abilities freely without raising suspicion. It feels natural, he admitted. Like magic itself, but more immediate. I've been thinking about your offer, Hermione said, changing subjects. To teach me some of the more advanced magic you've been learning. And I'd like to try. If you're still willing. She hesitated. But I have a condition. Which is? Include Neville. At Harry's surprised look, she continued, he struggles in classes not because he lacks ability, but confidence. If he could master even one advanced spell, it might help him believe in himself. Harry considered the request. Neville was indeed a curious case, from a prominent magical family, yet performing well below expected levels. Slytherin had mentioned that magical blocks sometimes formed in children who experienced trauma, which aligned with what Harry knew about Neville's parents. All right, he agreed. But we'll need absolute discretion. And a secure location. I might have found one, Hermione said eagerly. There's a room on the 7th floor, across from the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. It's not on any school maps, and it seems to change its contents depending on what you need. Harry raised an eyebrow. The room of requirement? How did you find it? You know about it? She asked, surprised. I've read about it, Harry improvised. In truth, Nix had discovered the room during exploration and reported its unique properties. It's perfect for what we need. When should we start? This weekend? After your Quidditch match? Harry nodded. Sunday afternoon. Tell Neville, but no one else. Their conversation was interrupted by Marcus Flint calling for Harry to rejoin practice. As he mounted his broom, Harry reflected on the growing complexity of his Hogwarts life. Quidditch player, secret apprentice, mentor to Hermione and Neville, investigator of hidden stones and parasitic professors, all while maintaining his academic standing in Slytherin house politics. The simplicity of his cupboard under the stairs at Privet Drive seemed a lifetime ago. The morning of the Quidditch match dawned bright and cold. Harry sat at breakfast, picking at his toast while his teammates discussed last-minute strategy. "Remember, Potter," Flint was saying, "focus solely on finding the snitch. Leave the bludgers to our beaters. If McLagan tries to mark you, use the fainting patterns we practiced." Harry nodded, trying to ignore the butterflies in his stomach. Despite his natural flying ability, this would be his first actual match. The entire school would be watching, including professors who already found his abilities suspicious. "Nervous?" asked a soft voice beside him. He turned to find Daphne sliding onto the bench. "A bit," he admitted. "Good. Nerves sharpen focus." She handed him a small object wrapped in green cloth. "For luck." Harry unwrapped it to find a smooth black stone with a silver rune etched into its surface. "What is it?" "A focus stone," she explained quietly. "Family tradition. The rune represents perception, helpful for a seeker." "Thank you," Harry said, genuinely touched by the gesture. "I didn't realize you cared about Quidditch." "I care about Slytherin's interests," she replied with a slight smile. "And currently, you're aligned with those interests." Before Harry could respond, the team rose to head for the changing rooms. He pocketed the stone, nodding his thanks to Daphne before following them. In the changing room, Flint gave a brief, intense pep talk. "Gryffindor's overconfident. They haven't adjusted their strategy for Potter. Use that advantage. Play hard, play smart, and show no mercy." As Harry changed into his emerald Quidditch robes, he felt the weight of the focus stone in his pocket. He transferred it to a secure inner pocket of his uniform, appreciating Daphne's thoughtfulness. While not superstitious, he understood the value of symbolic gestures. Slytherin had taught him that ritual and intent often reinforced magical performance. When they marched onto the field, the crowd's reaction was immediate and polarized. 3/4 of the school booed the Slytherin team, while the silver and green section cheered wildly. Harry spotted a banner in the Slytherin stands reading, "Potter for President," with a snake winding around the letters. More surprisingly, he noticed Hermione and Neville sitting together at the edge of the Gryffindor section, both wearing scarves with mixed house colors, a gesture of friendship that warmed him despite the November chill. Madam Hooch, refereeing the match, called the captains together for a handshake that looked more like an attempt to crush fingers. At her whistle, both teams kicked off, and Harry soared above the main action, scanning for the golden snitch. "And they're off," came the enthusiastic commentary from Lee Jordan, a Gryffindor third year. Slytherin in possession. Flint passes to Pusey, intercepted by Johnson of Gryffindor. "Nice pass to spin net, ouch." Bludger to the back from Slytherin beater bowl. Harry tuned out the commentary, focusing on his search pattern while keeping an eye on Cormac McLagan, the Gryffindor seeker. The second year was physically larger than Harry and flew aggressively, but his technique showed more arrogance than skill. 10 minutes into the game, with Slytherin leading 30-20, Harry spotted a glint of gold near the Gryffindor goalposts. He angled his nimbus casually in that direction, careful not to alert McLagan with sudden movements. As he accelerated, he felt his broom give a sudden lurch. He gripped the handle tightly, thinking he'd caught an air current, but it happened again, like the broom was trying to buck him off. "Harry," came Nyx's urgent voice in his mind. The shadow serpent had been watching from the edges of the pitch. "Someone is hexing your broom." "Dark magic," from the teacher's stand. Harry tightened his grip as the nimbus began zigzagging violently through the air. He couldn't look toward the teachers without risking losing control entirely. "Who?" he managed to think back. "Two sources," came the confusing reply. "The turbaned one maintains eye contact and mutters continuously. But the shadow-minded one also watches without blinking, whispering counter-curses." This made no sense. Why would both Quirrell and Snape be focusing magic on his broom, one cursing, one countering? Unless Snape had realized the danger and was trying to protect him. The broom gave a wild jerk, nearly unseating him. Harry focused all his concentration on maintaining control, drawing on Slytherin's mental exercises to extend his magical awareness into the broom itself. He could feel the foreign magic now, cold and malevolent, trying to override the broom's enchantments. Rather than fight the hexed movements directly, Harry tried to flow with them while subtly redirecting their momentum. It was like riding a wild horse, anticipating the next buck or twist just before it happened. Meanwhile, the game continued below, though spectators were beginning to point at Harry's unusual flying. Jordan's commentary shifted. "Wait, what's happening with Potter's broom? It's behaving very oddly." Harry caught glimpses of the Slytherin team signaling frantically to Flint, who called for a timeout. Madam Hooch, however, was focused on a penalty shot and hadn't noticed Harry's predicament. "Hermione moves toward the teacher's stand," Nix reported. "She has realized something is wrong." Harry couldn't spare attention to wonder what Hermione planned. The hex was growing stronger, the broom now vibrating so hard his teeth chattered. In desperation, he reached into his pocket and clutched Daphne's focus stone, channeling his magic through it as a grounding point. The stone grew warm in his hand, the silver rune glowing faintly. Harry felt his connection to the broom strengthen, his will pushing back against the foreign magic. The violent movements began to subside, though the broom still trembled with conflicting enchantments. "Disturbance below," Nix reported. "The bushy-haired one has set fire to the turbaned one's robes. The curse weakens." With the hex's power diminishing, Harry regained control of the nimbus. He scanned the pitch quickly and, to his astonishment, spotted the snitch hovering near the Slytherin goal posts. McLaggen had seen it too and was racing toward it from the opposite direction. Harry flattened himself against his broom and accelerated. Despite the distance, the Nimbus 2000's superior speed gave him a chance. The two seekers converged on the snitch from opposite sides, neither willing to yield. At the last second, Harry pulled up slightly while McLaggen stayed level. The maneuver gave Harry the extra inch he needed. His fingers closed around the cold metal of the snitch just as McLaggen's hand grasped empty air. Madam Hooch's whistle blew. Slytherin wins. Final score, Slytherin 180, Gryffindor 20. The Slytherin section erupted in cheers as Harry descended, the snitch clutched triumphantly in his fist. His teammates surrounded him, Flint pounding his back while Adrian ruffled his hair. "Bloody brilliant catch, Potter!" Flint exclaimed. Even with whatever that broom problem was. As the team celebrated, Harry glanced toward the teacher's stand. Quirrell was brushing soot from his turban, looking flustered, while Snape stared directly at Harry with an unreadable expression. Their eyes met briefly before Snape turned away to speak with Professor McGonagall, who appeared to be interrogating him about what had happened. After changing and enduring congratulatory chaos in the Slytherin common room, Harry slipped away to meet Hermione near the edge of the lake. She was waiting with a thermos of hot chocolate, her expression worried. "Are you all right?" she asked immediately. "That was dark magic affecting your broom, I recognized the signs from Confronting the Faceless." "I'm fine," Harry assured her, accepting a steaming cup. "Quick thinking with the fire." Hermione looked both proud and embarrassed. "I saw Professor Quirrell staring at you without blinking and muttering. That's consistent with curse casting." She hesitated. "But Professor Snape was doing the same thing." "Counter-curse," Harry supplied. "He was trying to save me." "How do you know?" Harry couldn't explain about Nix's observations, so he improvised. "The hex weakened when you distracted Quirrell, not Snape. If Snape had been the one cursing me, your fire wouldn't have helped." "But why would Professor Quirrell want to hurt you?" Hermione asked, bewildered. "He seems so harmless." "Sometimes the most dangerous people are those who appear least threatening," Harry replied, echoing one of Slytherin's frequent observations. Hermione looked troubled. "We should tell Dumbledore." "Tell him what?" "That we suspect a professor of attempting to murder a student during a Quidditch match." "Without proof." Harry shook his head. "We need more information first." "Information about what?" came a new voice. They turned to see Daphne Greengrass approaching, her cloak pulled tight against the November chill. Her gaze moved between Harry and Hermione with undisguised curiosity. Quidditch strategies, Harry lied smoothly. Hermione was helping me analyze what happened with my broom. How helpful of her, Daphne commented, her tone making it clear she didn't believe this explanation. Congratulations on the catch, Potter. Most impressive, especially after that irregularity with your broom. Your focus stone helped, Harry said, pulling it from his pocket. It steadied my connection to the broom when things got rough. Daphne looked surprised, then pleased. It's yours to keep. Consider it payment for making Draco Malfoy lose that bet with Theo Knott. As Hermione looked between them with confusion, Daphne turned to her directly. Granger, isn't it? Your fire charm was well executed. Quick thinking. Hermione blinked, clearly surprised by the compliment from a Slytherin. Thank you. It was just a simple incendio. Cast wandlessly and at a distance, Daphne noted. Not exactly first-year standard. Before Hermione could respond to this accurate observation, Daphne turned back to Harry. The common room celebration continues. Your presence is requested for the traditional victory toast. Will you be returning soon, or shall I make your excuses? I'll be there shortly, Harry assured her. Daphne nodded, then added more quietly, be careful, Potter. Not everyone celebrates your success. With a final assessing glance at Hermione, she walked back toward the castle. That was unexpected, Hermione said when Daphne was out of earshot. I didn't think Slytherins acknowledged the existence of Gryffindors, let alone complimented them. Daphne's different, Harry replied. She values competence regardless of house. Like you do, Hermione observed shrewdly. Is that why you're willing to teach Neville and me? Because you see potential beyond house prejudices? Harry smiled. Something like that. Speaking of which, are we still on for tomorrow? The room of requirement? Hermione nodded eagerly. Neville's nervous but determined. What will you be teaching us first? Something useful, Harry promised. A spell that could save your life in a dangerous situation. As they walked back to the castle together, Harry reflected on how his circle of allies was growing more diverse, Slytherins like Daphne who respected his abilities, Gryffindors like Hermione and Neville who valued knowledge and friendship above house rivalries. Each connection strengthened his position, providing eyes and ears throughout the school. Salazar Slytherin would approve, he thought. After all, the ancient wizard had emphasized that true power came not just from magical ability, but from strategic alliances and careful cultivation of loyal supporters. The question was whether Harry could maintain these diverse relationships when tensions inevitably rose. The attempted hexing of his broom suggested darker forces were already moving against him. And somewhere in the castle, beneath a professor's turban, lurked an entity that wanted him dead. Chapter 3, Blood and Stone. The room of requirement transformed itself into the perfect practice space, high ceilings for errant spells, cushioned floors to prevent injuries, and walls lined with reference books that appeared whenever needed. Harry paced the perimeter, making final adjustments to the room's configuration while waiting for Hermione and Neville to arrive. The room responds to your intent remarkably well, Nix observed, materializing briefly on Harry's shoulder before dissolving back into shadow. It contains echoes of ancient magic, older even than your Slytherin. Founder's magic, Harry whispered back in Parseltongue. Probably Ravenclaw's design, from what Slytherin told me. A soft knock interrupted their conversation. Harry opened the door to find Hermione and Neville waiting nervously in the corridor. We weren't sure this was the right place, Hermione said, eyes widening as she took in the room. This is amazing, Harry. It's exactly what we need for practice. Neville entered more cautiously, clutching his wand like it might explode. Gran would have a fit if she knew I was learning unsanctioned spells, he muttered, though a glint of determination shone in his eyes. What's taught at Hogwarts is only a fraction of useful magic, Harry replied, closing the door behind them. Today, we're starting with something that could save your life, a shield charm. But that's fourth-year material. Hermione exclaimed. Labels like first year or fourth year are arbitrary, Harry said, echoing Slytherin's teachings. Magic responds to intent and will, not age or school schedules. He moved to the center of the room. The incantation is Protego. The wand movement is a sharp upward diagonal slash followed by a quarter turn. He demonstrated slowly. But more important than either is your visualization. Imagine your magic forming a solid barrier between you and danger. For the next hour, Harry guided them through the fundamentals of the shield charm. Hermione, predictably, grasped the theory immediately but struggled with the magical power required. Neville had the opposite problem. His shields flared with impressive strength but lacked consistency and focus. You're both making excellent progress, Harry encouraged after their 20th attempt. Hermione, try feeling the magic rather than thinking about it. Neville, your power is impressive, now work on controlling it with clear intention. On her next attempt, Hermione produced a shield that, while small, held steady against Harry's minor stinging hex. Her face lit up with accomplishment. I did it. It's like feeling the magic as an extension of myself rather than a separate force to control. Exactly, Harry nodded approvingly. Magic isn't just a tool, it's part of you. Neville watched with a mixture of admiration and frustration. I'll never get this right, he sighed after another failed attempt sent his wand clattering across the room. Harry retrieved the wand, studying it thoughtfully. Neville, this wand, it doesn't feel like a good match for you. It was my dad's, Neville said quietly. Gran wanted me to use it. Said it would be proud to serve me. Harry thought of Ollivander's words, the wand chooses the wizard. Wands aren't meant to be inherited, he said gently. They form unique bonds with their wizards. Using your father's wand honors his memory, but it might be limiting your magic. But Gran would never, we'll worry about that later, Harry interrupted. For now, try this. He pulled the blackthorn wand from his robes, his first wand from Slytherin's sanctuary, which he kept as a backup. Just for practice. Neville hesitantly took the offered wand. As his fingers closed around it, his eyes widened. It feels warm. Try the shield charm again, Harry suggested. Neville raised the blackthorn wand. Protego. A shield erupted before him, not perfect, but far more substantial than his previous attempts. It shimmered with a faint bluish light, holding steady for nearly 10 seconds before dissipating. I did it. Neville exclaimed, staring at the wand in amazement. The wand responded to your magic better, Harry explained. It's still not a perfect match, but closer than your father's. Can I keep practicing with it? Neville asked eagerly. Today, yes, Harry agreed. But eventually, you'll need your own properly matched wand. As they continued practicing, Harry observed his friends with satisfaction. Both were progressing faster than typical first years, Hermione through sheer determination and intellectual grasp, Neville through finally accessing his previously blocked magical potential. Why are you teaching us this, Harry? Hermione asked during a break. Not that I'm complaining, but this isn't ordinary study help. Harry considered how much to reveal. Because things at Hogwarts aren't as safe as they appear. The troll, my broom being hexed, these weren't random events. You think someone's targeting you specifically, Hermione deduced. But why? I survived when Voldemort tried to kill me, Harry said simply, noting how both his friends flinched at the name. That makes me either very special or very lucky, either way, a person of interest to anyone connected to him. You think you know whose followers are at Hogwarts? Neville asked, suddenly pale. I think it's prudent to be prepared, Harry replied carefully. Which is why we're learning defensive magic first. By the end of the session, both Hermione and Neville could produce functional, if basic, shield charms. They agreed to meet twice weekly for additional practice, with Harry promising to introduce stunning spells next. As they left the room of requirement, Harry felt a surge of satisfaction. Teaching others forced him to clarify his own understanding of magical principles, something Slytherin had predicted when encouraging him to find worthy students. "You'd make a good professor someday, Harry," Hermione commented as they parted at the grand staircase. Harry smiled. "Maybe. For now, I'm happy just being a good friend." The sincere gratitude in their eyes made something warm unfold in his chest, a feeling quite different from the pride of magical accomplishment or the satisfaction of political maneuvering. It felt, he realized, like genuine connection, something his life with the Dursleys had sorely lacked. As November's chill gave way to December's frost, Harry balanced his increasingly complex life at Hogwarts. Regular classes, Quidditch practice, secret training sessions with Hermione and Neville, and his own private research all demanded attention. During this time, Nix continued exploring the castle, mapping its secrets and monitoring key areas of interest. The Shadow Serpent's most significant discovery came a week before Christmas holidays. "I have found it," Nix announced one night, materializing on Harry's bed behind closed curtains. Another entrance to Slytherin's sanctuary network. Harry sat up eagerly. "Where?" "Deep beneath the castle, beyond the regular dungeons. There is a hidden passage behind a serpent carving that responds to Parseltongue." The next evening, Harry slipped away from the common room under the pretense of visiting the library. With Nix guiding him through rarely used corridors, he descended past the familiar dungeon level into older, rougher passages that predated Hogwarts' current configuration. "Here," Nix indicated, stopping before what appeared to be a solid wall. Upon closer inspection, Harry noticed a small, worn carving of a serpent, almost invisible against the dark stone. He placed his hand against it, feeling a faint magical resonance. Open to the air of Slytherin's knowledge, he hissed in Parseltongue. The carving glowed with emerald light and the wall silently receded, revealing a narrow passageway. Harry entered cautiously, his wand illuminated with a soft lumos. The passage descended steeply for several hundred feet before opening into a chamber similar to the one beneath Privet Drive, though considerably larger. 7 archways surrounded a central dais where a familiar silver basin waited. "Welcome, apprentice," came the familiar voice as Salazar Slytherin's form rose from the swirling liquid. "I see you have discovered another node in my network." "Master Slytherin," Harry greeted with a respectful bow. "I'm relieved to find you here. There's much to discuss." The apparition studied him with keen interest. "You have grown in both power and presence since our last meeting. Hogwarts suits you, as does my house, I presume." "The Sorting Hat placed me in Slytherin immediately," Harry confirmed. "It recognized your influence." "Naturally. My magic leaves distinctive patterns." Slytherin gestured around the chamber. "This sanctuary is one of my more significant creations, built into Hogwarts' very foundations before the castle proper was constructed. From here, I monitored the wards containing the void for centuries." "About that," Harry said urgently. "I've been experiencing strange dreams, visions of darkness with countless eyes, watching and waiting. Sometimes I hear whispers in a language I don't recognize but somehow understand." Slytherin's expression grew grave. "The void stirs. As I feared, its bindings weaken over time." He drifted closer to Harry. "These dreams, when did they begin?" "After the Quidditch match last month. I was nearly killed when someone hexed my broom. Since then, the dreams come almost nightly." "Show me," Slytherin commanded, extending a translucent hand toward Harry's forehead. Harry lowered his occlumency shields, allowing Slytherin's consciousness to access his recent memories. The sensation was strange, not invasive like Snape's or Dumbledore's legilimency attempts, but more like cool water flowing through specific channels of his mind. After several minutes, Slytherin withdrew. "Troubling. The void reaches for you specifically, Harry Potter. It senses your connection to me, and possibly to something else." His form shimmered with concern. "This parasite within your defense, Professor. I glimpsed it through your familiar's observations. Its magical signature seems corrupted, twisted, but reminiscent of something once noble. You think it's connected to the void? Harry asked. Not directly. But perhaps this. Voldemort encountered aspects of the void's power during his dark experiments. Slytherin began pacing, a habit Harry found oddly human for a magical memory. The object he seeks, the Philosopher's Stone, would grant him physical restoration. A dangerous prospect indeed. Harry explained everything he'd learned about Quirrell's behavior, the stone's protections, and his suspicion that Voldemort somehow survived their encounter 10 years ago. Soul magic, Slytherin murmured after considering the evidence. Dark and perilous work, but not unknown in my time. To survive the death of one's body requires anchoring the soul to the physical realm through unnatural means. Is that how you preserved yourself in these sanctuaries? Harry asked. No, Slytherin replied sharply. My sanctuaries contain preserved consciousness and knowledge, memories and magical imprints, not soul fragments. What this Voldemort has done is fundamentally different, a violation of nature's laws. The vehemence in Slytherin's voice surprised Harry. Despite his reputation for dark magic, the founder clearly considered some paths too ethically troubling to pursue. How do I stop him from getting the stone? Harry asked. Slytherin considered. Direct confrontation would be unwise. This entity has decades of magical experience and nothing to lose. Your best approach is to ensure the stone's current protections remain intact while preparing contingencies should they fail. The protections are created by the Hogwarts professors, including Quirrell himself, Harry pointed out. A strategic error on Dumbledore's part, Slytherin noted, though perhaps intentional. The old wizard plays deep games. He studied Harry thoughtfully. Your magical education must accelerate. With access to this sanctuary, we can continue your training properly. For the next several hours, Slytherin guided Harry through more advanced magical techniques. They focused particularly on defensive magic, silent casting, and magical detection spells that would alert Harry to nearby dark magic. Your progress is remarkable, Slytherin commented as Harry successfully cast a complex shield variation that could repel most dark curses. Few wizards twice your age could channel magic so efficiently. I had an excellent teacher, Harry replied with a smile. True, but the aptitude is yours. Magic responds to you naturally, it recognizes something in your core. Slytherin's expression grew thoughtful. There is a theory, rarely discussed in modern times, that magic itself possesses a form of awareness, that it chooses certain vessels through which to express its fullest potential. You think I'm one of these vessels? I think possibility surrounds you like an aura, apprentice. Whether by fate, circumstance, or something more deliberate, you stand at a confluence of significant magical currents. Slytherin gestured to an archway that had begun to glow. Come. There is something you should see. The archway led to a circular chamber whose walls displayed moving images, similar to the mural in the sanctuary beneath Privet Drive, but more dynamic and detailed. The images showed Hogwarts from various periods throughout its history, shifting and changing as they watched. A historical record? Harry asked. More than that. This chamber monitors the magical integrity of Hogwarts and its surroundings. Slytherin directed Harry's attention to one section where the images appeared distorted, the colors bleeding into darkness at the edges. Here, the eastern foundations. The bindings weaken. Harry studied the affected area. That's near the third-floor corridor, where the stone is hidden. Not coincidental, I suspect. Powerful artifacts often affect magical fields around them, creating vulnerabilities. Slytherin's expression grew stern. The Philosopher's Stone is a remarkable creation, but its presence may be exacerbating an existing weakness in the void's containment. So retrieving the stone might actually help secure the bindings? Harry asked. Perhaps. Though moving it carelessly could cause greater disruption. Slytherin studied the displays with evident concern. These patterns suggest a gradual deterioration rather than immediate danger. We have time to plan carefully. As Harry's lesson continued, he absorbed not just magical techniques but a deeper understanding of how magic itself flowed through Hogwarts. Slytherin explained how the castle's foundations were deliberately placed at intersections of natural magical currents, creating a lattice of power that both contained the void and channeled energy for educational purposes. The other founders saw only the benefits of this arrangement, Slytherin explained. But I always maintained a healthy caution regarding the void's containment. That vigilance was mistaken for paranoia, even obsession, in later years. Is that why you left Hogwarts? Harry asked. Not because of disagreements about Muggleborns. Slytherin's apparition smiled grimly. The history books simplify complex truths, apprentice. My concerns about Muggleborns were primarily security-related, fear that those with divided loyalties might compromise our defenses against the void. When the others dismissed these concerns, focusing only on education rather than our original purpose as guardians, I chose to create my own safeguards. This revelation aligned with Harry's growing suspicion that wizarding history had been sanitized, complex conflicts reduced to simplistic narratives of good and evil. It made him wonder what other historical truths might be distorted or incomplete. When he finally left the sanctuary hours later, his mind was full of new knowledge and troubling questions. If the Philosopher's Stone's presence was weakening ancient bindings, and Voldemort sought the stone for resurrection, the situation was more complex than a simple case of preventing theft. Multiple dangerous elements were converging, with Hogwarts, and Harry himself, at the center. As the Christmas holidays approached, the castle filled with festive decorations. 12 enormous Christmas trees stood in the Great Hall, adorned with magical ornaments and real fairy lights. Enchanted snow fell from the ceiling, evaporating before reaching the tables below. Suits of armor were bewitched to sing carols whenever someone passed by. In the Slytherin common room, the atmosphere was more subdued but no less elegant. Silver and emerald decorations adorned the stone walls, and a magnificent tree stood near the fireplace, its ornaments shaped like serpents that occasionally slithered from branch to branch. Most students were preparing to return home for the holidays. Harry, obviously, had no desire to see the Dursleys, and the discovery of Slytherin's sanctuary within Hogwarts made staying an easy choice. He was surprised, however, to learn that Daphne Greengrass would also be remaining. Family business in Europe, she explained when he inquired. My parents thought it more practical for me to stay here this year. The prospect of spending 2 weeks in a nearly empty castle with Daphne both intrigued and unnerved Harry. Their relationship had developed into something between friendship and formal alliance, with an undercurrent of mutual assessment that made every conversation feel like a subtle chess match. The day before most students departed, Hermione sought Harry out in the library. I've been researching Nicholas Flamel, she whispered, sliding into the chair opposite him. Harry looked up from his ancient runes text, extracurricular reading that Slytherin had recommended. The Alchemist? Yes. I knew the name sounded familiar. He created the Philosopher's Stone, the only one in existence. It transforms any metal into pure gold and produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. That explains why it's hidden at Hogwarts, Harry nodded, feigning new realization. And why someone might want to steal it. Hermione leaned closer. Harry, if Professor Quirrell is after the stone, whether for himself or someone else, we need to tell Dumbledore. With what evidence? Harry countered gently. A hexed broom that could have been anyone, and our subjective assessment of a professor's behavior. But, Dumbledore already knows the stone is valuable enough to need protection, Harry reasoned. He arranged all the defenses himself. If we go to him without concrete proof, we'll just look like nosy first-years. Hermione bit her lip, clearly torn between her respect for authority and her concern for Harry. Promise you won't do anything reckless over the holidays. No investigating the third-floor corridor alone. I promise, Harry said sincerely. He had no intention of approaching the corridor without proper preparation, something Slytherin was helping him develop. After Hermione left to finish packing, Harry remained in the library, his mind turning over the connections between Flammel, the stone, and the weakening magical binding Slytherin had shown him. Was Dumbledore aware of the stone's effect on Hogwarts' ancient protections? Was that why it had been moved from Gringotts to the school, not just for safekeeping, but for some greater purpose? Deep thoughts, Potter. Harry looked up to find Daphne observing him, her blue eyes reflecting the library's lamplight. Today she wore her hair in a simple braid rather than her usual loose arrangement, giving her a more approachable appearance. Just considering some magical theory, he replied, closing his book. Are you all packed? Hours ago. She glanced at the ancient runes text. Interesting choice for a first year. Planning to take it as an elective next year? Knowledge of runes opens doors to more sophisticated magic, Harry said, quoting Slytherin. Why limit myself to standard curriculum when there's so much more to learn? Daphne's lips curved in a small smile. A very Slytherin attitude. She sat across from him, her posture perfect as always. I've been meaning to ask you something, Potter. Yes. Your magical abilities. She chose her words carefully. They don't align with someone raised without magical knowledge. The shield charm you cast during Flitwick's demonstration last week was fourth-year quality. Your transfiguration work shows understanding of principles McGonagall hasn't taught yet. And your performance against the troll was remarkable. It wasn't quite a question, but the implication was clear. Harry considered his response carefully, knowing Daphne was too perceptive to be fooled by simple deflection. I found some family materials over the summer, he said, offering the same partial truth he'd given Hermione. Books, notes, things left behind by my parents. They contain spells and theories beyond the standard first-year material. And you mastered advanced magic in a few months of self-study? Daphne raised a skeptical eyebrow. Harry shrugged. Magic feels natural to me. Like remembering rather than learning. This was closer to the full truth than he'd admitted to anyone else. Under Slytherin's tutelage, magical principles often did feel like knowledge remembered rather than newly acquired, as if the founder's teachings were unlocking something already present in Harry's magical core. Daphne studied him silently, her expression revealing nothing of her thoughts. Finally, she said, my family possesses certain historical documents. Records not found in standard wizarding histories. What kind of records? Harry asked, his interest piqued. Accounts of the founder's era that differ significantly from the accepted narrative. Particularly regarding Salazar Slytherin's departure from Hogwarts. She watched him intently as she spoke. Harry maintained a neutral expression, though his heart rate increased. Historical revisionism isn't uncommon. Victors write the histories, after all. Indeed. But some revisions bury truths deemed too dangerous for common knowledge. She leaned forward slightly. Such as the real reason Hogwarts was built in this precise location. Now Harry couldn't hide his surprise. You know about the void? As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized his mistake. Daphne's eyes widened fractionally, the equivalent of open-mouthed shock from someone less controlled. I was testing a theory, she said softly. I didn't expect confirmation quite so readily. Harry inwardly cursed his lapse. Slytherin would be disappointed in such careless revelation. What exactly do you know? He asked, keeping his voice even. My family's records speak of an ancient darkness the founders united against, a force they contained rather than destroyed. The texts call it, the devouring void. Daphne's voice had dropped to barely above a whisper. Slytherin believed the containment wasn't permanent, that eventually the seals would weaken. His insistence on vigilance was mistaken for paranoia by the other founders. That aligns with some of my reading, Harry acknowledged carefully. Does it now? Daphne gave him a look that suggested she knew there was more to it. The Greengrass Library contains fragments of Slytherin's personal journals, copies made before the originals were lost. They reference a network of watchpoints from which the seals could be monitored and reinforced. Harry realized he'd underestimated Daphne significantly. The Greengrass family apparently possessed knowledge few in the wizarding world maintained. The question was how much she had pieced together about his own connection to Slytherin. "Why tell me this?" he asked directly. "Because something strange is happening at Hogwarts this year," she replied. "The castle's magic feels unsettled. As someone sensitive to magical currents, I've noticed fluctuations that shouldn't be possible given Hogwarts' warding structure. And you think it's connected to this void? I think you know more than you're saying, Potter." Her gaze was steady, challenging. "And I think sharing knowledge would benefit us both." The directness of her approach demanded equal honesty, or at least the appearance of it. "You're right that I've been researching Hogwarts' foundations and Slytherin's true history," Harry admitted. "And yes, I've found references to the void and its containment. But why would that benefit you to know? The Greengrass family has maintained certain responsibilities for centuries," Daphne said carefully. "Obligations related to magical balance and stability. If the containment is weakening, we should be involved in addressing it." This was unexpected, the possibility that certain families might have inherited monitoring duties related to the void's containment. It made strategic sense. Slytherin wouldn't have relied solely on his own measures lasting indefinitely. "I need to consider this carefully," Harry said finally. "What you're suggesting goes beyond typical student concerns." "Of course." Daphne stood gracefully. "We have 2 weeks of relative privacy ahead of us. Perhaps we can continue this discussion after you've had time to reflect." She paused, then added, "Whatever you decide, Potter, know that House Greengrass honors its ancient commitments. Some allegiances transcend politics." With that cryptic statement, she left the library, leaving Harry with far more questions than answers. The possibility of an ally who understood the true history of Hogwarts and the void was significant, but so was the risk of revealing too much about his connection to Slytherin. He would need to consult with the founder himself before deciding how much to share with Daphne Greengrass. Christmas morning dawned cold and white, with thick snow covering the grounds and frost etching elaborate patterns on the windows. Harry woke to find a small pile of presents at the foot of his bed, the first real Christmas gifts he could remember receiving. From Hermione came a large box of chocolate frogs with a note about starting his own card collection. Neville had sent a handsome eagle feather quill with color-changing ink. Even Hagrid had contributed, gifting a roughly carved wooden flute that sounded like an owl when played. More surprisingly, several Slytherins had left token gifts, mostly expensive sweets or small magical trinkets. Even Draco Malfoy had included a pair of Quidditch gloves with a note reading, "To ensure continued Slytherin victory. Malfoy." The most curious package was long and light, wrapped in plain paper with no card. Inside, Harry found a fluid, silvery gray cloth that seemed to flow like water. When he picked it up, it felt strange, like woven air. "An invisibility cloak," Nyx hissed, materializing to inspect the gift. "And an exceptional one. Its magic tastes ancient, undimmed by time." Harry draped it over his shoulders, looking down to see his body completely vanished. A small note had fallen from the packaging. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you." The note was unsigned, but Harry suspected Dumbledore. Who else would have had possession of his father's belongings? The gift raised questions about the headmaster's intentions. Was it simply a kind gesture, returning a family heirloom? Or did Dumbledore have some ulterior motive for giving an invisibility cloak to a curious first year? His contemplation was interrupted by an elegant snowy owl arriving at his window, bearing a small package wrapped in silver paper. Inside was a delicate silver pendant shaped like a shield, inlaid with tiny emeralds and inscribed with protective runes. The accompanying note read simply, "For continued focus and protection." D.G. Harry examined the pendant with appreciation. Daphne's gift was both tasteful and practical. The runes were genuine protective enchantments, not merely decorative. He placed it around his neck, feeling a subtle warmth as the magic integrated with his own. The final package was the smallest, a flat square box wrapped in green paper. Inside lay a simple silver ring bearing the Slytherin crest. A note in unfamiliar handwriting accompanied it, to the unexpected serpent. Your recent performances merit recognition. The ring is charmed to warm when in proximity to certain poisons and hexes. SS Professor Snape. The gift surprised Harry, practical, valuable, and implying a degree of approval he hadn't expected from the reserved potions master. Perhaps their complex relationship was evolving beyond initial suspicion. After arranging his gifts carefully in his trunk, Harry headed to the Great Hall for Christmas breakfast. The house tables had been replaced by a single table where the few remaining students and professors sat together. Only 3 other Slytherins had stayed for the holidays, Daphne and 2 seventh-years focused on NEWT preparation. Happy Christmas, Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall greeted as he took a seat. Her typical severity was softened by a festive tartan hat. Happy Christmas, Professor, Harry replied, helping himself to scrambled eggs. Professor Dumbledore wore a flowered bonnet from a wizard cracker and was attempting to engage Professor Snape in a round of holiday riddles. The potions master's expression suggested he'd rather be drinking poison than participating, yet he tolerated the headmaster's enthusiasm with rigid politeness. When Daphne entered, Harry noticed she wore a simple but elegant emerald dress robe rather than the usual school uniform. She took the empty seat beside him, nodding politely to the professors before turning to Harry. The pendant suits you, she observed quietly. Thank you. It's a thoughtful gift. Harry touched it briefly. The protective enchantments are impressive. She smiled faintly. Family specialty. The Greengrass grimoire contains several unique warding patterns. Throughout breakfast, Harry was aware of both Snape and Dumbledore watching him with varying degrees of subtlety. The headmaster's twinkling gaze seemed particularly interested in Harry's interactions with Daphne, while Snape's dark eyes narrowed whenever Harry touched the ring on his finger. I see you received Professor Snape's gift, Daphne murmured, following Harry's gaze. A rare honor. He seldom acknowledges students so directly. How did you know it was from him? The enchantment style. Poison detection is something of a specialty of his. She sipped her pumpkin juice. Interesting that both of us chose protective gifts for you. Almost as if we sense you might need such precautions. Before Harry could respond, Dumbledore stood to propose a toast. To fellowship and new friendships, the headmaster said warmly, raising his goblet. May the season's brightness illuminate our darkest corners. As everyone drank, Harry noticed Dumbledore's eyes fixed on him, the twinkling gaze containing something more searching beneath its surface. The headmaster's words seemed chosen specifically to probe, new friendships, darkness, illumination. Was he trying to communicate something? After breakfast, Harry and Daphne walked through the snow-covered grounds, their breath forming clouds in the frigid air. With most students away, they could speak more freely than usual. Have you considered our library discussion? Daphne asked as they circled the frozen lake. I have, Harry replied. What exactly do you mean by your family having responsibilities related to magical balance? Daphne was quiet for a moment, evidently weighing how much to reveal. After Slytherin left Hogwarts, he established connections with several families he trusted, creating a network of watchers separate from the other founders' influence. The Greengrasses were among those families. Watchers for what? For signs that the void's containment was weakening. She pulled her cloak tighter against the cold. Every Greengrass heir learns certain detection spells and warning signs. We're taught to monitor magical currents for disturbances that might indicate destabilization. And you've detected such disturbances recently? She nodded. Since September. Subtle at first, ripples in the magical fabric around Hogwarts. But growing stronger, particularly around the Forbidden Corridor. This aligned precisely with what Slytherin had shown Harry in the sanctuary. You think whatever's hidden there is affecting the containment? Powerful magical artifacts can disrupt existing enchantments, Daphne confirmed. Especially something as potent as the Philosopher's Stone. Harry stopped walking, turning to face her directly. You know about the stone? Family connections, she said simply. Nicholas Flamel consulted my grandfather on certain alchemical processes decades ago. When rumors spread that something valuable had been moved from Gringotts to Hogwarts, it wasn't difficult to make the connection. The depth of Daphne's knowledge continued to surprise Harry. She was far better informed than a typical first year, perhaps even better informed than most adults. If what you're saying is true, Harry said carefully, the situation is more complex than a simple theft attempt. The stone's presence might be creating a vulnerability in ancient protections. Exactly. Daphne studied him intently. The question is, how do you know about these protections, Potter? The void's containment isn't mentioned in any standard texts. Even most purebloods believe Hogwarts was built solely as a school. Harry made a calculated decision. Complete honesty was impossible, but Daphne had offered enough genuine information to deserve something substantial in return. I've discovered certain hidden spaces in Hogwarts, he admitted. Places containing historical records predating the school's founding. They show the founders as warriors first, teachers second, united against a darkness they contained rather than destroyed. Slytherin's watchpoints, Daphne breathed, eyes widening slightly. You've found one. Harry nodded cautiously. It contains information about the void and how it's bound. According to these records, the bindings are indeed weakening, accelerated by the stone's presence. This confirms my family's suspicions. Daphne's usual composure slipped momentarily, revealing genuine concern. We need to address this before the containment deteriorates further. By removing the stone? Possibly. Or by reinforcing the bindings. She hesitated, then added, some of the old texts suggest Slytherin created methods to strengthen the seals, rituals that channel magic directly into the containment network. Blood magic, Harry guessed, remembering Slytherin's teachings. Daphne raised an eyebrow. Yes. How did you know? Logical deduction. Blood carries magical signature and intent more directly than any other medium. Another of Slytherin's lessons, though Harry presented it as his own reasoning. They had circled back toward the castle, their footprints leaving parallel tracks in the fresh snow. The winter sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the grounds. We should continue this discussion somewhere warmer, Daphne suggested. And more private. Harry thought of Slytherin's sanctuary but immediately dismissed the idea. Regardless of Daphne's knowledge or potential as an ally, revealing the founder's preserved consciousness was too significant a step. The room of requirement, he suggested instead. It can provide whatever space we need, and ensures privacy. Daphne nodded her agreement, and they made their way to the 7th floor. Harry paced 3 times before the blank wall, thinking, we need a place to discuss ancient magic and the void's containment. The door that appeared was unlike any configuration Harry had previously created. Made of dark wood bound with iron, it swung open to reveal a circular stone chamber reminiscent of Slytherin's sanctuary but with elements Harry didn't recognize, symbols etched into the floor and walls, shelves containing ancient-looking scrolls, and a large table displaying what appeared to be a magical model of Hogwarts and its foundations. The room knows what we need, Harry murmured, impressed by its responsiveness to their specific purpose. Daphne entered slowly, her gaze sweeping the chamber with evident recognition. This resembles descriptions from my family's records, she said softly. A working space designed for monitoring and reinforcing magical boundaries. For the next several hours, they exchanged knowledge and theories. Harry shared what he'd learned about the void's nature and the weakening bindings, careful to present the information as discoveries from his research rather than Slytherin's direct teachings. Daphne, in turn, explained the Greengrass family's traditional role as warders, magical sentinels who monitored containment integrity. Every generation, one Greengrass child is trained in the old methods, she explained. I've been receiving instruction since I was 7. So your being in Slytherin isn't coincidental, Harry observed. The Greengrass heir traditionally attends Hogwarts in Slytherin House, she confirmed. We maintain the connection to Salazar's legacy, even if most have forgotten its true purpose. As evening approached, their discussion turned practical. If the stone is exacerbating the weakness, Harry reasoned, the most direct solution would be removing it. But that brings its own risks. Primarily alerting whoever seeks it, Daphne agreed. This presence within Professor Quirrell would certainly notice any attempt to relocate the stone. Not to mention explaining to Dumbledore how 2 first-years know about both the stone and thousand-year-old magical bindings, Harry added wryly. Daphne smiled slightly. A valid concern. Though I suspect the headmaster knows more than he reveals about both situations. Which leaves strengthening the bindings directly, Harry concluded. Using the methods you mentioned. Blood magic is heavily regulated, Potter. For good reason. Daphne's expression grew serious. It's powerful but dangerous, particularly for the caster. The rituals described in my family grimoire require significant magical sacrifice. What kind of sacrifice? Harry asked, though he suspected the answer. Magical energy drawn directly from one's core. It can temporarily deplete a wizard's power, leaving them vulnerable. She looked at him steadily. In extreme cases, it can permanently diminish magical capacity. Harry considered this soberly. The risk was significant, but so were the stakes. If the void's containment failed, the consequences would extend far beyond personal safety. We need more information before attempting anything that drastic, he decided. About both the stone's defenses and the exact state of the bindings. Daphne nodded her agreement. My family has traditional methods for assessing magical barriers. I can perform a diagnosis spell that might give us clearer information about the weakening points. And I can gather more specific details about the stone's protections, Harry offered. My resources include some exploration capabilities. They agreed to reconvene in 2 days with their findings. As they prepared to leave the room of requirement, Daphne paused at the door. Potter, she said, her voice unusually hesitant. I should warn you that these matters go beyond typical student concerns. We're dealing with magic that shaped Britain's magical foundation. The risks are commensurate with the importance. I understand, Harry assured her. But doing nothing carries its own risks. She studied him with those piercing blue eyes. You're not what I expected when I first saw the famous boy who lived on the train. You're older somehow. As if you've carried responsibilities far longer than 11 years. The observation struck uncomfortably close to Harry's complicated relationship with Slytherin. In many ways, he was carrying centuries of knowledge and purpose that had been passed to him by the founder. Life with the Dursleys required growing up quickly, he replied, offering a partial truth. And finding out I'm a wizard with a famous history didn't exactly simplify things. Daphne seemed to accept this explanation. Well, it seems we both carry unusual burdens for first years. At least now we carry them together. The statement held an offer of genuine alliance, perhaps even friendship, that went beyond their previous careful political positioning. Harry found himself smiling in response. Together, then, he agreed. That night, Harry returned to Slytherin's sanctuary beneath Hogwarts. The founder's apparition appeared concerned when Harry described his conversations with Daphne. The Greengrass family, Slytherin mused. Yes, I remember establishing connections with them. Prudent landowners with an unusual sensitivity to magical currents. I'm pleased to see they maintained their vigilance over the centuries. Can she be trusted? Harry asked directly. With knowledge of the void and its containment, yes. Their family magic is literally bound to that purpose. Slytherin's form shimmered thoughtfully. With knowledge of my preserved consciousness, however, that requires more consideration. She's already guessed I've found one of your watch points, Harry pointed out. It's a small step to wondering how I've learned so much from ancient records. True. But there is significant difference between finding my records and finding me. Slytherin circled Harry, his translucent form leaving faint magical traces in the air. The Greengrass girl could be a valuable ally, particularly given her family's traditional role. Yet revealing my existence creates vulnerability. Knowledge shared cannot be unshared. After careful deliberation, they agreed on a measured approach. Harry would continue working with Daphne on monitoring and potentially reinforcing the bindings, sharing knowledge from Slytherin's teachings but not revealing the Founder's preserved consciousness unless absolutely necessary. Now, regarding these dreams you've experienced, Slytherin said, changing topics. I wish to examine them more thoroughly. Harry lowered his occlumency shields, allowing Slytherin's consciousness to access the recent nightmares that had plagued him. In these dreams, darkness surrounded him, not mere absence of light but something actively consuming it. Countless eyes opened within the darkness, watching with ancient hunger. Whispers in an unknown language filled his mind, conveying concepts beyond human understanding. After several minutes of silent examination, Slytherin withdrew. The void reaches for you specifically, he confirmed grimly. It senses both my magical influence and something else, something in your own magical signature that attracts its attention. What could that be? Harry asked, concerned. I am uncertain. Your curse scar carries dark magic unlike anything from my era. Perhaps the void recognizes a kindred darkness there. Slytherin gestured to one of the side chambers. We must strengthen your mental defenses beyond standard occlumency. The void attacks through dreams because that's when consciousness is most vulnerable to external influence. In the indicated chamber, Slytherin guided Harry through a complex ritual involving runic inscriptions and specialized meditation techniques. The process took several hours, leaving Harry mentally exhausted but with significantly reinforced psychic barriers. These protections should reduce the dream's intensity and frequency, Slytherin explained. Though they cannot eliminate the connection entirely. The void is too fundamental a force to be completely blocked. What exactly is the void? Harry asked, a question he'd never fully articulated before. You've described what it does, but not what it is. Slytherin was silent for a long moment. Some questions have answers too vast for human comprehension, he finally replied. The simplest explanation is that the void is what existed before existence itself, the primordial chaos from which reality was formed. It resents the ordered universe that replaced it and continually seeks to reclaim what was once its domain. And it gained access to our world how? Through human folly, naturally, Slytherin said with grim humor. Ancient wizards, predecessors to what you would call Atlanteans, sought power beyond mortal understanding. They tore the veil between realms, allowing the void partial entry. The resulting cataclysm sank their civilization and would have consumed all of Britain had the nascent magical community not contained it. And you and the other founders reinforced those original containments? Slytherin nodded. We discovered the weakening seals while exploring sites of magical significance. Godric wanted to destroy the void outright, typical Gryffindor bravado. Rowena calculated that complete destruction was impossible, one cannot eliminate primordial chaos without unraveling reality itself. Helga suggested strengthening the existing containment. I developed the actual binding rituals. This history, absent from any book Harry had encountered, painted the founders in a completely different light from the conventional narrative of 4 educators establishing a school. They had been warriors and guardians first, facing cosmic threats while most wizards remained oblivious. And now those bindings weaken again, Harry murmured. As all things do with time. Slytherin's expression grew solemn. The cycle repeats, danger emerges, guardians arise, containment is established, vigilance fades, danger re-emerges. I had hoped my preserved consciousness would help break this cycle, providing continuity of knowledge across generations. It has, Harry assured him. Through me, and possibly through Daphne and her family. Perhaps. But broader awareness may eventually be necessary. Slytherin gestured toward the monitoring chamber they had visited earlier. The deterioration progresses slowly but steadily. The philosopher's stone's removal would likely slow the process, buying time for more permanent solutions. As Harry prepared to leave, Slytherin added, "Be cautious with the Greengrass girl, apprentice. Not because I doubt her intentions, but because knowledge of these matters carries inherent danger. The more deeply one understands the void, the more its attention turns toward them." Is that why it focuses on me? Because I know about it? Partially. But I suspect there's more to its interest in you, something connected to your unique history and the dark magic that scarred you. Slytherin's form began to fade back into the silver basin. Continue your alliance with caution, and report any significant developments immediately. Harry nodded, promising to return after gathering more information about the stone's protections. As he made his way back through the hidden passage toward the main castle, he reflected on how his priorities had shifted since arriving at Hogwarts. What had begun as a personal journey of magical discovery had evolved into something far more consequential. The threat wasn't just Voldemort seeking the stone for resurrection, but an ancient cosmic force potentially breaking free from thousand-year-old bindings. And somehow, Harry found himself at the center of both situations. Over the next few days, Harry and Daphne divided their efforts. Using his father's invisibility cloak, Harry conducted careful nighttime reconnaissance of the third-floor corridor, while Nix explored the more dangerous areas beyond the trapdoor. Meanwhile, Daphne performed complex diagnostic spells at key points throughout the castle, mapping the magical currents and identifying weaknesses in the ancient containment. They met each evening in the Room of Requirement to share their findings and develop potential strategies. The room continued providing the circular chamber with its magical model of Hogwarts, which proved invaluable for visualizing the issues they discussed. "The weakening is most severe here," Daphne indicated on the model, pointing to an area directly beneath the third-floor corridor. "The magical currents that should flow smoothly through this section are disrupted, creating a sort of eddy effect." Exactly where the stone is hidden, Harry confirmed. Nix reports that the protections have been arranged in sequence, a gauntlet of challenges rather than concurrent defenses. "Inefficient design," Daphne remarked with a frown. "Almost as if they're meant to be navigated rather than truly prevent access." "My thoughts exactly," Harry agreed. Dumbledore must have some deeper purpose beyond simply hiding the stone. Their collaboration developed a comfortable rhythm, each contributing unique knowledge and perspectives. Harry found himself increasingly impressed by Daphne's magical aptitude and analytical mind. Unlike Hermione's sometimes rigid adherence to textbook approaches, Daphne combined formal magical training with intuitive understanding of how magical energies interacted. During one evening session, as they practiced a complex diagnostic charm together, Harry noticed Daphne watching him with unusual intensity. "What is it?" he asked, lowering his wand. "Your magical aura," she said thoughtfully. "It's changed since we began this work. There's a resonance pattern I haven't noticed before, like harmonic overtones in music." Harry tensed slightly. "Is that unusual?" "It's consistent with someone who's been working with very old magic," she replied. "The kind passed down through direct apprenticeship rather than books." Her perception was uncomfortably accurate. The magical resonance she observed likely resulted from Slytherin's direct influence on Harry's magical development, a master-apprentice connection that literally shaped how his magic manifested. "Perhaps it's from working with the diagnostic spells you've taught me," he suggested, deflecting slightly. "They're family magic, after all, designed for direct transmission rather than written instruction." Daphne accepted this explanation with a slight nod, though her gaze remained thoughtful. "The spells are responding to you more strongly than they should for a first attempt. It's almost as if..." "As if what?" "As if you already have an established connection to the magical signatures we're monitoring." She stepped closer, studying him with those penetrating blue eyes. "Potter, is there something more direct about your access to Slytherin's watchpoints than you've shared?" The question came dangerously close to uncovering his apprenticeship. Harry chose his words carefully, offering another partial truth. "When I first discovered one of the hidden chambers, there was an initiation of sorts. A magical recognition that granted deeper access to the information stored there. Blood recognition. Daphne guessed. Many ancient magical systems used blood as both key and covenant. Harry nodded, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the faint serpentine mark around his wrist, the apprenticeship mark Slytherin had placed on him, which usually remained invisible but sometimes manifested during intense magical work. Daphne drew a sharp breath. That's a magical binding mark. Far more significant than simple blood recognition. She looked up from the mark to his face. The chamber didn't just admit you, Potter. It chose you. What do you mean? These marks were used in the old apprenticeship systems, when masters would bind chosen students to their magical lineage. Her voice had dropped to an almost reverent whisper. Slytherin's watchpoints weren't designed to admit just anyone with the right knowledge. They were waiting for someone specific. You think I was chosen? Harry asked, genuinely unsure how to respond to this interpretation. I think magic has its own intentions that we barely comprehend. Daphne's expression was solemn. And I think you being drawn to that specific chamber, receiving that specific mark, and developing these specific abilities isn't random coincidence. The conversation left Harry unsettled. Daphne had nearly identified the truth of his relationship with Slytherin, though she interpreted it as a magical system choosing Harry rather than the founder's consciousness directly teaching him. Either way, she clearly recognized that his connection to Slytherin's legacy went beyond simple discovery. That night, as Harry slept in his dormitory, the dreams of darkness and watching eyes returned despite Slytherin's protections. This time, however, there was something new in the dream vision, a familiar silhouette standing at the edge of the encroaching void. The figure turned, revealing Quirrell's face, but with crimson eyes glowing from within. When he spoke, it was with two voices layered together, Quirrell's nervous stutter beneath a higher, colder tone. The boy who interferes, the dual voice hissed. So like your mother, always meddling in matters beyond your understanding. Dream Harry tried to back away, but darkness surrounded him on all sides. You know nothing about my mother, he managed to say. I knew her better than you ever will, the cold voice replied, now dominant over Quirrell's. I watched the light leave her eyes. I heard her final breath. And soon, very soon, I will complete what I began that night. The figure stepped closer, and Harry saw that Quirrell's body seemed to be decaying around the glowing red eyes, skin cracking like dried clay, revealing darkness beneath. The stone will restore me, the voice continued. And then I will address the greater hunger that calls from beyond. Your pitiful bindings weaken, Harry Potter. The darkness remembers what came before, and it will feast upon this world again. Harry jolted awake, his scar burning fiercely. He reached instinctively for Nyx, who materialized from the shadows immediately. Ascending, the shadow serpent confirmed before Harry could speak. Not a natural dream. The parasite reached for your mind directly. He knows, Harry whispered in Parseltongue. About the void, about the bindings. Somehow, Voldemort knows what we've been researching. Then our timeline shortens, Nyx replied. If he seeks both the stone and the void's release, we must act soon. Harry couldn't return to sleep after the vision. Instead, he spent the remainder of the night planning with Nyx, developing contingencies for what now seemed an inevitable confrontation. By morning, he had reached several conclusions. Voldemort and Quirrell would make their move for the stone soon, probably during the first opportunity when Dumbledore left the castle. When they did, Harry would need to be prepared not just to protect the stone, but to prevent any further damage to the void's containment. At breakfast, Harry sought out Daphne immediately, pulling her aside to relay the night's disturbing vision. This changes everything, she said gravely after he finished. If Voldemort knows about the void and seeks to exploit the weakening bindings, we need to accelerate our plans, Harry agreed. How soon can you prepare the diagnostic ritual you mentioned? The one that would give us a complete assessment of the containment structure. It requires specific astronomical alignment, Daphne replied. The new moon is in 3 days, that would be the optimal time. That might not be soon enough. Harry explained his suspicion that Voldemort would move quickly now. We need alternatives in case he acts before we're fully prepared. They spent the day in the room of requirement, developing multiple contingency plans. Daphne taught Harry the foundation elements of her family's warding magic, while he shared defensive spells from Slytherin's teachings. By evening, they had established a workable strategy. Harry would monitor Quirrell's movements using Nyx's shadow travel abilities, while Daphne prepared the diagnostic ritual components. If Quirrell moved for the stone before they were ready, Harry would attempt to delay him long enough for Daphne to alert Dumbledore or another trusted professor. This is far beyond what first years should be handling, Daphne commented as they finished their planning. In a properly functioning system, we'd simply report our concerns to the headmaster and let adult wizards handle it. But we lack sufficient evidence to convince him, Harry pointed out. And explaining our knowledge would raise too many questions about its source. True. Still, the irony isn't lost on me, two 11-year-olds planning to counter both a dark wizard and an eldritch abomination. Despite the grim subject, Daphne's lips quirked in a small smile. My parents would be simultaneously proud and horrified. Mine too, I suspect, Harry replied, finding unexpected humor in the absurdity of their situation. At least, from what I know of them. The moment of levity broke their tension briefly, creating a warmer connection between them. Harry realized that in the intensity of their work, he'd come to genuinely like Daphne beyond her strategic value as an ally. Her composed exterior concealed both sharp intelligence and an unexpected dry wit. We should rest, Daphne suggested, gathering her notes. Magical exhaustion won't help our cause. As they prepared to leave, she hesitated at the door. Potter, Harry, be careful with your monitoring. If Quirrell and, whatever he carries, can send you visions, the connection might work both ways. He might sense when you're watching too closely. I'll be cautious, Harry promised. And you should call me Harry all the time. After planning world-saving measures together, surnames seem overly formal. Harry, then. She smiled slightly. And I suppose you should call me Daphne. I already do in my head, he admitted. Do you now? Her blue eyes sparkled with something like pleased surprise. Good to know. The next morning brought a development that immediately accelerated their timeline, Dumbledore's absence from the staff table at breakfast. Professor McGonagall announced that the headmaster had been called to London for an emergency Wizengamot session and would return the following evening. It's happening today, Harry murmured to Daphne across their toast. This is exactly the opportunity Quirrell would wait for. She nodded slightly, her expression calm despite the gravity of the situation. We need confirmation before acting. Can your surveillance method verify his intentions? Harry dispatched Nyx immediately after breakfast. The shadow serpent returned within the hour, materializing in an unused classroom where Harry waited. The turbaned one prepares, Nyx confirmed. He has dismissed his afternoon classes and speaks continuously to himself, or rather, to the parasite within. They plan to move after dinner, when most students and faculty will be occupied elsewhere. Did you observe any unusual magical preparations? Harry asked. He consumes a silvery potion that strengthens his magical aura temporarily, Nyx reported. And he has drawn diagrams related to the obstacles ahead. He knows the protections he will face. This confirmed their worst fears. Quirrell wasn't simply attempting to steal the stone, he was systematically preparing to overcome each defense. Harry relayed this information to Daphne during their shared free period. We need to implement our contingency plan, he concluded. Are you prepared for the emergency variant of the diagnostic spell? It won't be as comprehensive as the full ritual, she cautioned, but yes, I can perform a limited version tonight. It should at least identify the most critical vulnerability points. Good. We'll proceed as planned then. I'll track Quirrell's progress through the third-floor defenses. You'll begin your diagnostic work in the room of requirement. If the situation escalates, we'll use the communication method we established. The communication method was a pair of enchanted parchments Daphne had created using a variation of her family's magic. Words written on one would appear on the other, allowing them to coordinate without physical proximity. As evening approached, Harry felt a curious calm settle over him, not the absence of fear, but its transformation into focused readiness. Slytherin's training had prepared him for this moment, teaching him to channel anxiety into heightened awareness rather than paralysis. After dinner, Harry returned briefly to the Slytherin dormitory to gather necessary supplies, his holly wand for primary casting, the blackthorn wand as backup, several potion vials Slytherin had provided for emergencies, and Daphne's protective pendant. He also donned his invisibility cloak, its fluid silver fabric providing both concealment and a strange sense of connection to his father. Before leaving, he contacted Slytherin through the sanctuary entrance, explaining the situation and his planned response. The founder's advice was characteristically direct: observe first. Intervene only if absolutely necessary. Your primary concern should be preventing further damage to the void's containment, not confronting this Voldemort directly. You are skilled beyond your years, apprentice, but you face an opponent with decades of magical experience and nothing to lose. Harry promised caution, though in truth, he had already decided that direct intervention might be necessary. If Voldemort obtained the Philosopher's Stone, the consequences would extend far beyond his own resurrection. A restored dark wizard with knowledge of the void's weakening containment posed an existential threat. Under his invisibility cloak, Harry positioned himself near the third-floor corridor, waiting for Quirrell's arrival. He didn't have to wait long. Shortly after most students had retired to their common rooms, the defense professor appeared, walking with uncharacteristic confidence, his usual stutter and nervous mannerisms entirely absent. Harry followed at a safe distance as Quirrell approached the forbidden door. The professor cast a complex unlocking charm, far more sophisticated than a simple Alohomora, and slipped inside. Harry waited several seconds before easing the door open just enough to observe. The massive three-headed dog was already succumbing to the effects of a small enchanted harp playing itself in the corner. Quirrell had moved the dog's massive paw from the trapdoor and was peering down into the darkness below. As expected, he murmured, but his voice had changed, deeper, more confident. Sprout's contribution first. Devil's snare, most likely. Without hesitation, Quirrell dropped through the trapdoor. Harry waited until he heard a distant thud, then approached the opening himself. He knew from Nyx's reconnaissance what lay below, a series of challenges designed by different professors, each presumably testing a different magical skill. Rather than follow directly, Harry sent Nyx ahead to observe while he updated Daphne via their enchanted parchment. Quirrell has entered the trapdoor. Proceeding through defenses. Nyx tracking. Will update. Her response came quickly, diagnostic spell underway. Already detecting increased instability around the third floor. The stone's protective enchantments are interacting badly with the Foundation wards. This confirmed their fears. Quirrell's penetration of the defenses was already affecting the ancient containment. Harry needed to proceed carefully to avoid exacerbating the problem. Nyx returned quickly with a report. Quirrell had passed through the Devil's Snare using magical fire, was currently capturing the correct flying key in the second chamber, and would soon face the giant chess set in the third. Harry made a quick decision. Given the sequential nature of the defenses, he could potentially get ahead of Quirrell by using Nyx's shadow travel ability to bypass certain obstacles. It would be magically taxing and somewhat risky, but it might allow him to reach the stone first. Attempting alternative approach to reach final chamber, he wrote to Daphne. Continue diagnostic. Alert me of any significant changes. With Nyx's assistance, Harry entered the Shadow Realm, a disorienting experience of cold, weightless movement through darkness. The Shadow Serpent guided him through this strange dimension, navigating by magical signatures rather than physical landmarks. When they emerged, Harry found himself in a chamber containing a table with 7 differently shaped bottles. A fire blocked each doorway, black flames behind him, purple ahead. A roll of parchment lay beside the bottles, containing what appeared to be a logic puzzle. Clever, Harry murmured, examining the setup. Snape's contribution, obviously. He studied the riddle carefully, identifying which potion would allow forward progress. As he reached for the correct small bottle, however, he sensed a disturbance in the castle's magic, a tremor that ran through the stone beneath his feet. Immediately, Harry checked the enchanted parchment. Daphne's urgent message confirmed his fears, containment destabilizing rapidly. Multiple breach points forming beneath the third floor. Harry, whatever's happening down there is accelerating the deterioration. We're running out of time. The situation was deteriorating faster than anticipated. Harry drank the potion, a cold sensation spreading through his body, and stepped through the purple flames into the final chamber. What he found wasn't what he expected. Rather than another complex defense, the chamber contained only a large, ornate mirror standing in the center of the room. Harry recognized it immediately from Nyx's descriptions, the mirror of Ariste, which showed the viewer's deepest desire. Harry approached cautiously, wondering why this mirror would be the final defense guarding the stone. As he stood before it, he saw not just his reflection but a scene that made his heart ache, himself surrounded by people he somehow knew were his parents and extended family. They smiled and waved at him, his mother's green eyes, so like his own, shining with pride. But there was something else in the reflection too. Mirror Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a blood-red stone, winking knowingly before returning it to his pocket. At that same moment, Harry felt something heavy drop into his real pocket. Reaching in, his fingers closed around a large, rough-surfaced object. He had somehow obtained the Philosopher's Stone directly from the mirror. Before he could fully process this development, the chamber door opened again. Harry quickly moved to the side of the room, grateful he had kept his invisibility cloak on despite the shadow travel. Professor Quirrell entered, his movements fluid and purposeful, utterly unlike his typical nervous demeanor. He approached the mirror directly, studying it with intense concentration. "I see myself presenting the stone to my master," he murmured. "But how do I obtain it? Is it inside the mirror? Should I break it?" "Use the boy," came another voice, high, cold, and somehow emanating from Quirrell himself. "He is here. I can sense him." Harry's blood ran cold. Somehow, Voldemort had detected his presence despite the invisibility cloak. As Quirrell whirled around, Harry made a split-second decision. He removed the cloak, revealing himself. "Potter." Quirrell's face twisted into a triumphant smile. "I wondered whether I'd meet you here." The stuttering act was convincing, Harry replied, keeping his voice steady despite his racing heart. "You had most people fooled." Quirrell laughed, a sound devoid of his usual nervousness. "Yes. Who would suspect P. Poor St. stuttering P. Professor Quirrell? Especially next to Severus, who stalks around like an overgrown bat." "Snape suspected you," Harry said, trying to keep Quirrell talking while he assessed his options. "He was countering your hex during the Quidditch match." "Yes, your little mudblood friend's fire distraction saved you that day. I would have succeeded otherwise, even with Severus muttering his countercurse." Quirrell snapped his fingers, and ropes appeared from thin air, wrapping tightly around Harry before he could react. "Now, enough talk. Wait quietly, Potter, while I examine this interesting mirror." Harry struggled against the magical bindings as Quirrell turned back to the mirror of Ariste. "I see what I desire," the professor muttered. "I see myself holding the stone, presenting it to my master, but how do I get it?" "Use the boy," came the cold voice again. "Use him." Quirrell rounded on Harry. "Come here, Potter." He clapped his hands, and the ropes binding Harry fell away. "Look in the mirror and tell me what you see." Harry approached slowly, mind racing. The stone was already in his pocket, would the mirror now show something different? How could he prevent Quirrell from realizing he had it? Standing before the mirror again, Harry saw the same family gathering as before, but now Mirror Harry simply smiled, no stone, no pocket maneuver. "Well?" Quirrell demanded impatiently. "What do you see?" I see myself with my family, Harry answered truthfully. My parents are standing beside me. Useless sentiment, Quirrell scoffed. Get out of the way, he lies, came the cold voice. Let me speak to him, face to face. Master, you are not strong enough. I have strength enough, for this. To Harry's horror, Quirrell began unwrapping his turban. As the cloth fell away, he turned slowly on the spot, revealing what should have been the back of his head. Instead, there was another face, chalk white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. Harry Potter. It whispered. See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body. Unicorn blood has strengthened me, these past weeks, but once I have the elixir of life, I will create a body of my own. Harry stared into the face of the wizard who had murdered his parents, Voldemort, reduced to a parasitic half-existence. Now, why don't you give me that stone in your pocket, the face continued. The statement confirmed Harry's fear, Voldemort somehow knew he had the stone. Harry backed away slowly. Don't be a fool, snarled Voldemort. Better to save your own life and join me, or meet the same end as your parents. They died begging for mercy. You're lying, Harry said, continuing to back toward the flame door. My mother sacrificed herself to save me. Her love protected me from you. Yes, I killed your father first, and he put up a courageous fight, but your mother, she needn't have died, she was trying to protect you. Give me the stone, and her sacrifice won't be in vain. As Voldemort spoke, Harry felt a violent tremor shake the chamber, stronger than before. Dust fell from the ceiling, and a deep, bass note seemed to reverberate through the stone floor. You feel it, don't you? Voldemort's lipless mouth formed a terrible smile. The awakening. The ancient hunger stirring beneath us. I learned of it during my travels, the primordial darkness the founders contained. Their bindings weaken, Potter, and I shall be there when they fail completely. This confirmation of Harry's worst fears galvanized him to action. He couldn't allow Voldemort to obtain the stone, nor could he permit further damage to the void's containment. Harry dropped into a dueling stance Slytherin had taught him, both wands now drawn, holly in his right hand, blackthorn in his left. You won't get the stone, he stated firmly. And you won't release what's contained here. Voldemort's red eyes widened slightly at the sight of Harry's dual wands and confident posture. Interesting, the boy has had training beyond Hogwarts' standard curriculum. How unexpected. Seize him. Voldemort suddenly shrieked. Quirrell lunged forward. As his hands closed around Harry's throat, something extraordinary happened. Quirrell's skin blistered and burned where it contacted Harry's. Master. I cannot hold him, my hands, my hands. Quirrell pulled back, staring in agony at his raw, blistering palms. Then kill him, fool, and be done, screamed Voldemort. Quirrell raised his wand, but Harry was faster. Using the Blackthorn wand, he cast the shield charm he'd been teaching Hermione and Neville, while simultaneously firing a stunning spell with his holly wand. The combination, defense and offense from dual wands, was something Slytherin had only recently begun teaching him. The stunning spell caught Quirrell in the chest, sending him staggering backward. His face contorted with fury as he regained his balance. Impressive, boy, Quirrell snarled. But inadequate. He slashed his wand downward. Crucio. Harry dove sideways, barely avoiding the unforgivable curse. He rolled back to his feet and cast in rapid succession, Expelliarmus. Incarcerus. Stupefy. Quirrell blocked the disarming charm but was caught by the binding spell, magical ropes wrapping around his legs. As he struggled to free himself, the ground beneath them shuddered violently. Cracks appeared in the stone floor, emanating from beneath the mirror of Eriste. Yes. Voldemort's face exulted. The bindings fracture. The confluence of the stone's power and our duel accelerates the process. Harry checked the enchanted parchment in his pocket. Daphne's frantic message confirmed the situation, critical failure imminent. Multiple breach points expanding. Harry, whatever's happening is creating a cascade effect through the entire containment system. He needed to end this confrontation quickly and address the containment breach. Drawing on Slytherin's teachings, Harry attempted a more advanced spell, one designed specifically for containing dark magic. Sigillum Tenebris, he cast with the Blackthorn wand, drawing a complex pattern in the air. Bands of silver-blue light erupted from the wand, wrapping around Quirrell like magical chains. The professor screamed as the binding spell specifically targeted Voldemort's parasitic presence, attempting to separate it from the host body. "What is this magic?" Voldemort shrieked, his face contorting in pain. "Where did you learn this? Who taught you?" Instead of answering, Harry pressed his advantage. He approached Quirrell, whose skin now burned wherever the binding spell touched. Remembering how physical contact had affected the possessed professor, Harry reached out and pressed his hand directly against Quirrell's face. The effect was immediate and horrific. Quirrell's skin blistered and cracked beneath Harry's touch, his screams echoing through the chamber. Voldemort's face on the back of his head writhed in agony, the red eyes bulging with fury and pain. "This body fails us," Voldemort howled. "Abandon it." What happened next occurred with terrifying speed. Quirrell's body seemed to disintegrate beneath Harry's hand, crumbling like ash. A dark, vaporous form rose from the collapsing flesh, Voldemort's spirit, freed from its host. The spectral entity hovered momentarily before rushing straight at Harry with a vengeful scream. As the spirit passed through him, Harry felt as if ice had replaced his blood. His scar exploded with pain unlike anything he'd ever experienced. Through the agony, he was dimly aware of the chamber around him destabilizing, stone cracking, magical energies swirling visibly in the air. The mirror of Eriste shattered spontaneously, its glass exploding outward. Where it had stood, a dark fissure opened in the floor, not simply a physical crack, but a tear in the fabric of reality itself. From within this breach, something moved, darkness deeper than absence of light, with countless pinprick eyes opening within it. The void. The ancient containment was failing, creating a direct breach into the chamber. Harry staggered backward, clutching the stone in one pocket and the enchanted parchment in the other. Daphne's message was clear: full containment failure in progress. "Harry, you need to implement emergency sealing procedure now. Blood of the Watcher upon the breach point. I'm coming to you." The emergency procedure they had discussed was a last resort, a temporary sealing using blood magic to reinforce the weakened containment. It wasn't a permanent solution, but it might stabilize the immediate crisis. Harry moved toward the breach, fighting against the magical current that seemed to pull everything toward the opening darkness. The air grew freezing cold, and whispers in that ancient, inhuman language filled his mind. Drawing the Blackthorn wand, more suitable for blood magic according to Slytherin, Harry made a quick, shallow cut across his palm. As blood welled up, he began the incantation Slytherin had taught him for emergencies: Sanguinum Custodes, Sigillum Antiquum Renovo. Per voluntatem meum, per sacrificium meum, claustra confirmo. He pressed his bleeding palm against the stone floor at the edge of the breach. The effect was immediate. His blood didn't simply stain the stone but seemed to sink into it, spreading outward in glowing red lines that formed intricate patterns around the fissure. The whispers from within the darkness rose to howling wails as the blood magic activated ancient bindings built into Hogwarts' very foundations. The breach began to close, reality reasserting itself as the blood runes forced the void back behind its mystical barriers. But the magic demanded a price. Harry felt his strength draining rapidly, his magical core being tapped directly to power the ceiling. Just as his vision began to darken from magical exhaustion, someone else entered the chamber. Daphne had arrived, her own wand drawn and her palm already bleeding. Together, she called, kneeling beside him and pressing her hand beside his. Sanguinum Custodes, Sigillum Antiquum Renovo. Their combined blood magic accelerated the sealing process. The glowing red pattern spread further, forming a complete containment circle around the now shrinking breach. The darkness receded, those countless watching eyes blinking out one by one. As the final seal locked into place with a resonant magical pulse, Harry collapsed from exhaustion. The last thing he saw before consciousness fled was Daphne's concerned face above him, and beyond her, the shadowy figure of Albus Dumbledore entering the chamber, his expression a mixture of astonishment and grave concern. Harry woke to the familiar sight of the hospital wing ceiling. Sunlight streamed through high windows, suggesting at least a day had passed. His body felt heavy with exhaustion, though the searing pain in his scar had subsided to a dull ache. "Ah, you're awake." Dumbledore's voice came from beside the bed. The headmaster sat in a comfortable armchair, watching Harry with those penetrating blue eyes. "How are you feeling, my boy?" "Tired," Harry answered honestly, his voice rough. "How long have I been here?" "3 days," Dumbledore replied. "Quite understandable, given the extraordinary magical expenditure you experienced." Harry's mind raced, trying to piece together what had happened after he lost consciousness. "The stone is safe," Dumbledore assured him. "Though Nicholas and I have agreed it should be destroyed." "Destroyed?" Harry pushed himself up slightly against his pillows. "But Flamel will die without the elixir of life. He has enough elixir stored to set his affairs in order. As he said to me, to one as old as I, death is but the next great adventure." Dumbledore smiled gently. "You know about Nicholas Flamel, I see. And quite a bit more besides, it would appear." There was a knowing quality to Dumbledore's gaze that made Harry wonder exactly how much the headmaster had witnessed in that final chamber. "Professor Quirrell," Harry said, changing the subject slightly. "Is he?" "I'm afraid Professor Quirrell did not survive his possession by Lord Voldemort." Dumbledore's expression grew solemn. "When Voldemort's spirit fled his body, there was nothing left to sustain life." "And Voldemort himself?" "Fled. Weakened but not destroyed." Dumbledore studied Harry carefully. "You encountered him directly, faced a wizard many fully trained adults would flee from. Yet you not only survived but managed to prevent him from obtaining the stone." "I had help," Harry said simply. "Yes. Miss Greengrass." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled slightly. "A most unexpected alliance, though perhaps I should not be surprised. The Greengrass family has always maintained certain, traditional vigilances." Harry tensed slightly. "Is Daphne all right?" "Quite well. Magical exhaustion, like yourself, but less severe. She has visited you several times while you slept." Dumbledore leaned forward. "Harry, I must ask you directly, how did you come to know about the ancient containment beneath Hogwarts? Knowledge of the void has been carefully restricted for centuries." There was no point denying what Dumbledore had obviously witnessed. "I discovered records," Harry said carefully. "Historical accounts of the Founder's true purpose in establishing Hogwarts." "Records," Dumbledore repeated, his tone suggesting he knew there was more to the story. "And these records also instructed you in blood magic powerful enough to reinforce bindings created by the Founders themselves?" Harry met Dumbledore's gaze steadily. "The records were comprehensive." The headmaster sighed. "Harry, I understand the reluctance to share certain discoveries. But I hope you realize that I am not your enemy. Whatever you have found, whatever knowledge you have accessed, I wish only to ensure it is handled safely." "Is that why you brought the Philosopher's Stone to Hogwarts?" Harry countered. "For safety. Even though its presence was destabilizing ancient magical protections." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "You are remarkably well informed." He was quiet for a moment, seemingly deciding how much to reveal. The stone's placement was indeed deliberate, but not carelessly so. "I had detected the weakening containment months ago and recognized that we would soon need to address it. The stone's unique properties allowed us to diagnose the extent of the deterioration. You used it as a catalyst," Harry realized. To accelerate the process in a controlled environment. Precisely. Though I did not anticipate Voldemort's interference, nor your own remarkable intervention. Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. The blood sealing you performed with Miss Greengrass has stabilized the containment temporarily, but a more permanent solution will eventually be required. I know, Harry acknowledged. The bindings were never meant to last indefinitely. No magical construct is. Dumbledore studied Harry with renewed intensity. Harry, may I ask what else these records have taught you? Your magical abilities seem considerably advanced for a first-year student. Harry chose his words carefully. Magical theory. Practical defense. History not taught in current textbooks. Indeed. Your professors have noted your unusual proficiency, performing spells seemingly instinctively, displaying magical control typically developed through years of training. Dumbledore's penetrating gaze seemed to look through him. Professor Snape, in particular, has observed certain resonances in your magical signature that remind him of much older magical traditions. Harry remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. After a moment, Dumbledore sighed again. I will not press you further today, Harry. You have been through quite enough already. He stood, smoothing his magnificent purple robes. Rest assured that your actions protected not just the stone but potentially the entire school. For that, you have my sincere gratitude. As the headmaster turned to leave, Harry called after him. Professor? What happened to Voldemort now? Will he try to return another way? Dumbledore looked back, his expression grave. I fear we have not seen the last of Lord Voldemort. There are other methods by which he might seek to restore himself, methods perhaps even darker than possession. He hesitated, then added, be vigilant, Harry. And remember that should you wish to discuss your discoveries, my door is always open to you. After Dumbledore left, Harry was visited by Madame Pomfrey, who insisted on examining him thoroughly before allowing him his next visitor. To his surprise, it was Daphne rather than Hermione who entered first. She approached his bed with her usual composed demeanor, though he detected genuine concern beneath the calm exterior. You look terrible, she observed, taking the chair Dumbledore had vacated. Blood magic will do that, Harry replied with a weak smile. Are you all right? Better than you. My family has practiced certain rituals for generations, we develop resistance to the draining effects. She leaned forward slightly. Dumbledore has been asking questions. Me too. Just now. What did you tell him? As little as possible while still acknowledging what he obviously saw. Harry glanced toward the door to ensure they weren't overheard. He knows about the containment and our blood sealing, but not about my specific sources of information. Daphne nodded, satisfied. I took a similar approach. Though I suspect he knows more than he's revealing. That seems to be Dumbledore's standard operating procedure, Harry agreed. They were quiet for a moment before Daphne spoke again, her voice softer than usual. I was worried about you. The magical drain was severe, beyond what should have been survivable for a first year. Your core is unusual. I've been told I'm naturally gifted, Harry deflected. It's more than that. She met his eyes directly. The magic responded to you like it recognized something familiar. Something it remembered. She hesitated, then added, like Slytherin's magic had already shaped your magical signature. Harry tensed, uncertain how to respond. Daphne was circling dangerously close to the truth of his apprenticeship. You don't need to explain, she continued, surprising him. Not yet, anyway. But eventually, we should discuss the full extent of what you've discovered. Her expression grew serious. The containment is temporarily stabilized, but the void stirred more fully than it has in centuries. It's aware now, aware of us, of Hogwarts, of you specifically. Me? Why me? I don't know. But during the sealing, the magical energies focused around you in patterns I've never seen described in any text. It was almost as if. She paused, searching for words. As if the containment recognized you as having authority to command it. This was troubling news that Harry would need to discuss with Slytherin at the first opportunity. Before he could question Daphne further, however, Madame Pomfrey returned to announce that he had more visitors waiting. "We'll talk more later," Daphne promised as she stood. At the door, she paused. "By the way, I've dealt with your other friend's questions about what happened. The official story is that you discovered Quirrell attempting to steal a valuable magical artifact and were injured preventing the theft." "Thank you," Harry said sincerely, appreciating her discretion. After Daphne left, Hermione and Neville burst in, the former immediately launching into a tearful lecture about recklessness while the latter simply looked relieved to see Harry awake. Neither mentioned anything about ancient bindings or cosmic entities, confirming that Daphne had indeed managed their understanding of events. "The whole school's talking about it," Neville explained after Hermione had calmed somewhat. "How you stopped Professor Quirrell from stealing something hidden in the third-floor corridor. Though nobody seems to know exactly what he was trying to steal," Hermione added, her tone making it clear she suspected there was more to the story. "A magical artifact Dumbledore was protecting," Harry confirmed, sticking to Daphne's established narrative. "Quirrell wasn't what he seemed." "We know," Hermione said grimly. "Dumbledore announced that he was possessed, somehow. By you-know-who." "Voldemort," Harry corrected gently. "Using his name reduces his power over us." They stayed for nearly an hour, bringing Harry up to date on the 3 days he'd missed. Apparently, Dumbledore had awarded Harry 50 points for pure nerve and exceptional courage, putting Slytherin comfortably in the lead for the House Cup. This had naturally created mixed reactions, pride from his housemates, resentment from others who felt the points unfairly awarded. Dumbledore gave Daphne Greengrass 30 points too, Neville mentioned. For level-headed assistance in a critical situation. "Nobody seems to know exactly what she did, though. She helped me when I needed it most," Harry said simply. "She deserves those points." After they left, promising to visit again the next day, Harry finally had a moment alone to process everything that had happened. The confrontation with Quirrell and Voldemort, the Void's partial emergence, the blood sealing with Daphne, all of it felt somewhat dreamlike in retrospect, yet the magical exhaustion lingering in his body confirmed the reality. Nix materialized from the shadows beside his bed once the hospital wing grew quiet. "You survived, Speaker," the shadow serpent observed. "Though barely. Your magic was nearly depleted entirely." "What happened after I lost consciousness?" Harry asked in Parseltongue. "The Old One arrived moments after the Ice-Eyed Girl. He watched as you completed the sealing, his magic ready but unused. He seemed surprised by what he witnessed." Nix coiled comfortably on the bedspread. "The breach is sealed temporarily, but echoes remain. The Void tasted freedom briefly. It will not rest easily again." "And the stone?" "The Old One took it. It remains within the castle but heavily warded." Nix's silver eyes gleamed in the dim light. "You should know that while unconscious, your scar leaked darkness. The fragment within it responded to the Void's proximity." This was disturbing news that aligned with Slytherin's suspicions about Harry's cursed scar containing dark magic. If it had responded to the Void, that suggested a potential connection that could prove dangerous. "I need to speak with Slytherin as soon as possible," Harry decided. "Once Madame Pomfrey releases me. The sanctuary remains accessible," Nix confirmed. "Though the castle's magic has shifted subtly since the breach. Pathways that were once clear now twist unexpectedly." Harry spent another day in the hospital wing before finally being released with strict instructions to avoid magical exertion for at least a week. The timing worked well, as there were only a few days remaining in the term before summer holidays began. His return to the Slytherin common room was met with a mixture of awed respect and careful observation. His housemates clearly recognized that Harry's defeat of Quirrell/Voldemort represented something significant, but the strategic minds of Slytherin House were still calculating exactly how this changed the internal power dynamics. Draco approached him almost immediately. "Potter. Glad to see you're not dead." "Your concern is touching, Malfoy," Harry replied dryly. "Is it true you faced the Dark Lord?" Draco asked, his voice lower, expression unreadable. "What's left of him," Harry confirmed. "Currently disembodied and greatly weakened." Draco seemed to process this information carefully, his pale face revealing nothing of his thoughts. "Interesting times ahead," he finally commented before walking away. This cryptic interaction represented just one of many subtle shifts Harry noticed in how his housemates treated him. There was new respect, certainly, but also wariness, as if they were reassessing where he fit within their carefully calibrated social hierarchy. The most significant change, however, was in his relationship with Daphne. Their shared experience with the blood sealing had created a bond that transcended normal first-year friendships or political alliances. When they sat together in the common room that evening, the connection between them was obvious enough that several older students exchanged knowing glances. "People are talking," Harry observed quietly. "Let them," Daphne replied with characteristic directness. "We faced death together and survived. That creates a bond whether we acknowledge it or not." "I've never properly thanked you," Harry said. "For coming when you did. For knowing what to do." "We prepared for that scenario," she reminded him. "Though I admit, facing an actual breach into the void wasn't quite what I expected from my first year at Hogwarts." Despite her light tone, Harry could see the experience had affected her deeply. There was a new awareness in her eyes, the look of someone who had glimpsed something beyond normal human understanding. "What happens now?" he asked. "With the containment, I mean. My parents are already in communication with certain other families who maintain the old knowledge. Dumbledore has approached them as well, suggesting a more coordinated approach to monitoring the bindings. But not repairing them permanently." Daphne shook her head. "That would require magic far beyond current capabilities. The founders themselves couldn't destroy the void, only contain it. And their combined power exceeded anything available today." This assessment aligned with what Slytherin had told Harry. The void was a primordial force that couldn't be eliminated, only temporarily bound and controlled. "We've bought time," Harry concluded. "But eventually, a more permanent solution will be needed." "Yes. Though, eventually, might mean decades or even centuries, if the bindings are properly maintained." She studied him thoughtfully. "You'll continue your research over the summer?" "As much as possible," Harry confirmed, thinking of Slytherin's sanctuary beneath Privet Drive. "Though my Muggle relatives aren't exactly supportive of magical pursuits." "You could visit Greengrass Manor," Daphne suggested. "My parents would welcome you, especially after learning of your role in addressing the breach." The invitation was unexpected but tempting. Spending time with a magical family, one that possessed knowledge related to his studies with Slytherin, would be far preferable to another summer confined at Privet Drive. "I'd like that," Harry said sincerely. "Though I'm not sure Dumbledore would approve. He seems intent on my returning to my relatives each summer." "Interesting that the Chief Warlock takes such personal interest in your living arrangements," Daphne observed. "Perhaps we can find a compromise. Even a week's visit would give you access to resources unavailable elsewhere." They made tentative plans for Harry to visit Greengrass Manor in August, assuming appropriate permissions could be arranged. The prospect brightened Harry's outlook on the approaching summer considerably. The final days of term passed quickly. Harry managed one brief visit to Slytherin's sanctuary, where he reported everything that had transpired with the stone, Voldemort, and the void's partial emergence. The Founder's apparition listened gravely, occasionally requesting clarification on specific details. "The breach has been contained temporarily," Slytherin confirmed after examining Harry's memories of the event. "But the void now has greater awareness of this realm, and of you specifically." "Why me?" Harry asked, echoing the question he'd posed to Daphne. Daphne said the magical energies focused around me during the sealing. Slytherin's expression grew thoughtful. There are several possibilities, none entirely satisfactory. Your connection to me as my apprentice may have created a magical resonance the void recognized. Or perhaps your unusual magical signature, particularly the dark magic in your scar, attracted its attention. Nyx mentioned my scar leaked darkness while I was unconscious, Harry said uneasily. That it responded to the void's proximity. Concerning, though not unexpected. Whatever dark magic resides in that scar, it seems to resonate with other forms of darkness. Slytherin studied Harry intently. This connection to Voldemort may prove both dangerous and useful in the coming years. It gives you insight into his actions but potentially exposes you to his influence as well. And the connection to the void? More troubling, as the void is not human and does not think as we do. Its awareness of you may manifest in various ways, dreams, magical disturbances, perhaps even attempts to influence your consciousness directly. Slytherin gestured toward one of the side chambers. Before you leave Hogwarts, we should strengthen your mental protections further. They spent several hours reinforcing Harry's occlumency shields with additional layers specifically designed to block non-human mental influences. By the time they finished, Harry felt more secure in his mental defenses, though Slytherin warned that complete protection against the void was impossible. Its nature transcends normal magical limitations, the founder explained. But these barriers should reduce its ability to reach you directly. As their session concluded, Slytherin offered a final assessment. You performed admirably in a crisis situation, apprentice. Few adult wizards could have maintained such focus while facing both Voldemort and a void breach. Your progress exceeds my expectations. Coming from the normally reserved founder, this was high praise indeed. Harry felt a surge of pride, though it was tempered by awareness of how close he'd come to failure, and death. What should I focus on over the summer? He asked. Strengthen your core magical capacity, Slytherin advised. The blood ceiling depleted your reserves dangerously. You must build them back gradually through controlled practice. The sanctuary beneath your relative's home will remain available to you, though I recommend caution in its use. The void may be monitoring such spaces more actively now. Harry promised to exercise appropriate caution and to continue his studies as circumstances allowed. He also mentioned Daphne's invitation to visit Greengrass Manor, which Slytherin considered thoughtfully. The Greengrass family maintains valuable knowledge regarding the containment, the founder acknowledged. Access to their resources could prove beneficial. However, be mindful of how much you reveal regarding our connection. The girl already suspects more than is prudent. Should I eventually tell her the truth? Harry asked. Perhaps. In time. But such revelations should be made strategically, not impulsively. Slytherin's form began to fade back into the silver basin. Trust is earned incrementally, apprentice. Even potential allies must prove their loyalty before receiving our deepest confidences. The end-of-year feast found Slytherin House jubilant, having secured both the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup. The Great Hall was decorated in silver and green, with the giant Slytherin serpent banner displayed behind the high table. Harry sat between Daphne and Blaise Zabini, enjoying the celebration while trying to ignore the less enthusiastic reactions from the other houses. Dumbledore's speech acknowledged the events of the year obliquely, mentioning only that students had faced unusual challenges with remarkable courage. His twinkling gaze found Harry briefly during this statement, a silent acknowledgement of what had transpired beneath the third-floor corridor. As the feast concluded, Harry experienced a curious mixture of emotions. Part of him was reluctant to leave Hogwarts, with its magic and mysteries and newfound friendships. Yet another part looked forward to returning to Slytherin's original sanctuary, to continue his apprenticeship and process everything he had learned and experienced. The Hogwarts Express journey back to London provided one final opportunity for Harry to speak with his friends before summer separation. He shared a compartment with Daphne, Hermione, and Neville, an unusual cross-house grouping that drew curious glances from passing students. You must send owls over the summer, Hermione insisted, already planning a reading schedule for their second year. I want to know what additional spells we should practice when we return. All right, Harry promised. Though owl delivery to my relative's house might be complicated. My gran wants to meet you, Neville mentioned shyly. After I told her about our study sessions. She says you've done more for my confidence than years of tutors. You did the work, Neville, Harry replied honestly. I just provided some guidance. Daphne observed these exchanges with her usual composure, though Harry noticed her expression softened slightly when Neville spoke of his improved confidence. Despite her reserved Slytherin demeanor, she had developed a genuine appreciation for both Hermione's intelligence and Neville's quiet determination. As they neared London, Daphne drew Harry aside while the others changed into Muggle clothes. Remember our contingency plan, she said quietly. If you need to leave your relatives for any reason, send word immediately. My family can arrange discreet transportation. I appreciate that, Harry said sincerely. And I'll be in touch about visiting in August. She nodded. Be vigilant, Harry. The events beneath Hogwarts have changed things. Magical currents shift in response to such disturbances. I will. You too. When they arrived at platform 9 3/4, the usual chaos of families greeting returning students engulfed them. Harry spotted the Weasleys collecting their brood, the Grangers embracing Hermione enthusiastically, and Augusta Longbottom's distinctive vulture hat towering above the crowd near Neville. Daphne was met by a tall, elegant couple Harry assumed were her parents. They greeted him with formal politeness that couldn't quite hide their intense curiosity. Mr. Greengrass, in particular, studied Harry with the same penetrating blue eyes his daughter had inherited. Mr. Potter, he said, shaking Harry's hand firmly. My daughter speaks highly of your academic interests. We hope you'll consider visiting us this summer to continue your studies. Thank you, sir. I'd like that very much. After saying his goodbyes, Harry crossed back through the barrier to the Muggle world, where Uncle Vernon waited impatiently. The contrast between the vibrant magical platform and Vernon's scowling face could hardly have been more stark. Come on, boy, Vernon grunted. Haven't got all day. As they walked toward the car park, Vernon muttered about freaks and unnatural nonsense under his breath. Harry let the comments wash over him without reaction, his mind already focusing on his plans for the summer ahead. The Dursleys didn't realize it yet, but Harry Potter was returning to Privet Drive greatly changed from the boy who had left 9 months earlier. He had faced Voldemort and survived. He had glimpsed cosmic forces beyond normal comprehension. He had formed alliances that transcended house boundaries and age-old prejudices. Most significantly, he had begun to understand his unique position in the magical world, not just as the boy who lived, but as Salazar Slytherin's apprentice, keeper of ancient knowledge and potential guardian against forces both dark and primordial. As Vernon's car pulled away from King's Cross Station, Harry touched the serpentine mark on his wrist, feeling its magical resonance. Whatever challenges the summer and beyond might bring, he would face them with resources his enemies couldn't begin to imagine. Chapter 4, Heirs and Enemies. Privet Drive hadn't changed, but Harry had. The manicured lawns and identical houses that had once represented the entirety of his world now seemed impossibly small and constrained. As he lugged his trunk up to his new bedroom, a reluctant upgrade from the cupboard under the stairs that the Dursleys had granted after his Hogwarts letter arrived, Harry felt like a traveler returning to a childhood home only to find it shrunken by adult perspective. Remember, boy, Uncle Vernon growled, his meaty finger jabbing the air inches from Harry's face, one mention of your abnormality, and you'll be locked in this room for the rest of summer. Harry nodded calmly. Yes, Uncle Vernon. His composed response seemed to unnerve his uncle more than defiance would have. Vernon's eyes narrowed suspiciously before he retreated, muttering about unnatural freakishness as he thundered back down the stairs. Once alone, Harry immediately checked beneath the loose floorboard under his bed where he'd hidden the entrance stones to Slytherin's sanctuary the previous summer. They remained undisturbed, the Dursleys had apparently never found them during his absence. Nix, he called softly in Parseltongue. The shadow serpent materialized from the darkest corner of the room, silver eyes gleaming. I have examined the perimeter, Speaker. The dwelling remains unwatched by wizards, though there are faint traces of protective magic in the foundation, older spells renewed recently. Blood wards, Harry murmured, recalling Slytherin's explanations of familial protection magic. Dumbledore must have reinforced them after what happened with Quirrell. He waited until nightfall before retrieving the stones and slipping out to the garden. The Dursleys had retreated to their respective bedrooms, the house quiet except for Dudley's video game bleeping faintly from behind his closed door. In the shadow of an ornamental bush, Harry arranged the serpentine stones in their circular pattern. They responded immediately to his touch, glowing with emerald light that seemed brighter than he remembered. The ground shimmered and melted away, revealing the familiar stone staircase spiraling downward. As Harry descended into Slytherin's sanctuary, he noticed subtle differences from his last visit. The serpentine carvings along the walls appeared more defined, the magical lights brighter, the very air charged with heightened energy. The binding's disturbance has affected all connected spaces, Nix observed, slithering alongside him. Magic flows more strongly here now. In the central chamber, the silver basin swirled with unusual activity, tendrils of liquid rising and falling in complex patterns. Harry approached cautiously, watching as Salazar Slytherin's form emerged, more substantial than before, his translucent features sharper and more defined. "Welcome back, apprentice," Slytherin greeted, studying Harry intently. "I sense the echo of recent events in your magical signature. The confrontation with this Voldemort and the Void Breach has changed you." "Changed me how?" Harry asked, suddenly concerned. "Your magic bears witness to what it has experienced," Slytherin explained. "The blood-sealing ritual left resonance patterns, not damage, precisely, but alteration. And your encounter with the fragmented wizard has influenced the dark magic in your scar." Harry unconsciously touched his forehead. "Is that dangerous?" "Not immediately, though it bears close monitoring." Slytherin circled Harry, examining him from all angles. "More significant is the Void's awareness of you. It recognized something in your magical signature that intrigued it. This attention is concerning." This aligned with what both Daphne and Nix had observed. "The Void feels more present now," Harry admitted. "Even here, I can sense it watching, like eyes in the darkness just beyond my perception." "The partial breach weakened the separation between realms," Slytherin confirmed gravely. "Though the immediate danger has passed, the boundaries remain thinner than before. Your sensitivity to this change suggests a connection I do not yet fully understand." The founder gestured toward one of the side chambers. "Come. We have much to discuss regarding your summer training. Recent events necessitate accelerating certain aspects of your education." The chamber Slytherin led him to contained a large stone table carved with intricate runic patterns. Upon it lay several objects Harry hadn't seen before, a silver dagger with emeralds embedded in the hilt, an ancient leather-bound book with no title, and what appeared to be a small pensieve similar to the one in Dumbledore's office. "These are tools for advanced magical study," Slytherin explained. "The Athame for ritual work, the grimoire for theoretical understanding beyond what Hogwarts teaches, and the memory basin for experiential learning." "You're giving these to me?" Harry asked, surprised by the valuable gifts. "Entrusting them to your care," Slytherin corrected. "They contain magic too potent to leave unguarded, yet too valuable to remain unused in these uncertain times." As Harry examined the items, Slytherin outlined his summer curriculum: advanced defensive magic, deeper study of ancient wards and containment spells, and, most significantly, training to recognize and counter soul magic. "This Voldemort's continued existence despite bodily death confirms my suspicion that he has created anchors for his soul," Slytherin explained. "Such magic was rare but not unknown in my time, the deliberate fracturing of one's soul to achieve a form of immortality." "Horcruxes," Harry said quietly, recalling a brief, disturbing mention in one of the Founder's more obscure texts. Slytherin's expression darkened. "You have encountered that term in your reading?" Yes, though I prefer not to name them directly. Speaking of such abominations too frequently draws unwanted attention from beyond. Harry described his confrontation with Quirrell/Voldemort in greater detail than before, emphasizing the Dark Wizard's apparent awareness of the void and his interest in its awakening. This is most troubling, Slytherin mused after hearing the account. Few in my time possessed knowledge of the void's true nature. We founders deliberately obscured such information to prevent exactly this sort of manipulation. For this Voldemort to not only know of its existence but seek to exploit its power suggests he has accessed sources of knowledge that should have remained buried. Could he have found another of your sanctuaries? Harry asked. Possible, though unlikely. Each was keyed to specific magical signatures and protected by multiple safeguards. Slytherin's form shimmered thoughtfully. More probably, he discovered fragments of lost lore, perhaps in his travels abroad, which you mentioned. Certain magical traditions maintained knowledge of the void long after Britain's wizards forgot. Their session continued late into the night, with Slytherin instructing Harry in the basics of identifying soul magic's distinctive magical signatures. Unlike most dark arts, which left magical residue that faded over time, soul magic created permanent distortions in the ambient magical field, ripples that a trained wizard could detect with specific detection spells. Practice these sensory exercises daily, Slytherin instructed as their lesson concluded. Your sensitivity to magical disruptions is already unusually acute, likely a result of your own exposure to soul magic as an infant. With training, you may be able to identify such distortions from significant distance. As Harry prepared to return to the Dursleys' house, Slytherin added, one final matter, apprentice. The Greengrass girls' invitation to their family estate presents a unique opportunity. Their lineage maintains rare knowledge regarding the original containment rituals, knowledge that could prove invaluable as we address the weakened bindings. You think I should accept the invitation? Harry asked, somewhat surprised given Slytherin's previous caution about revealing too much. With appropriate discretion, yes. The alliance you formed may prove crucial in the coming conflict. Slytherin's expression grew solemn. The pieces move more rapidly than I anticipated. Your involvement in the Void Breach has accelerated certain timetables. Timetables for what? Forces that have remained dormant for centuries now stir. The partial awakening of the void ripples outward, affecting other ancient magics. Slytherin's form began fading back into the silver basin. Prepare diligently, Harry Potter. This summer may bring challenges we cannot yet foresee. The first weeks at Privet Drive established a careful routine. By day, Harry performed the chores Aunt Petunia assigned, maintaining the appearance of the downtrodden nephew the Dursleys expected. By night, he descended to Slytherin's sanctuary for intensive training, returning to his bedroom only when exhaustion demanded rest. His magical studies progressed rapidly. Without school distractions, Harry could focus entirely on Slytherin's advanced curriculum, mastering concepts and spells that would challenge most adult wizards. The grimoire Slytherin had given him contained theoretical frameworks far beyond Hogwarts' restricted section, explanations of magical principles that unified seemingly disparate branches into a coherent whole. One evening in late July, as Harry practiced a particularly complex detection spell designed to reveal soul magic, he felt a strange disturbance, like a distant echo resonating through the magical field around him. I sense something, he told Slytherin, lowering his wand. Not here, but connected somehow. A magical signature similar to what I felt from Quirrell's parasitic form. Slytherin's expression sharpened with interest. Describe the sensation precisely. Like a tear in reality, a wrongness that pulls at the surrounding magic. But faint, as if dormant or contained. Harry closed his eyes, trying to pinpoint the direction. Southwest from here, I think. Considerable distance. Your sensitivity develops more rapidly than anticipated, Slytherin observed. You may be detecting another soul fragment belonging to this Voldemort, one currently inactive but still exerting influence on its surroundings. The possibility was both encouraging and disturbing. Harry's ability to sense such magic could prove invaluable, but the implication that multiple Horcruxes existed complicated the already daunting prospect of Voldemort's eventual return. Could this fragment be used to track others? Harry asked. Potentially. Soul shards from the same original being maintained certain resonances with each other. Slytherin gestured toward the grimoire. Study the section on sympathetic magical bonds. The principles are similar, though the application differs significantly for soul magic. Their training intensified following this discovery. Slytherin added exercises to strengthen Harry's natural sensitivity while teaching him methods to shield himself from potential feedback, the magical equivalent of protecting one's hearing while enhancing listening ability. Throughout these lessons, Harry maintained regular correspondence with his Hogwarts friends. Hermione sent lengthy letters detailing her family's trip to France, always concluding with suggestions for additional study topics. Neville's notes were shorter but genuine, describing his grandmother's surprise at his newfound confidence and his work in the family greenhouses. Most significant were the communications from Daphne. Her letters, delivered by an elegant eagle owl, contained both personal observations and valuable information drawn from the Greengrass family archives regarding the void's containment. She confirmed that her parents had approached Dumbledore about renewing certain ancient monitoring spells, creating a more coordinated system for tracking the binding's integrity. The headmaster seems genuinely concerned about the containment's stability, she wrote. He's reached out to several other families who maintain traditional warding responsibilities, suggesting a council of sorts. Father says this level of cooperation between traditionally opposing factions hasn't occurred in generations. In late July, Harry received a formal invitation to Greengrass Manor for the first week of August, accompanied by a note from Daphne. Father has corresponded with Dumbledore regarding your visit. The headmaster initially expressed reservations but ultimately conceded that a week's stay would be acceptable given recent developments. I suspect he recognizes the value of your accessing our family's historical records. The Greengrass Library contains texts on containment magic found nowhere else in Britain. Harry immediately sent his acceptance, beginning preparations for what would be his first visit to a proper wizarding household. The prospect both excited and unnerved him, a chance to experience magical family life while navigating the complex social expectations of pure-blood society. When he informed Slytherin of the finalized plans, the founder provided specific guidance. The Greengrass family maintains older traditions than most modern wizarding houses. They observe certain formalities abandoned by others, particularly regarding magical etiquette. I shall instruct you in the appropriate customs to avoid inadvertent offense. The remaining days before the visit included lessons not just in magic but in the intricate social protocols of ancient wizarding families. Harry learned the proper forms of address for different occasions, the significance of various magical gifts, and the complex system of debts and obligations that structure traditional wizarding relationships. Most modern witches and wizards have abandoned these formalities, Slytherin explained, but families like the Greengrasses preserve them, particularly for significant occasions. Your visit, given the circumstances of your alliance during the Void incident, carries greater weight than casual social interaction. On the morning of his departure, Harry packed his trunk with carefully selected items, including the Blackthorn wand and Slytherin's grimoire concealed in a hidden compartment. He'd informed the Dursleys of his week-long absence with deliberate vagueness, mentioning only a school friend's invitation. Their evident relief at his temporary departure saved him from detailed explanations. At precisely 10 o'clock, a soft chime rang through the house, a sound the Dursleys couldn't hear but that caused Nix to materialize immediately. Magical transportation arrives, the Shadow Serpent announced. A connection has formed in the dwelling's rear garden. Harry hurried downstairs and out the back door to find a tall, distinguished wizard in formal robes standing beside a graceful willow tree that definitely hadn't been there the previous day. The man's resemblance to Daphne was unmistakable, the same ice-blue eyes and composed features, though his hair was darker and threaded with silver at the temples. Mr. Potter, he greeted with a formal bow. Cygnus Greengrass. I trust you are prepared for departure. Yes, sir, Harry replied, executing the proper formal bow Slytherin had taught him. I'm honored by your family's hospitality. Something like approval flickered in Greengrass's eyes at Harry's correct observance of traditional greeting. The honor is mutual, given recent services rendered. He gestured to the willow tree, which Harry now noticed had a door-shaped opening in its trunk. Our temporary portal will return us directly to Greengrass Manor. Have you traveled by Botanical Gateway before? No, sir, Harry admitted. Simply step through while maintaining clear intent to arrive at your destination. The magic responds to focused will rather than physical movement. Cygnus placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. I shall accompany you to ensure smooth passage. Together they stepped into the tree's opening. Harry experienced a brief sensation of green light surrounding him, the scent of earth and growing things filling his lungs, before emerging into a sunlit garden unlike anything he'd ever seen. Greengrass Manor stood before them, not the ostentatious mansion Harry had half expected, but an elegant country house of honey-colored stone with ivy climbing its walls and mullioned windows reflecting the morning light. The gardens surrounding it seemed to exist in perpetual spring, with flowering plants that shouldn't logically bloom simultaneously, creating a tapestry of color and fragrance. Welcome to our home, Mr. Potter, Cygnus said, gesturing toward the main entrance where Daphne and an elegant blonde woman who could only be her mother waited. My wife, Serena, and my daughter, whom you know from Hogwarts. Harry approached with the formal greeting Slytherin had instructed for first entry into a magical family's ancestral home. May magic flow freely within these walls and fortune favor those who dwell herein. I enter with peaceful intent and grateful heart. Serena Greengrass's eyebrows rose slightly in evident surprise at his knowledge of the traditional phrase. We welcome you with open hearts and open hands, she responded, completing the ritual exchange. May your stay bring mutual enlightenment and strengthen bonds of alliance. With formalities observed, the atmosphere warmed considerably. Daphne stepped forward with a genuine smile that transformed her typically composed features. You've survived the Dursleys, I see, she said, leading him into the house. Mother has prepared the East Guest Suite. It has excellent morning light for reading, which I mentioned you might appreciate. The interior of Greengrass Manor continued the elegant understatement of its exterior. Rather than the dark, imposing decor Harry had associated with old wizarding families, the rooms were bright and welcoming, filled with beautiful magical artifacts that seemed chosen for personal meaning rather than ostentation. As they climbed a graceful staircase to the upper floor, Harry noticed magical portraits observing him with undisguised curiosity. Unlike Hogwarts' sometimes boisterous paintings, these ancestors maintained dignified reserve, though he caught whispers following their passage. They're discussing your magical aura, Daphne explained, noticing his attention to the portraits. The older ones especially, they were painted in times when visual manifestation of magical signatures was more commonly perceived. What do they see? Harry asked, curious despite himself. Grandmother Elidora says it resembles ancient weaving patterns, threads of different magical traditions interlacing in unusual configurations. Daphne glanced at him with that perceptive gaze he'd come to respect. She's particularly interested in a shadow walker accompanying you. Harry tensed slightly. She can see Nyx. Not precisely see, but sense. Daphne spoke matter-of-factly, as though discussing something perfectly ordinary. Grandmother was a renowned seer in her time. Perception beyond normal magical detection was her specialty. The casual revelation that Daphne's family could detect aspects of Harry's secrets prompted both caution and relief. Caution because his connection to Slytherin might be more transparent than he'd realized, relief because their apparent acceptance suggested potential for deeper trust. The East Suite proved to be a comfortable set of rooms including a bedchamber, private bath, and small study overlooking the gardens. Large windows filled the spaces with natural light, while the furniture balanced elegance with genuine comfort. I'll let you settle in, Daphne said, pausing at the door. Luncheon is at 1 in the garden solarium. Afterward, Father wishes to speak with you about your experiences with the containment breach. She hesitated, then added more quietly, he was quite impressed by your handling of the situation. Few adult wizards would have maintained sufficient composure to perform blood sealing under those circumstances. After she left, Harry unpacked while Nix explored the room's shadowy corners, checking for both threats and listening devices. The dwelling is heavily warded, the serpent reported, but not against us specifically. Privacy enchantments on this chamber prevent casual eavesdropping while allowing family members emergency access if needed. What about magical monitoring? Harry asked in Parseltongue. Can they detect what magic I perform here? The wards would register major workings but seem calibrated to ignore practice-level magic. Nix curled comfortably on a patch of sunlight. The magic here feels balanced. Neither light nor dark as modern wizards categorize, but harmonious, old magic maintained through generations of consistent working. This aligned with what Slytherin had told him about the Greengrass family, traditionalists who maintained ancient magical practices without falling into the blood supremacy that characterized families like the Malfoys or the rigid light magic adherence of families like the Weasleys. Luncheon in the garden solarium introduced Harry to the comfortable formality that characterized the Greengrass household. The family observed traditional courtesies without ostentation, creating an atmosphere of refined ease rather than stuffy protocol. Conversation flowed naturally, covering topics from Hogwarts professors to recent developments in magical theory. Daphne tells us you've demonstrated remarkable aptitude in multiple magical disciplines, Serena commented as they enjoyed a light summer soup. Particularly impressive given your unconventional upbringing. The delicate reference to his Muggle relatives contained neither condemnation nor pity, simply acknowledgement of unusual circumstances. I've been fortunate to discover excellent resources, Harry replied carefully. And I find magical theory fascinating, particularly how different branches interconnect at fundamental levels. A unified approach to magical disciplines was more common in earlier eras, Cygnus noted with approval. Modern education tends toward artificial compartmentalization, charms separate from transfiguration, both distinct from arithmancy, and so forth. The deeper principles connecting them are rarely taught before Newt level, if at all. After the meal, Cygnus invited Harry to his study, a comfortable room lined with bookshelves and featuring a large desk position to capture natural light from tall windows. Various magical instruments occupied a side table, including what appeared to be monitoring devices similar to those in Dumbledore's office. Please be seated, Mr. Potter, Cygnus said, indicating a comfortable armchair. I hope you'll forgive my directness, but our limited time suggests efficiency over excessive social maneuvering. Harry nodded, appreciating the straightforward approach. My daughter has shared the general outline of events beneath Hogwarts involving the Philosopher's Stone and the Containment Breach, Cygnus began. What interests me particularly is your knowledge of and connection to the original bindings. Such information is exceedingly rare outside certain hereditary wardships. The question probed directly at Harry's connection to Slytherin, dangerous territory requiring careful navigation. He opted for partial truth, as had served him previously. I discovered historical records describing the founder's original purpose in establishing Hogwarts, he explained. These records included detailed information about the void and its containment, along with certain, practical applications of that knowledge. Records, Cygnus repeated thoughtfully. Of considerable age and specificity, I imagine, to include blood-sealing protocols effective against a direct breach. Yes, sir. Cygnus studied him silently for a moment, those piercing blue eyes, so like Daphne's, seeming to evaluate far more than Harry's words. Mr. Potter, I hope you understand that I ask these questions not from mere curiosity but from practical necessity. The Greengrass family has maintained vigilance regarding the containment for over 9 centuries. What occurred beneath Hogwarts represents the most significant disruption in at least 500 years. He rose, moving to a section of walnut paneling that slid aside at his touch to reveal a hidden compartment. From within, he removed an ancient leather-bound volume. This is the Greengrass Vigilance Record, he explained, placing the book carefully on a reading stand. Every generation of our family has documented observations of the containment status, magical fluctuations, and any direct interventions required. He opened the book to reveal pages filled with handwritten entries in different styles, some clearly centuries old based on the faded ink and archaic script. Our family was among several charged by Salazar Slytherin himself with ongoing monitoring after his departure from Hogwarts. This responsibility transcends political alignments, house rivalries, or ministerial authority. The direct mention of Slytherin caught Harry's attention sharply. Slytherin specifically chose your family for this task. Along with 6 others, though only 3 lineages maintain active vigilance today. Cygnus turned several pages, stopping at an illuminated text that depicted 4 figures Harry recognized immediately as the founders. According to our records, Slytherin believed the other founders grew complacent after the initial containment, focusing on Hogwarts as an educational institution rather than the ward point it was designed to be. This aligned precisely with what Slytherin had told Harry directly. The confirmation that the Greengrass family maintained such accurate historical knowledge increased his confidence in their potential as true allies. Before his departure, Slytherin established a network of monitoring locations and appointed certain trusted families to maintain them, Cygnus continued. The Greengrasses, the Shafik, and the Selwyn families continue this tradition, though the others have either died out or abandoned their responsibilities over the centuries. He closed the book carefully. Which brings me to my principal question, Mr. Potter. The blood sealing you performed with my daughter demonstrated knowledge and ability that suggests direct connection to Slytherin's original protocols, not merely academic understanding from historical records. The moment had arrived sooner than Harry expected, the critical juncture where continued vagueness would damage credibility with a potential ally, while full disclosure carried significant risks. After careful consideration, Harry opted for a measured revelation. The records, I discovered, were more than simple texts. They contain preserved knowledge that responds to specific magical signatures. When I first accessed them, they recognized something in my magic and established a connection, a form of magical apprenticeship to the knowledge stored within. This explanation, while not revealing Slytherin's conscious presence directly, acknowledged a deeper connection than mere book learning. Cygnus absorbed this information with remarkable composure, though his eyes sharpened with intense interest. A self-updating magical repository keyed to recognize compatible magical signatures, he mused. Consistent with Slytherin's documented interest in knowledge preservation beyond physical limitation. He studied Harry with renewed attention. The magical mark you bear, the one that manifested during the blood sealing, is an apprenticeship sigil, is it not? Harry nodded, slightly surprised by Greengrass's recognition of such obscure magical symbolism. My great-grandfather's journals described similar marks used in the old apprenticeship systems, Cygnus explained, noting Harry's surprise. Such bindings fell out of practice centuries ago, replaced by standardized educational methods that proved more politically acceptable. The subtle criticism of modern magical education's limitations reflected Slytherin's own views so closely that Harry felt an immediate kinship with the older wizard's perspective. Mr. Potter, Harry, if I may, what you've discovered represents a potentially crucial resource in addressing the containment's deterioration. Cygnus leaned forward slightly. The knowledge preserved by Slytherin would include original casting methods, maintenance protocols, and perhaps even enhancement techniques lost to modern practice. It does, Harry confirmed. Though some require magical resources or collaborative workings beyond what I could currently manage. Which is precisely why alliances matter. Cygnus rose, moving to a map of Britain mounted on the wall. With a wave of his wand, glowing points appeared at various locations. These are the known major ward points in the containment network. Hogwarts represents the principal nexus, but 16 subsidiary locations reinforce and stabilize the overall structure. Harry recognized the pattern immediately from Slytherin's teaching, a magical geomantic array designed to distribute containment pressure across multiple points rather than concentrating it in a single location. 3 of these ward points lie on land still controlled by the remaining vigilant families, Cygnus continued. Greengrass Manor itself sits atop one such nexus, which is why our family has never relocated despite various political and social pressures over the centuries. The implications were significant. If the Greengrass family maintained direct access to one of the original ward points, their potential contribution to reinforcing the containment extended far beyond historical knowledge. During your stay, I hope you'll consent to examining our ward point with us, Cygnus said. Your unique connection to Slytherin's knowledge might reveal aspects we've misunderstood or overlooked through generations of traditional practice. I'd be honored, Harry replied sincerely. Excellent. We shall arrange the inspection for tomorrow morning. Cygnus's formal demeanor softened slightly. For now, I believe my daughter wishes to show you the family library, which contains our most comprehensive texts on containment magic. I suspect you'll find several volumes of particular interest given your specialized education. The diplomatic phrasing, acknowledging Harry's connection to Slytherin without demanding explicit confirmation, demonstrated the subtle approach that had likely helped the Greengrass family navigate centuries of wizarding politics while maintaining their traditional responsibilities. As Harry left the study, he reflected on how differently this conversation might have proceeded with someone less perceptive or more rigidly aligned with modern wizarding factions. Cygnus Greengrass had recognized the value of Slytherin's preserved knowledge without the prejudice that typically accompanied the founder's name in contemporary magical society. Daphne waited in the corridor, her expression revealing nothing about whether she'd been privy to her father's intentions for their meeting. Library, she suggested simply. Lead the way, Harry agreed. The Greengrass Library occupied a circular tower adjoining the main house, its interior magically expanded to contain significantly more space than the exterior dimensions suggested. Unlike Hogwarts' library with its regimented shelving and utilitarian design, this collection had grown organically over centuries, books, scrolls, and magical recording devices arranged in what initially appeared to be comfortable chaos but revealed itself as a complex organizational system based on magical resonance rather than subject categorization. Books that complement each other magically are stored in proximity, Daphne explained as she guided him through the space. It makes traditional cataloging impossible but creates unexpected connections between seemingly unrelated topics. The collection's size impressed Harry nearly as much as its quality. While smaller than Hogwarts' vast holdings, the Greengrass Library contained texts he'd never seen referenced elsewhere, many predating standardized magical education by centuries. This section contains our containment materials, Daphne indicated, approaching a curved wall of shelves near a stained glass window depicting a celestial map. Some are family records, others acquired through exchange with allied houses or recovered from magical sites over generations. As Harry examined the collection, he noticed something remarkable. Several volumes bore magical signatures remarkably similar to Slytherin's grimoire. These texts, he said, indicating a set of leather-bound volumes with silver clasps, they have the same magical resonance as materials I've studied. Unsurprising, Daphne replied. They're attributed to Slytherin directly, copied from his original works by my ancestors. The originals were reportedly stored in his personal library, which disappeared after his departure from Hogwarts. Harry carefully lifted one volume, feeling the familiar magical signature that confirmed its authenticity. Opening it revealed diagrams of the containment structure nearly identical to those Slytherin had shown him in the sanctuary. These would have been considered among the most valuable magical texts of their era, Daphne continued, watching him examine the book. The fact that our family possesses copies supports the historical account of Slytherin personally selecting certain families for ongoing vigilance. Harry spent the remainder of the afternoon immersed in these texts, comparing their content to what he'd learned directly from Slytherin. While the information largely aligned, he noticed fascinating differences, areas where copying errors or deliberate editing had created subtle divergences from the founder's original teachings. Your knowledge extends beyond what's contained in these texts, Daphne observed after watching him correct a runic sequence in his notes. The records you discovered must be remarkably comprehensive. Harry looked up to find her studying him with that penetrating gaze that seemed to see far more than he intended to reveal. They provide certain, practical applications that theoretical texts often omit, he acknowledged. Like blood-sealing protocols effective against direct void incursion, she pressed gently. Among other things. Daphne seemed to consider her next words carefully. Harry, I hope you know you can trust my family with whatever you've discovered. Our lineage has maintained Slytherin's vigilance for nearly a millennium without faltering, even when doing so contradicted prevailing political alignments. The sincerity in her voice was unmistakable, creating a moment of connection that transcended their usual careful exchanges. Harry found himself wanting to trust her completely, to reveal everything about Slytherin's preserved consciousness and his apprenticeship. Before he could respond, however, a soft chime sounded throughout the library. "Dinner will be served shortly," Daphne explained, straightening from where she'd been leaning against a bookshelf. "We should change. Traditional dinner attire is customary for guest visits." The moment of potential revelation passed, leaving Harry with mixed feelings. While part of him recognized the strategic value of fuller disclosure to the Greengrass family, Slytherin's cautions about protecting knowledge of his continued existence could not be easily dismissed. During dinner, conversation remained pleasantly general, focusing on Hogwarts, mutual acquaintances, and harmless magical theory. Harry observed the family's interaction with interest, noting the comfortable respect that characterized their relationships, so different from both the Dursleys' dysfunction and the impersonal formality he'd witnessed between Draco and his parents during brief platform encounters. Later that evening, as Harry prepared for bed, Nyx returned from exploring the manor. "The ward point lies beneath the eastern gardens," the Shadow Serpent reported. "A circular chamber with 9 pillars surrounding a central well of raw magic. The containment appears stable but shows evidence of recent reinforcement, new runic sequences overlaying the original patterns. Cygnus mentioned they've been working to strengthen their ward point since learning of the Hogwarts breach," Harry replied, sitting on the edge of his bed. "What about monitoring? Any evidence they're observing me more closely than they indicate?" "Their attention is evident but not deceptive," Nyx assessed. "The grandfather watches most intently. His portrait in the southern corridor contains expanded awareness enchantments allowing him to sense magical signatures throughout the manor." "A portrait as security system," Harry mused. "Clever. There is something else," Nyx continued. "The ice-eyed girl approached the well alone after nightfall. She performed a personal communion ritual, blood offered directly to the ward point while speaking ancient binding words. This unexpected information suggested Daphne was more actively involved in her family's ward point maintenance than she had indicated, perhaps undertaking additional responsibilities in response to the Hogwarts incident." "Did you recognize the ritual?" Harry asked. "Similar to what your Slytherin taught regarding personal attunement to containment magic," Nyx confirmed. "A deepening of connection between individual magical core and ward point energy. Significant commitment for one so young." The revelation added another layer to Harry's understanding of Daphne. Her involvement with the void containment clearly extended beyond academic interest or family obligation. She had made a personal magical commitment to its maintenance. Sleep came slowly that night as Harry considered the implications of everything he'd learned. The Greengrass family represented potential allies whose values and knowledge aligned remarkably well with his needs. Yet full disclosure of his connection to Slytherin remained a significant step he wasn't quite ready to take without further consideration. In the quiet darkness, he found himself missing the direct guidance Slytherin could provide in the sanctuary. For the first time since beginning his apprenticeship, Harry needed to make critical alliance decisions without his mentor's immediate counsel. The following morning brought clear skies and pleasant temperatures, ideal conditions for the planned ward point inspection. After breakfast, Cygnus led Harry and Daphne to the eastern gardens, where a seemingly decorative stone circle surrounded by flowering shrubs marked the ward point's surface access. "The actual chamber lies 40 feet below," Cygnus explained as he traced specific patterns on certain stones with his wand. "Created during the original containment establishment approximately 12 years after Hogwarts' founding. The stones rearranged themselves in response to his magical signature, forming a spiraling staircase descending into darkness. Cool air rose from below, carrying the distinctive tingling sensation of concentrated magical energy that Harry had come to associate with Slytherin's sanctuaries. Few outside our family have witnessed this chamber," Cygnus said as they descended. "The Ministry remains unaware of its existence, an intentional omission maintained through various misdirection wards and selective memory modifications when necessary. The Department of Mysteries suspects but cannot confirm," Daphne added. "They've attempted inspection 3 times in the last century. Each team departed convinced they had completed their investigation while actually having seen only the surface structures. The casual mention of memory modification to thwart ministry inspection indicated a family comfortable operating outside official magical governance when necessary, another similarity to Slytherin's independent approach. The chamber itself proved exactly as Nyx had described, a circular space with 9 pillars of dark stone surrounding a central well from which visible magical energy rose like heat distortion above summer pavement. Ancient runes covered every surface, some deeply carved into the original stone, others more recently added in what appeared to be silver inlay. The original ward point established by the founders, Cygnus said with evident reverence. One of 17 primary nodes in the containment network, connected directly to Hogwarts' central nexus. Harry approached carefully, his magical senses almost overwhelmed by the concentrated power. The ward point's magical signature felt remarkably similar to Slytherin's sanctuaries, the same fundamental energy with slight variations in pattern and flow. "May I?" he asked, gesturing toward the nearest pillar. Cygnus nodded. "Your impression would be valuable." Harry placed his palm against the cool stone, extending his magical awareness as Slytherin had taught him. Immediately, he felt the connection, not just to this specific ward point but to the entire containment network. For a brief, disorienting moment, he perceived the complete structure spanning Britain like a vast web of golden light, with Hogwarts burning brightest at its center. More disturbingly, he also sensed what lay beyond that web, the pressing darkness of the void, its countless watching eyes more numerous and attentive than before the breach. The containment held, but the boundary between realms had thinned perceptibly, allowing greater awareness in both directions. "It knows us now," Harry said softly, withdrawing his hand. The breach changed the relationship. Before, it was like containing something mindless, a force rather than an entity. Now there's attention. Focused awareness. Cygnus and Daphne exchanged significant looks. "You perceive it directly," Cygnus said, not a question but a confirmation of something suspected. "Few wizards retain that capacity in modern times. Even among our family, only those who undergo specific attunement rituals develop such perception." Harry realized he had revealed another unusual ability but decided transparency served better than evasion at this point. "The containment breach created a connection," he explained. "Since then, I've been able to sense the void's presence when near ward points or during certain magical workings. Such sensitivity typically requires generations of exposure to containment magic," Cygnus noted. "Unless facilitated by direct magical transference, such as through the apprenticeship binding you bear." The direct reference to his mark suggested Cygnus had discussed their previous conversation with Daphne, establishing a family position regarding Harry's unusual connection to Slytherin's knowledge. "These newer runic sequences," Harry said, indicating the silver inlays to shift the conversation slightly, "their reinforcement patterns based on Slytherin's original design but adapted for current magical conditions. Clever modification. My grandfather's work primarily," Cygnus explained, seeming to accept the subject change. "Enhanced by my own contributions after studying certain Eastern warding techniques. The fundamental structure remains Slytherin's design, but magical environments evolve over centuries, requiring corresponding adaptations." Harry circled the chamber slowly, examining the modifications with genuine interest. The greengrass adaptations demonstrated sophisticated understanding of the original purpose while incorporating innovation Slytherin himself might have approved. It represented exactly the kind of thoughtful evolution of magical practice the founder had hoped his teachings would inspire. "The well itself connects directly to raw magic beneath Britain's physical crust," Daphne explained as Harry approached the central feature. "The founders identified natural upwellings of magical energy and established ward points at these locations, using the natural power to sustain long-term enchantments that would otherwise require constant renewal." Harry nodded, recognizing the principles from Slytherin's teachings. "Magical geomancy on a national scale," he murmured. "Brilliant application of theory that wasn't formalized in magical literature until centuries later. Which raises interesting questions about how the founders developed such advanced understanding," Cygnus commented. Traditional histories provide no satisfactory explanation for their seemingly unprecedented magical innovations. The observation invited speculation about the founder's own magical education, a topic Slytherin had discussed with Harry during their sessions. According to the founder, much of their knowledge came from magical traditions predating organized wizarding society, preserved through family lineages and small magical communities that later disappeared during various historical upheavals. The containment itself, Harry said, returning to practical matters, how has it responded to the Hogwarts breach? Any changes in magical signature or flow pattern? Increased energy consumption initially, Cygnus replied. The network compensated for the breach by drawing additional power through all connected ward points. Since the emergency sealing, levels have stabilized slightly above previous baseline, suggesting ongoing repair processes within the magical framework itself. Self-healing properties were built into the original design, Harry confirmed, drawing on Slytherin's direct teachings. The containment was never meant to be static but responsive, adapting to changing conditions while maintaining fundamental structure. Daphne gave him a curious look. That aspect isn't documented in any of our family texts. The self-healing capability is something we observed empirically over generations but couldn't confirm was intentional rather than emergent behavior. Harry realized he'd revealed knowledge beyond what should be available in written records, but pressed forward rather than retreating. The responsive adaptation was a specific feature Slytherin insisted upon during initial design. He anticipated that magical environments would evolve over centuries and built corresponding flexibility into the containment structure. Your source materials are remarkably comprehensive, Cygnus observed neutrally, though his gaze had sharpened with renewed interest. They provide certain insights into the founder's intentions that appear to have been lost from most historical records, Harry acknowledged. They spent nearly 2 hours examining the ward point, with Harry identifying several original features whose purpose had been forgotten or misinterpreted over generations. His observations drew on Slytherin's direct teachings while carefully framing them as analysis of historical records rather than first-hand knowledge. When they eventually returned to the surface, Harry felt a curious mixture of satisfaction and caution, pleased with the productive exchange of information but conscious of how close he'd come to revealing Slytherin's continued existence. Your insights have been invaluable, Cygnus said as they walked back toward the manor. Particularly regarding the interpretation of certain original runic sequences whose purpose we had misunderstood. With your permission, I would like to share these observations with the Shafik family, who maintain a similar ward point in northern Scotland. Of course, Harry agreed. Coordinated understanding across all ward points would strengthen the overall containment. As they approached the house, a house elf appeared with a letter bearing the Hogwarts seal. This has just arrived for Master Harry Potter, sir, the small creature announced with a formal bow. Harry accepted the letter with thanks, recognizing Dumbledore's handwriting on the envelope. Opening it revealed a brief note, "Dear Harry, I trust your visit with the Greengrass family proves both pleasant and educational. I write to inform you that certain unusual magical disturbances have been detected near your relative's home in Surrey. While there appears to be no immediate danger, I would recommend curtailing your visit by 2 days as a precautionary measure. A ministry car will arrive at Greengrass Manor the day after tomorrow at 10 a.m. to transport you safely to Privet Drive. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore." Harry passed the letter to Cygnus, who read it with a frown. Interesting timing, he commented. And rather vague regarding the nature of these magical disturbances. Dumbledore often provides just enough information to justify his directives while withholding critical details, Daphne observed, reading the note over her father's shoulder. The question is whether genuine concern motivates this recall or something else entirely. Either way, it shortens our available time considerably, Cygnus said. Perhaps we should accelerate our planned discussions regarding ongoing communication and potential coordinated response to containment issues. They spent the afternoon in Cygnus's study, establishing secure communication protocols and discussing theoretical approaches to containment reinforcement should further weakening occur. Harry carefully balanced sharing valuable insights from Slytherin's teachings without revealing their source, finding the Greengrasses receptive to approaches that would be considered unorthodox or even forbidden by mainstream magical authorities. Blood magic remains the most effective method for emergency intervention, Cygnus acknowledged without hesitation. Modern prejudice against such workings reflects political fashion rather than magical reality. The original containment incorporated multiple forms of magic. Modern classification would consider dark, alongside those now labeled light, a meaningless distinction unknown to the founders themselves. This perspective so perfectly aligned with Slytherin's own views that Harry felt increasing confidence in the potential alliance. Throughout these discussions, he noticed Daphne's quiet competence, contributing precise observations and asking incisive questions that revealed sophisticated understanding beyond her years. That evening, Serena Greengrass arranged a formal dinner that included several family members beyond the immediate household: Daphne's maternal grandfather Arcturus Rowell, her paternal aunt Cassiopeia Greengrass, and her second cousin Nathaniel Greengrass, who worked as an unspeakable in the Department of Mysteries. Each had been briefed regarding Harry's unusual knowledge of containment magic, and the conversation flowed around that central topic with remarkable openness. "The Ministry remains willfully ignorant regarding the void and its containment," Nathaniel explained during the main course. "Even within the Department of Mysteries, only a handful of researchers in the Death Chamber recognize its existence as more than theoretical. Policy dictates treating any manifestations as isolated magical anomalies rather than symptoms of a unified phenomenon." "Deliberate blindness or genuine ignorance?" Harry asked. "Both, in different proportions depending on the individual," Nathaniel replied. "Some senior officials have encountered historical references and chosen suppression as policy, fearing public reaction to knowledge of such fundamental magical vulnerability. Others simply cannot conceptualize threats beyond the human-centered magical paradigm they understand. The same pattern repeats throughout wizarding history," Arcturus Rowell commented, his voice carrying the weight of his 90-plus years. "Periods of vigilance followed by comfortable ignorance, usually ending with crisis that reawakens awareness temporarily. I've witnessed 3 such cycles in my lifetime alone. The difference now," Cassiopeia interjected, "is the unprecedented weakening of magical education combined with increasing ministry centralization. Previous generations maintained diverse magical traditions independently of governmental oversight. Today's wizarding population depends almost entirely on standardized instruction that deliberately excludes deeper magical understanding." The critique of modern magical education, so similar to Slytherin's own observations, reinforced Harry's sense of ideological alignment with the Greengrass extended family. Their perspective bridged the artificial divide between light and dark magic that dominated contemporary wizarding politics, focusing instead on effective magical practice and responsible application regardless of classification. After dinner, Daphne suggested an evening walk through the gardens, which Harry readily accepted. The summer night was pleasantly warm, with magical lighting along the garden paths providing gentle illumination. "My family has overwhelmed you with information," she observed as they walked. "They rarely encounter someone outside established circles who shares both knowledge and perspective regarding containment magic." "I've enjoyed the discussions," Harry assured her. "Your family's approach to magic is refreshing. No artificial limitations based on political categorization. A luxury of operating outside mainstream magical society for centuries," Daphne replied. "When your principal magical responsibility involves containing an eldritch abomination, pragmatism necessarily overrides fashionable restrictions." They walked in comfortable silence for a while before Daphne spoke again, her tone more personal than usual. "I should thank you, Harry." "For what?" "Before Hogwarts, I'd resigned myself to a rather solitary path. The family responsibilities regarding containment magic aren't easily shared with typical schoolmates." She smiled slightly in the dim light. "Finding someone who not only understands but contributes meaningful insights has been significant." The simple statement contained layers of meaning Harry didn't fully grasp, but he recognized the genuine connection it represented. "I've felt the same," he admitted. "Having someone who understands both the magical complexities and the practical implications makes everything less isolating." They paused beside a small reflecting pool where floating magical lights created patterns on the water's surface. Daphne turned to face him directly, her expression more open than he'd ever seen it. "Whatever happens when we return to Hogwarts, I want you to know the Greengrass family stands with you, not just regarding containment issues but in whatever challenges emerge. The alliance we began during the breach is permanent as far as we're concerned." The formal declaration of ongoing alliance carried significant weight in traditional wizarding culture, particularly coming from a family of the Greengrasses' standing. It represented not merely personal friendship but magical and political alignment that would be recognized throughout pure-blood circles. "I'm honored," Harry replied sincerely. "And I make the same commitment to you and your family. Whatever resources or assistance I can provide will be available when needed." Something in Daphne's expression suggested she understood the significant power potentially represented by that promise, given Harry's unique access to Slytherin's knowledge. She extended her hand, palm upward, the traditional gesture for sealing magical alliance between families. Harry placed his palm against hers, feeling a gentle warmth as their magic recognized compatible intention. No formal spell activated, but the gesture itself carried magical weight through centuries of traditional practice. "When we return to Hogwarts, things will be different," Daphne said as they continued walking. "Our alliance will become visible to those paying attention. Some will attempt to understand it, others to undermine it. Political maneuvering," Harry acknowledged. "Inevitable, I suppose. Particularly given recent events and your unique position." Daphne glanced at him sideways. "The boy who lived forming close alliance with a traditionally neutral pure-blood family will generate significant speculation. Especially following your Slytherin sorting and subsequent heroics." The reminder of his public persona, something he thought about less frequently than his private magical studies, highlighted the complex path ahead. Harry's actions increasingly existed in both public and private spheres, with potential consequences in each. "Let them speculate," he said finally. "True allies are worth whatever political complications they create." Daphne's smile in response held genuine warmth. A very Slytherin sentiment, despite its Gryffindor-like directness. They returned to the house shortly afterward, each retiring to prepare for what would be their final full day at Greengrass Manor given Dumbledore's unexpected recall. In his room, Harry found Nyx waiting with interesting information. "While you walked with the Ice-Eyed Girl, I explored the manor's lower levels," the Shadow Serpent reported. "Beneath the family library lies another chamber, similar to your Slytherin sanctuaries but adapted for different purpose." "What kind of purpose?" Harry asked, intrigued. "Communication across ward points," Nyx explained. "The chamber contains a reflection pool designed to establish magical connection with corresponding pools at other locations. Recently used, based on the active magical signature." This suggested the Greengrass family maintained more sophisticated monitoring and communication systems than they had explicitly revealed, understandable given the sensitive nature of such magical networks in an era of increasing ministry oversight. "Could you determine who they communicated with?" Harry asked. "The magical signature suggests multiple connections. One bears traces similar to the Shafiq family magic mentioned by the father. Another contains older patterns, magic maintained but rarely activated until recently." Harry considered this information carefully. The Greengrasses appeared to be reactivating dormant communication networks, presumably in response to the containment breach and subsequent concerns about stability. Such preparation indicated they took the situation even more seriously than their measured discussions suggested. "Anything else of significance?" he asked. "The grandfather visits the Ward Point chamber nightly," Nyx reported. "He performs monitoring rituals more complex than those the family has discussed openly. His magical signature contains unusual patterns, not entirely human by conventional definition." This final observation raised intriguing possibilities regarding the Elder Raoul's magical nature and potentially explained his exceptional longevity and insight regarding the containment. Slytherin had mentioned certain magical families developing unique traits through generations of specialized magical practice, particularly those working with fundamental magical forces like those involved in the void containment. Harry slept fitfully that night, his dreams filled with shifting images of ward points glowing across Britain's landscape while darkness pressed against their boundaries with increasing pressure. In these dreams, he moved between locations instantly, adjusting runic patterns and reinforcing weakened sections as if the entire network responded directly to his will. He woke feeling simultaneously refreshed and unsettled, his magical core humming with energy while his conscious mind grappled with impressions that seemed more like memories than ordinary dreams. The sensation resembled his early experiences with Slytherin's teachings, when magical knowledge sometimes manifested through dream state learning rather than conscious instruction. The final day at Greengrass Manor focused on practical matters, establishing secure communication methods, exchanging reference materials regarding containment magic, and planning for potential collaboration during the coming school year. Cygnus provided Harry with a small silver mirror enchanted for secure communication with a corresponding mirror Daphne would carry at Hogwarts. Standard communication methods are increasingly monitored, he explained. These mirrors operate on principles predating current regulatory frameworks, essentially invisible to modern detection methods. Harry recognized the sophisticated enchantment as similar to magical devices Slytherin had described from his era, direct magical connections between paired objects rather than the intermediated communications favored in modern wizardry. Before the ministry car arrived the following morning, Serena presented Harry with a parting gift, a slender volume bound in midnight blue leather with silver clasps. "From our family grimoire," she explained. "Copies of the most relevant containment materials, including monitoring techniques compatible with your particular magical sensitivity. The book has been enchanted to appear as standard second-year material to anyone but yourself." The thoughtful gift represented significant trust. Family grimoires typically remain strictly controlled within bloodlines rather than shared with outsiders regardless of alliance. "Thank you," Harry said sincerely. "I'll study it carefully." Farewells proved surprisingly warm given the Greengrass's typically reserved demeanor. Cygnus clasped Harry's arm in the traditional farewell between allied wizards, while Serena offered a gentle blessing for safe travels. Daphne's goodbye was characteristically understated yet meaningful. "Until September 1st, she said simply. "Remember our discussions." The ministry car, a magically expanded black sedan with unusual acceleration capabilities, arrived precisely on schedule. The driver, a taciturn wizard who introduced himself only as Proudfoot, seemed disinclined toward conversation during the journey, allowing Harry time to reflect on everything he had learned. The Greengrass family had exceeded his expectations as potential allies, demonstrating sophisticated magical understanding, practical approach to containment issues, and refreshing freedom from the ideological constraints that limited most modern wizarding families. Their centuries-long dedication to maintaining Slytherin's vigilance suggested they might eventually prove receptive to knowledge of his preserved consciousness, though such revelation would require careful consideration and timing. As the car approached Surrey, Harry's thoughts turned toward the magical disturbances Dumbledore had cited as reason for his early return. The vague phrasing could indicate anything from genuine security concerns to administrative maneuvering designed to limit his exposure to the Greengrass's influence. What he discovered upon arrival at Privet Drive, however, suggested something entirely unexpected. As the ministry car pulled onto the street, Harry immediately sensed magical disruption, not external threats but disturbance in the blood wards themselves. Something had interfered with the protective magic surrounding the Dursley residence, creating unstable fluctuations in the normally consistent pattern. Proudfoot appeared oblivious to the magical disturbance, suggesting the sensitivity required to detect it exceeded standard aura training. He carried Harry's trunk to the door, nodded curtly, and departed without further interaction. The Dursleys greeted Harry's early return with their usual lack of enthusiasm, though he detected unusual tension in their manner. Vernon seemed particularly agitated, his face flushing purple at Harry's mere presence, while Petunia's pinched expression suggested concern beyond her typical disapproval. Only after retreating to his bedroom did Harry have opportunity to investigate properly. Nyx materialized immediately, confirming his suspicions. "The blood wards have been tampered with," the Shadow Serpent reported. "Not broken but disrupted, their pattern altered by external influence. Recent work, within the past 2 days." Could this be what Dumbledore detected? Harry asked. Likely, though his letter suggested detection from distance rather than direct inspection. The alteration is subtle, visible only to those attuned to this specific magical signature or with exceptional sensitivity to blood magic. Harry considered the implications carefully. The blood wards represented sophisticated protection based on his mother's sacrifice, magic Dumbledore had established and presumably monitored regularly. Their disruption without outright destruction suggested either testing of defenses or preparation for future action rather than immediate threat. I need to check the sanctuary, he decided. If something's interfering with established blood magic here, it might affect Slytherin's workspace as well. That night, after the Dursleys retired, Harry slipped out to the garden with the serpentine stones. The entrance responded normally to his touch, revealing the familiar staircase descending into Slytherin's sanctuary. As he entered the main chamber, however, he immediately sensed difference. The magical atmosphere felt charged with unusual energy, the silver basin swirling with agitated patterns. Slytherin's form emerged without Harry's usual greeting, the founder's expression grave. The wards have been probed, he stated without preamble. Something seeks access to spaces protected by blood magic, testing boundaries rather than forcing entry. I felt the disturbance in Dumbledore's protections around the house, Harry confirmed. Do you know what's causing it? Not precisely, though the magical signature bears concerning familiarity. Slytherin's form seemed more substantial than usual, his features more sharply defined. It resembles the corrupted magic you encountered in the parasite possessing your defense professor, this Voldemort entity, yet differs in fundamental pattern. Connected but distinct. Another fragment of his soul. Harry suggested, thinking of the distant magical disturbance he had detected earlier that summer. Possible, though this influence feels more directed. Purposeful rather than merely existent. Slytherin gestured Harry toward the monitoring chamber where the magical displays had shifted significantly since his last visit. Observe the patterns. The disturbance centers specifically on blood protections connected to you personally rather than general wards. The magical displays confirmed Slytherin's assessment, showing disruptions focused precisely on protections that recognized Harry's magical signature. Whatever sought entry specifically targeted connections to him rather than simply breaching magical defenses. Could Dumbledore's actions in bringing me back early have exacerbated this? Harry asked. Unlikely. The timing suggests opposite causality, he detected the disturbance and recalled you as precaution. Slytherin studied the displays thoughtfully. More concerning is the method. Blood ward disruption requires either opposing blood connection or corruption of the original magical intent that established the protection. Both possibilities carry disturbing implications, either someone with blood connection to Harry was working against his protection, or magic similar to his mother's sacrifice was being manipulated for opposing purpose. What can we do? Harry asked. Strengthen your personal magical barriers immediately, Slytherin instructed. Whatever seeks entry targets you specifically, your mind, your magic, your blood connection. We must reinforce defenses before more direct assault occurs. The remainder of the night involved intensive magical work, reinforcing Harry's occlumency shields, establishing additional magical barriers around his core signature, and performing protective rituals Slytherin had previously considered unnecessary given the blood ward's strength. These measures will provide immediate protection, Slytherin explained as they concluded the final ritual near dawn. But the underlying threat remains unidentified. Until we determine what precisely targets you, continued vigilance is essential. Harry returned to his bedroom at Privet Drive exhausted but better protected. The experience had transformed his final weeks of summer from anticipated magical study to heightened defensive preparation, a concerning shift that suggested his second year at Hogwarts might prove even more dangerous than his first. The remaining August days passed in careful routine. By day, Harry maintained his Dursley expected behavior while observing the blood wards for further disruption. By night, he worked with Slytherin on advanced defensive magic and continued monitoring for magical intrusion attempts. The disruption pattern stabilized rather than escalating, suggesting whatever had probed the wards had either achieved its purpose or temporarily retreated. Dumbledore made no further contact, though Nix occasionally reported magical monitoring from distance, likely the headmaster's instruments tracking the situation remotely. A week before term began, Harry received letters containing his second-year book list and updates from friends. Hermione's excited message detailed her family's return from France and plans for purchasing new textbooks. Neville wrote about successful experimentation with magical plants in his greenhouse, crediting Harry's encouragement for his newfound confidence. Most significant was correspondence from Daphne, delivered by her family's eagle owl with additional privacy enchantments beyond standard postal methods. Harry, Father has received concerning reports from our contacts in the Ministry. Recent magical disturbances resembling those Dumbledore cited have been detected at several locations historically connected to TMR, the self-styled Lord's birth identity. The pattern suggests activation of long-dormant magical anchors rather than new workings. More pressing, Grandfather detected probe attempts on our family ward point similar to what you likely experienced with the Privet Drive protections. Something systematically tests blood-based defenses established during the original containment era. The Selwyn ward point reports similar disruption, while the Shafik location remains untouched. The pattern suggests knowledge of the ward point network rather than random magical activity. We've accelerated preparation accordingly. Father recommends you maintain heightened awareness regarding magical signatures in your vicinity, particularly those resonating with soul magic patterns you previously identified. Until September 1st, DG. The letter confirmed Harry's suspicions that the disturbance at Privet Drive represented part of a larger pattern rather than isolated incident. The systematic targeting of ward points suggested knowledge of the containment network that should have remained restricted to very few individuals, certainly not available to contemporary dark wizards without access to ancient records. He shared this information with Slytherin during that evening's session. The Founder's reaction proved more concerned than Harry had anticipated. This represents coordinated action rather than coincidental magical resonance, Slytherin concluded after examining the patterns Harry described. Something, or someone, possesses both knowledge of the original containment structure and means to probe its current vulnerabilities. Voldemort? Harry suggested. Possibly, though his disembodied state would make such systematic magical action difficult without significant assistance. Slytherin paced thoughtfully, his translucent form leaving faint magical traces in the air. More concerning is the implication that knowledge I deliberately obscured has somehow been rediscovered. The ward point network structure was known only to myself and the families directly charged with maintenance. Could records have survived that you didn't anticipate? Harry asked. Or someone from one of the original families betrayed the knowledge? Both possibilities exist, though neither fully explains the particular magical signature you've detected. Slytherin gestured toward the monitoring displays. These disruptions bear traces of my own magical design, almost as if someone attempts to utilize my original methods for opposing purpose. This disturbing assessment suggested whoever worked against the containment possessed not just knowledge of its structure but understanding of the founding principles Slytherin himself had established. Such comprehension should have been impossible without direct access to the Founder's personal records or preserved consciousness. Could there be another sanctuary we don't know about? Harry asked. One that fell into the wrong hands. Slytherin's expression grew troubled. I established 7 primary sanctuaries and 14 lesser workspaces. You have accessed 2 primaries, beneath your relative's dwelling and within Hogwarts. The others were keyed to magical signatures that should have prevented unauthorized access. But magical signatures can be manipulated, Harry pointed out, recalling principles from their earlier lessons. Especially with blood connection or magical inheritance. Indeed. Which raises concerning possibilities regarding this Voldemort's potential relation to magical lineages connected to my original work. Slytherin studied Harry thoughtfully. The coming term at Hogwarts may prove more dangerous than anticipated, apprentice. These systematic probes suggest preparation rather than immediate action, testing defenses before launching more significant assault. On the ward points? Or on me personally? Both, I suspect. The pattern suggests multiple objectives pursued simultaneously, characteristic of sophisticated magical strategy rather than simple malevolence. Slytherin gestured toward one of the side chambers. We must accelerate your defensive preparation before you return to Hogwarts. Particularly regarding recognition and countering of soul magic manifestations. The remaining days before September 1st involved intensive magical training, pushing Harry's abilities beyond what even Slytherin had previously considered appropriate for his age and experience. The Founder's concern about imminent threats overrode his usual measured approach to magical education, resulting in compressed instruction in defensive techniques normally reserved for much older practitioners. Your natural aptitude allows more rapid advancement than typical apprentices, Slytherin explained during one particularly demanding session. And circumstances demand capability beyond standard progression. The combination of Voldemort's interest in you personally and the containment disturbances creates unprecedented vulnerability. By the time Harry packed his trunk for Hogwarts, he had mastered defensive techniques that would challenge many adult wizards, particularly those involving detection and containment of soul magic manifestations. Slytherin had emphasized practical application over theoretical understanding, focusing on Harry's ability to respond effectively to immediate threats rather than comprehensive magical education. Remember, Slytherin instructed during their final session, should you encounter active soul magic at Hogwarts, containment takes priority over confrontation. Such manifestations typically cannot be destroyed through conventional magical means, only contained until appropriate countermeasures can be implemented. And if containment fails? Harry asked. Slytherin's expression grew solemn. Then immediate withdrawal and contact through our established methods becomes essential. Do not attempt direct confrontation with manifested soul fragments without specific preparation. The warning underscored the seriousness with which Slytherin viewed the potential threats ahead, a level of caution the Founder rarely displayed regarding magical challenges. On the morning of September 1st, Harry departed Privet Drive with minimal interaction from the Dursleys, who seemed relieved by his imminent absence regardless of circumstances. The night bus provided transportation to King's Cross, an arrangement Dumbledore had established via letter the previous day, citing continued magical disturbances that made Muggle transportation inadvisable. The violently erratic magical bus delivered Harry to the station with nearly an hour before the Hogwarts Express departed, providing ample time to observe the platform's magical security measures, which appeared significantly enhanced compared to the previous year. Aurors in civilian attire maintained discreet positions throughout the area, while magical monitoring devices disguised as ordinary platform fixtures registered arriving students' magical signatures. Harry's first familiar face belonged to Neville, who approached with newfound confidence, his grandmother following with her signature vulture-topped hat. "Harry! Good to see you," the formerly shy boy greeted with genuine warmth. "Gran wanted to meet you properly." Augusta Longbottom proved exactly as formidable as her reputation suggested, tall, stern-featured, and radiating that particular magical presence characteristic of witches who had witnessed multiple wizarding conflicts and emerged unbroken. "Mr. Potter," she greeted with formal nod. "My grandson speaks highly of your influence on his studies. The improvement in both his confidence and magical application has been notable." "Neville has natural talent," Harry replied honestly. "He just needed appropriate encouragement to recognize it himself." Augusta's expression softened fractionally. "Indeed. Something I perhaps failed to provide effectively." She studied Harry with penetrating assessment. "You have your mother's magical signature, adaptive and intuitive, combined with something distinctly your own. Interesting combination." The casual observation of his magical characteristics suggested Augusta Longbottom possessed the rare sensitivity increasingly uncommon in modern wizarding society, likely another witch who would perceive more in Harry's developing abilities than he might wish to reveal. Before the conversation could continue, Harry spotted Hermione navigating through the crowd with her parents, Muggles looking simultaneously proud and slightly overwhelmed by the magical surroundings. Their reunion involved enthusiastic discussion of summer activities and speculation about the coming term, with Hermione particularly excited about Gilderoy Lockhart being appointed as the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. I've read all his books, she gushed. The things he's accomplished, defeating the Wagga Wagga werewolf, banishing the Bandon banshee. Harry maintained polite interest while privately reserving judgment. His experiences with both Slytherin and the Greengrasses had developed healthy skepticism regarding widely accepted wizarding narratives, particularly those serving commercial or political purposes. As they prepared to board the train, Harry spotted Daphne arriving with her parents. Their public greeting maintained appropriate formality for their respective social positions, a polite exchange recognized by observant purebloods as acknowledging alliance without flaunting connection. The subtle positioning would communicate necessary information to those who understood traditional wizarding interactions while avoiding excessive attention from casual observers. Potter, Daphne acknowledged with perfect poise. A pleasant journey to you. Greengrass, Harry returned with appropriate nod. Likewise. The brief exchange contained volumes of meaning invisible to most observers but clearly recognized by certain watching purebloods, particularly Draco Malfoy, whose narrowed eyes and thoughtful expression suggested immediate recognition of the alliance implications. On board the Hogwarts Express, Harry initially joined Hermione and Neville in a compartment, catching up on summer experiences and discussing the coming term. An hour into the journey, he excused himself to find the trolley lady, actually seeking opportunity to speak privately with Daphne as planned through their earlier correspondence. They met in a prefect compartment temporarily vacated by its usual occupants, arranged through Daphne's family connection with a sixth-year Ravenclaw prefect who owed the Greengrasses a favor. "We have 10 minutes, Daphne said without preamble. "The disruption pattern has accelerated since my letter. 3 additional ward points reported probe attempts, all using the same magical signature with increasing intensity. Focusing on blood-based protection specifically?" Harry asked. "Yes, though with concerning evolution in approach. Initial attempts seemed exploratory, testing response patterns. Recent probes demonstrate adaptation based on detected defensive measures." She handed him a small parchment containing runic sequences. Grandfather identified these patterns within the intrusion magic. "They're ancient, predating standard British runic systems." Harry recognized the symbols immediately from Slytherin's teachings, specialized runic forms the founder had developed specifically for containing and redirecting volatile magical energies. Their presence in contemporary magical intrusions confirmed Slytherin's concern that someone had accessed knowledge that should have remained restricted to his direct teachings. "This confirms connection to original containment methods," Harry said grimly. "Whoever conducts these probes understands fundamental principles behind the ward point's creation." "Precisely our assessment." Daphne's expression conveyed controlled concern. "More troubling, the magical signature contains traces similar to what we encountered during the Hogwarts breach. Not Voldemort's magic directly, but something adjacent. Connected yet distinct." This aligned with what Harry had sensed in the Privet Drive disturbances and Slytherin's subsequent analysis. "Soul magic," he suggested quietly. "A fragment operating independently yet maintaining connection to the original source." Daphne's eyes widened slightly, the equivalent of open shock from someone with her typical composure. "You've identified the specific magical category?" "That would explain certain anomalous characteristics our family monitoring couldn't classify precisely." "It's consistent with what I sensed during the Quirrell confrontation," Harry confirmed, careful not to reveal Slytherin as his information source. "Soul magic creates distinctive distortion patterns in ambient magical fields, recognizable once you know the indicators. This significantly changes our response approach." Daphne absorbed the information with remarkable adaptability. "Soul magic requires containment protocols entirely different from standard magical interference. The Greengrass Grimoire contains limited information on such workings, mostly theoretical rather than practical application." "I have more comprehensive resources," Harry offered. "Including specific containment methods effective against soul magic manifestations." Daphne studied him with renewed intensity. "Your resource materials continue to exceed normal magical libraries in both scope and practical application." particularly regarding magical categories modern education deliberately excludes. The observation pressed against the boundaries of what Harry could comfortably explain without revealing Slytherin directly, but circumstances demanded greater transparency with key allies. The materials I've accessed contain preserved magical knowledge specifically designed for apprenticeship transmission, he explained carefully. Including comprehensive practical application methods for addressing threats modern wizarding education no longer acknowledges. Apprenticeship transmission, Daphne repeated, her gaze focusing on Harry's wrist where Slytherin's mark occasionally manifested during intensive magic. That explains certain, resonance patterns, in your magical signature. The materials aren't merely providing information, they're actively shaping your magical development through established apprenticeship channels. Her perception came dangerously close to identifying Slytherin's direct influence, but Harry recognized the immediate circumstances demanded confirmation rather than continued evasion. Yes. The connection is more interactive than standard learning. But the specific nature of that interaction remains something I need to protect for now. He met her gaze directly. I trust your family with much, but some aspects require additional consideration before fuller disclosure. Daphne nodded, accepting the boundary without evident offense. Understandable. Traditional apprenticeship bonds often include non-disclosure components until certain stages of development complete. She glanced at her watch. Our time grows short. Practical matters, Father suggests maintaining regular communication via the mirrors. Any soul magic manifestations should be reported immediately rather than addressed independently. Agreed, though practical response may prove necessary before communication can be established, Harry noted. I've prepared certain containment methods for emergency application should direct encounter occur. Good. Daphne's expression softened slightly. Be careful, Harry. Whatever probes these ward points likely has Hogwarts as ultimate objective, the central nexus would provide access to the entire containment network if compromised. And I'll be right there at the nexus, Harry acknowledged. Convenient target for whatever approaches. They parted with formal handclasp that concealed genuine concern beneath proper wizarding etiquette. As Harry returned toward his original compartment, he encountered Draco Malfoy in the corridor, the blonde Slytherin's expression suggesting deliberate interception rather than coincidental meeting. Potter, Draco acknowledged with studied neutrality. Interesting summer. Educational, Harry replied noncommittally. Yours? Informative. Draco's gray eyes assessed Harry with calculation beyond typical 12-year-old capacity. Father mentioned increased activity in certain traditional circles. Your name arose in interesting contexts. The deliberate ambiguity suggested information gathering rather than direct confrontation, Draco testing boundaries of Harry's awareness regarding pureblood political maneuvering. Contexts often exceed content in significance, Harry responded, matching Draco's oblique approach. Though accurate information generally proves more valuable than speculative positioning. The diplomatic non-answer acknowledged Draco's implied information without confirming specific knowledge or allegiance. The blonde boy's slight nod suggested appreciation for the nuanced response rather than frustration at its ambiguity. Indeed. Draco stepped aside to allow passage, adding with casual precision, the Greengrass Alliance represents interesting repositioning given historical alignments. Some might question compatibility with your unique status. Traditional values transcend contemporary political convenience, Harry replied smoothly. A perspective your family historically appreciated before recent realignments. The subtle reference to the Malfoys' opportunistic political shifts over generations, from neutrality to blood supremacy as advantageous, represented calculated reminder that Harry understood pure-blood history beyond public narratives. Something like reluctant respect flickered in Draco's expression. An unexpectedly traditional perspective from the boy who lived. Perhaps Slytherin house placement wasn't sorting error after all. The acknowledgement suggested potential for more complex relationship than their previous year's careful distance. Harry recognized the value in maintaining communication channels with all significant magical factions, particularly given Lucius Malfoy's political influence and potential knowledge regarding Voldemort's methods. The Sorting Hat rarely makes mistakes, Harry agreed. Though individuals often misinterpret its wisdom until perspective matures. With that philosophical observation, he continued toward his original compartment, leaving Draco with thoughtful expression suggesting reassessment of Harry's political sophistication and potential value as ally rather than adversary. The remainder of the journey passed uneventfully, with conversation focusing on anticipated classes and speculation about the coming term. As the train approached Hogsmeade Station, however, Harry experienced a momentary magical disturbance, a brief sensation like static electricity raising the hair on his arms, accompanied by faint whispers at the edge of perception. Nyx, hidden within Harry's shadow, stirred with unusual alertness. Something approaches the castle, the shadow serpent warned through their mental connection. Not physical presence but magical intrusion, testing boundaries similar to the wardpoint probes. The warning confirmed Harry's suspicions that whatever had systematically tested blood protections elsewhere now turned attention toward Hogwarts itself. The central nexus of the containment network represented both greatest prize and most formidable defense for any entity seeking access to the original bindings. As the train slowed for arrival, Harry mentally reviewed defensive preparations and communication protocols established with both Slytherin and the Greengrasses. Whatever approached Hogwarts would find not the ignorant first year who had stumbled upon chamber beneath the third-floor corridor, but a prepared apprentice with growing magical capability and established allies aware of the true threats facing the wizarding world. His second year at Hogwarts would clearly involve challenges beyond standard magical education, and potentially threats more insidious than Voldemort's transparent attempt to secure the Philosopher's Stone. Soul magic, containment disturbances, and systematic probing of ancient protections suggested coordinated strategy rather than desperate resurrection attempt. The true heir of Slytherin's knowledge had returned to Hogwarts just as something else sought entry to the castle and the ancient secrets it contained. The convergence seemed less coincidental with each new development, suggesting deliberate orchestration rather than magical chance, a concerning pattern Harry would need to unravel while maintaining his precarious position between public expectations and private knowledge. As Hogwarts Castle came into view, illuminated against the evening sky, Harry felt both returning home and entering potential battlefield. This duality, sanctuary and danger intertwined, perhaps best exemplified the fundamental reality of his magical life. The very place that offered belonging and purpose simultaneously presented greatest risk and responsibility. With Nyx's invisible presence wrapped protectively around him and Slytherin's knowledge accessible through their established connection, Harry prepared to face whatever awaited within the ancient castle's walls, be it standard magical education or confrontation with forces that had remained dormant for centuries until recent awakening. Chapter 5 The Ancient Enemy. The Great Hall's enchanted ceiling mirrored a clear September evening as returning students settled at their house tables for the start-of-term feast. Harry observed the familiar space with newfound awareness, his magical senses, honed through summer training with Slytherin, detecting the ancient power woven throughout the castle's very stones. What had once registered as merely impressive magical architecture now revealed itself as a sophisticated containment system disguised as a school. The castle's defenses have strengthened since last term, Nyx observed silently from Harry's shadow. Someone has reinforced the foundational wards, recent work, powerful casting. Dumbledore, most likely, Harry replied through their mental connection. Probably responding to the containment breach last spring. As Harry took his seat at the Slytherin table, he noted the political dynamics already re-establishing themselves. Draco had positioned his faction at the table's center, Crabbe and Goyle flanking him physically while Pansy Parkinson, Blaise Zabini and Theodore Nott completed his immediate circle. The arrangement communicated continued claim to house leadership while acknowledging Harry's separate power base. Daphne arrived moments later, taking the seat beside Harry with casual grace that belied the statement this positioning made. Her friend Tracy Davis joined them, followed by several other second and third years whose families maintained traditional neutrality in wizarding politics. Without obvious orchestration, the table had divided into recognizable factions: Malfoy's conventional pure-blood alliance, Harry's emerging crosshouse coalition, and the older students who maintained careful independence while observing the younger years' political maneuvering with amused interest. Subtle, Harry murmured to Daphne as Professor McGonagall led the first years into the hall for sorting. Merely efficient, she replied with the ghost of a smile. Better to establish parameters immediately than waste weeks on tedious repositioning. Across the hall, Harry spotted Hermione and Neville at the Gryffindor table, both offering discreet waves when they caught his eye. Nearby, Ron Weasley scowled in Harry's direction, his antipathy apparently undiminished by the summer break. Harry had made multiple attempts to establish cordial relations with Ron during their first year, but the redhead's deep-seated prejudice against all things Slytherin had proven insurmountable. The sorting ceremony proceeded predictably, with Harry paying particular attention to students whose family names Slytherin had identified as historically significant in containment matters. A young girl named Astoria Greengrass, Daphne's sister, joined Slytherin with composed dignity reminiscent of her older sibling. Luna Lovegood, a dreamy-eyed blonde whose father published the unconventional Quibbler magazine, went to Ravenclaw after an unusually long deliberation by the sorting hat. Interesting, Daphne commented quietly as Ginny Weasley, the final student, was sorted into Gryffindor. The Lovegood girl's magical signature registers unusually. Father says their family maintains certain traditional perspectives despite their eccentricities. Before Harry could inquire further, Dumbledore rose for his customary welcome speech. The headmaster appeared much as ever, resplendent in midnight blue robes embroidered with silver stars, yet Harry detected subtle signs of strain, slight darkening beneath the twinkling eyes, a barely perceptible tension in his posture. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts," Dumbledore announced with characteristic enthusiasm. "Before we become befuddled by our excellent feast, I have a few start-of-term notices to share." The standard announcements regarding forbidden items and prohibited forest access followed, with special emphasis on avoiding third-floor areas, currently undergoing magical reinforcement. The specific mention drew Harry's attention, the location precisely matched the previous year's breach point. Finally, Dumbledore concluded, "Please join me in welcoming our new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart." A handsome wizard with wavy blonde hair and elaborate periwinkle robes rose to enthusiastic applause, particularly from female students. Lockhart offered the hall a dazzling smile and theatrical bow that immediately triggered Harry's skepticism. The new professor's magical signature registered as competent but unexceptional, nowhere near the power one would expect from someone claiming his published accomplishments. "A peacock," Daphne observed quietly. "Mother met him at a ministry function last year. Says his self-promotion skills significantly exceed his magical capacity." Harry nodded agreement, already questioning how such an individual would address the complex defensive magic challenges clearly approaching Hogwarts. The appointment seemed almost deliberately inadequate given current circumstances, raising questions about Dumbledore's strategy or awareness. As the feast materialized on golden plates, conversation turned to summer activities and course expectations. Harry participated just enough to maintain appearances while remaining alert to his surroundings. His enhanced magical sensitivity detected unusual fluctuations in the castle's ambient magic, subtle disturbances that would be imperceptible to most wizards but registered clearly to his Slytherin-trained perception. "You feel it too?" Daphne asked softly, noticing his momentary distraction. "Something's probing the castle's outer defenses," Harry confirmed. "Not concentrated attack, more like systematic testing." "Father expected this." Daphne maintained pleasant expression while discussing concerning matters, a skill Harry had come to appreciate. As Hogwarts contains the primary nexus, any entity targeting the containment would naturally focus here eventually. Their conversation paused as older students joined their section of table, bringing typical start-of-term discussions of Quidditch prospects and class schedules. Harry noted how naturally Daphne shifted between serious confidential matters and normal student interaction, another skill developed through her family's generations balancing ordinary wizarding life with extraordinary magical responsibilities. After the feast, Slytherin prefects led them to the dungeons, where the common room's familiar green-tinged light and underwater window views offered strangely comforting welcome. Professor Snape arrived moments later for his traditional start-of-term address, his dark eyes surveying returning students with characteristic assessment before settling momentarily on Harry with unreadable expression. Slytherin House maintained both academic and athletic supremacy last year, Snape began without preamble. I expect nothing less this term. Your behavior reflects not merely on yourselves but on your housemates and Hogwarts' most distinguished founder. His reference to Slytherin carried unintended irony given Harry's direct apprenticeship, though his expression revealed nothing as Snape continued outlining expectations and house protocols for first year's benefit. Finally, Snape concluded, I remind you that house unity remains paramount outside these walls. Whatever disagreements exist between you, present unified front to other houses. Internal conflicts remain internal. With characteristic swirl of black robes, Snape departed, leaving students to their usual first-night socializing. Harry exchanged brief conversation with various housemates before excusing himself, citing travel fatigue. In reality, he planned immediate exploration of Slytherin's sanctuary beneath Hogwarts to assess any changes since his departure. The second-year boys' dormitory contained the same elegant four-poster beds and silver-green hangings, though their trunks now occupied positions reflecting subtle status shifts from the previous year. Harry's bed had moved from peripheral placement to more central location, tacit acknowledgement of his increased standing following the previous year's events. After his roommates settled into sleep, Harry slipped from bed and retrieved his invisibility cloak from his trunk's hidden compartment. With Nyx guiding him through shadow perception, he navigated Hogwarts' darkened corridors toward the deep dungeon passage leading to Slytherin's hidden sanctuary. Someone has recently accessed this passage, Nyx reported as they approached the concealed entrance. Magical traces remain fresh, within days. This unexpected information raised immediate concerns. The sanctuary entrance responded only to Parseltongue and specific magical signatures, limitations that should have prevented unauthorized access. Can you identify who? Harry asked, examining the serpentine carving that marked the entrance. The magic tastes, familiar yet different. Similar patterns to your own access, but altered. Corrupted. This disturbing assessment suggested someone with magical signature similar enough to Harry's or Slytherin's to trigger recognition from the entrance protections. Given recent events and Slytherin's warnings, the implications were deeply concerning. Harry activated the entrance with Parseltongue command, watching carefully as the wall receded to reveal the descending staircase. The sanctuary beyond appeared unchanged at first glance, the circular chamber with 7 archways surrounding the central silver basin. Yet his enhanced magical perception immediately detected subtle differences, slight alterations in the ambient magic, disturbances in previously stable patterns. The silver basin stirred without Harry's prompt, Slytherin's form rising with unusual urgency. Apprentice, the founder greeted, his expression grave. You sense the disruption. Someone else has accessed this space, Harry confirmed. Recently. Indeed. 3 days passed, something bearing fragmented magical signature resembling yours attempted entry. The sanctuary's protections initially resisted but ultimately recognized sufficient congruence to permit limited access. Slytherin's form appeared sharper, more defined than previously, adaptation to perceived threat. The intruder examined specific sections before departing without apparent sabotage. What sections? Historical records regarding the Chamber of Secrets and my personal quarters within Hogwarts. Slytherin gestured toward one of the archways. Nothing was removed or damaged, yet the intrusion itself represents significant breach of established protections. Harry followed Slytherin through the indicated archway into a chamber containing historical records, scrolls, books, and memory crystals organized in meticulous arrangement. One section showed clear evidence of recent examination, items slightly repositioned, magical residue lingering on specific documents. These detailed the chamber's creation, purpose and accessing methods, Slytherin explained, indicating the disturbed materials. Information I deliberately restricted to prevent misuse by unqualified individuals. Could Voldemort have accessed this? Harry asked, recalling the soul fragment's interest in Slytherin's legacy. Possible but perplexing. The sanctuary recognizes specific magical signatures, mine, yours as my apprentice, and certain bloodline connections I established as contingency. Slytherin's expression revealed rare uncertainty. This intruder possessed magical signature bearing similarities to multiple authorized patterns simultaneously, a phenomenon that should be impossible through conventional means. The implications were deeply troubling. If Voldemort or one of his soul fragments could access Slytherin's sanctuaries, the knowledge contained within could enable far more sophisticated interference with the containment network than previously anticipated. What exactly is the Chamber of Secrets? Harry asked. You've mentioned it before but never explained fully. Slytherin considered briefly before responding. It represents my most significant contribution to Hogwarts' defense system, the central control point for the containment network. Unlike other sections of the castle, which disguise protective functions behind educational facades, the chamber maintains purely defensive purpose. And it contains what, exactly? Multiple elements. Primary control mechanisms for the containment wards. Repository for my most powerful defensive enchantments. And Slytherin paused momentarily, a guardian specifically bred and trained to address containment breaches. A guardian? Harry pressed, sensing reluctance in Slytherin's explanation. A basilisk, the founder acknowledged. Specially bred with enhanced magical properties beyond typical specimens. Athea was designed to sense void intrusions and neutralize them through concentrated magical countermeasure. Harry absorbed this revelation with mixture of fascination and concern. A basilisk, legendarily lethal serpent capable of killing with mere gaze, hidden somewhere within Hogwarts represented significant discovery and potential danger. If someone else has learned about the chamber and this basilisk. He began. Indeed. Should the basilisk be controlled by unauthorized individual, consequences could prove catastrophic. Slytherin's form shimmered with evident concern. The creature responds to Parseltongue commands but possesses sophisticated magical defenses against unauthorized control, protections that may prove inadequate against certain intrusion methods. The conversation shifted to immediate practical matters, securing the sanctuary against further unauthorized access and establishing monitoring for potential chamber activation. Slytherin adjusted the sanctuary's recognition parameters to strengthen protections while maintaining Harry's access, a complex magical process requiring nearly an hour to complete. These adjustments will prevent similar intrusion temporarily, Slytherin explained upon completion. Though determined entity with sufficient magical understanding might eventually bypass even these enhanced protections. What about the chamber itself? Harry asked. Should we access it directly to ensure it remains secure? A necessary precaution, though timing requires careful consideration. The chamber's location remains concealed through multiple protective measures, accessing it prematurely might inadvertently reveal its position to watching entities. Slytherin's expression grew thoughtful. We shall observe for evidence of interference before direct intervention. They spent another hour reviewing monitoring enchantments and establishing alert protocols before Harry reluctantly departed, aware that curfew violations would attract unwanted attention to his activities. As he navigated back toward Slytherin dormitories under his invisibility cloak, his mind processed implications of the night's discoveries. The systematic targeting of blood protections during summer, the probing of Hogwarts defenses, and now unauthorized access to Slytherin's sanctuary collectively suggested coordinated strategy rather than random magical events. Something, presumably connected to Voldemort but possibly acting independently, sought specific knowledge regarding Hogwarts' deepest secrets and the containment network they protected. More concerning still was the timing, these activities accelerating precisely as Harry deepened his apprenticeship with Slytherin and developed alliance with the Greengrass family. The convergence seemed increasingly deliberate rather than coincidental, suggesting orchestration beyond mere opportunity. As Harry slipped back into his dormitory bed, Nix offered final observation before dissolving into shadow for the night, events aligned too precisely for random chance. Something recognizes your growing connection to the containment and moves deliberately to counter it. We face not merely threat but direct opposition, targeted and informed. This assessment articulated Harry's own growing suspicion, that whatever approached represented not general danger but specific counterforce to his own developing role. The realization transformed his perspective from responsive defender to direct participant in calculated magical conflict. Sleep came uneasily, filled with dreams of ancient chambers and watching eyes, the void's awareness pressing against increasingly thin barriers separating realities. Classes resumed the following morning with predictable mixture of academic review and forward preparation. Professor McGonagall tested their retained transfiguration knowledge through demanding practical assessment, while tiny Professor Flitwick enthusiastically outlined advanced charms principles awaiting second years. Even Professor Binns, the ghostly history of magic teacher, maintained his soporific delivery of goblin rebellion details apparently unchanged from previous centuries. Defense against the dark arts, however, proved exactly as concerning as Harry had anticipated. Professor Lockhart began their first session with theatrical self-introduction and quiz focusing entirely on personal details from his published adventures, favorite colors, secret ambitions, and alleged heroic accomplishments featuring prominently while actual defensive magic received no mention whatsoever. Complete fraud, Daphne muttered as Lockhart pranced around the classroom distributing quiz papers. Father says half his claimed accomplishments occurred while reliable witnesses place him elsewhere. Yet Dumbledore hired him, Harry observed quietly. Either the headmaster's judgment has deteriorated significantly, or this appointment serves some purpose we don't yet recognize. The class concluded with Lockhart's disastrous attempt to demonstrate creature management using cageful of Cornish pixies, resulting in classroom chaos, student injuries, and the professor's hasty retreat, leaving Hermione to resolve the situation through quick-thinking freezing charm application. Well, that was illuminating, Theodore Nott commented dryly as they departed the devastated classroom. Our education now includes practical demonstration of what not to do when confronting magical creatures. Educational incompetence aside, Blaise Zabini added, there's something distinctly off about Lockhart's magical signature. It fluctuates unnaturally, almost as if portions have been repurposed. This observation caught Harry's attention immediately. Repurposed how? Blaise shrugged elegantly. Difficult to articulate precisely. My mother specializes in magical signature analysis, family tradition. Lockhart's pattern contains distinctive gaps where coherent magic should flow continuously. Characteristic of certain memory manipulation techniques, though unusually extensive. The casual revelation of Zabini's specialized magical sensitivity represented significant information. Harry had previously categorized Blaise as politically neutral but otherwise standard Slytherin. This indication of specialized family magic suggested potential value beyond political positioning. Interesting, Harry replied noncommittally, filing this information for later consideration. Worth observing further, perhaps. Their conversation paused as they approached the second-floor corridor, where unusual commotion had gathered numerous students. Pushing forward, Harry discovered the cause, water flooding from a girl's bathroom, and on the wall above, red letters glistening wetly in torchlight, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir beware. The message sent immediate chill through Harry, its significance far exceeding what surrounding students could possibly understand. Nearby, hanging from torch bracket, Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, dangled motionless, body rigid and eyes staring blankly. The Chamber of Secrets, someone whispered. What's that? Enemies of the heir. Another voice speculated. The heir of Slytherin, it must mean. Harry exchanged significant glance with Daphne, whose composed expression revealed nothing to casual observers while communicating clear understanding of the situation's gravity to Harry. The systematic targeting they had monitored all summer had progressed to direct action, precisely as their concerns had anticipated. Argus Filch's anguished cry upon discovering his petrified cat shattered the corridor's hushed speculation. The caretaker's subsequent accusation directed at nearby student collapsed into incoherent sobbing until Dumbledore arrived moments later, bringing immediate authority to the chaotic scene. "Everyone will proceed to their classes," the headmaster directed calmly. "Prefects, please escort your housemates. Mr. Filch, please come with me. We will take Mrs. Norris to my office for examination." As students reluctantly dispersed, Harry noted Dumbledore's brief but significant glance in his direction, not accusatory but questioning, as if attempting to determine Harry's knowledge regarding the situation. Harry maintained neutral expression while mentally calculating implications of this development. The chamber's opening, whatever that specifically entailed, had occurred precisely as Harry returned to Hogwarts and shortly after unauthorized access to Slytherin's sanctuary containing information about the chamber. The timing eliminated coincidence, suggesting deliberate orchestration connecting these events. Throughout the day, corridor whispers focused exclusively on the Chamber of Secrets, speculation ranging from reasonably accurate historical references to wildly exaggerated tales of monsters and mayhem. By dinner, Hogwarts' efficient rumor network had established multiple contradictory narratives regarding the chamber's purpose, content, and the identity of Slytherin's heir, who had supposedly opened it. Harry maintained careful neutrality during these discussions, neither confirming or denying any theories while observing which students demonstrated knowledge beyond common speculation. He noted with interest that certain traditionally aligned pure-blood students, primarily those from families Slytherin had identified as historically connected to containment matters, avoided speculation entirely, suggesting prior awareness of the chamber's true significance. That evening in the Slytherin common room, Draco Malfoy held court among his faction, his commentary regarding the chamber deliberately crafted for maximum political impact. "My father says the chamber has been opened before," he announced to rapt audience. "Last time, a mudblood died. It's only matter of time before another one's killed this time. Personally, I hope it's Granger." The casual cruelty triggered immediate reaction in Harry, protective instinct toward his friend combined with strategic assessment that Draco's approach represented dangerous escalation of house tensions. Without revealing his own knowledge, he needed to establish both protective stance toward potential targets and maintain Slytherin house unity. "Rather short-sighted, Malfoy," Harry commented, his tone conversational but carrying throughout the now silent common room. "Regardless of blood status, student casualties on Slytherin's watch would severely damage our house standing. Strategic consideration suggests maintaining protective position toward all Hogwarts students while the situation develops." The diplomatic framing, appealing to Slytherin's self-interest rather than moral objection, provided face-saving redirection that even blood supremacists could accept without appearing weak. Draco's momentary expression revealed calculation before he nodded slightly. "Fair assessment, Potter. Though I maintain certain students represent greater loss than others." His response acknowledged Harry's point while preserving his position among pure-blood hardliners, political maneuvering worthy of older student. Crisis temporarily averted, Harry retreated to quieter corner where Daphne had observed the exchange with typical composure. "Neatly handled," she commented quietly. "Though I suspect your motivation extended beyond political positioning. Strategic consideration and personal values need not conflict," Harry replied. "Protecting students while maintaining house unity serves multiple objectives simultaneously." "Indeed." Daphne glanced around to ensure privacy before continuing. "More pressing, the chamber's opening represents significant escalation beyond preparatory probing. Direct action suggests immediate objectives rather than continued assessment." Harry nodded agreement. "We need better information. Historical accounts in the library will provide public narrative for comparison against actual events." "Already arranged research session with Granger tomorrow," Daphne confirmed. Her assistance provides both information gathering efficiency and opportunity to ensure her personal safety given current targeting patterns. The casual inclusion of Hermione in their planning, particularly from traditionally reserved Daphne, reflected significant development in their alliance building. Harry recognized with satisfaction how naturally their different friendship circles had begun integrating through practical cooperation. Perfect. I'll speak with certain other contacts regarding historical perspectives beyond standard texts. Harry's careful phrasing referenced his access to Slytherin without explicit statement, their developing verbal shorthand for sensitive matters. Later that night, Harry descended again to Slytherin's sanctuary, finding the Founder's apparition already waiting with evident concern. "The chamber has been accessed," Slytherin confirmed immediately. "My monitoring enchantments detected activation approximately 17 hours ago, shortly before the public announcement appeared." "What exactly does opening the chamber entail?" Harry asked, seeking practical understanding beyond historical accounts. "Primary entrance unsealing and initial guardian awakening," Slytherin explained. "The basilisk remains partially dormant upon first activation, limited awareness while assessing current magical environment before full consciousness engagement. So we have time before it becomes fully active." Traditional awakening protocol required three-stage process spanning several days, the Founder confirmed. Though unauthorized activation might bypass certain safety measures, accelerating timeline unpredictably. Slytherin led Harry through monitoring chamber where magical displays showed disturbing developments throughout Hogwarts Foundation wards. Containment structures registered increased strain, not critical failure but concerning degradation beyond normal parameters. "The chamber's activation destabilizes certain containment aspects," Slytherin explained, indicating pulsing patterns on the displays. "By design, accessing chamber temporarily weakens specific wards to permit authorized recalibration. Under normal circumstances, authorized operator would immediately reinforce these weakened sections through dedicated control mechanisms within the chamber itself. But unauthorized access means those reinforcements aren't happening," Harry concluded. "Leaving vulnerable points in the containment." "Precisely. Most concerning, these particular vulnerabilities align with patterns established during summer probing attempts. Suggesting whoever accessed the chamber possesses specific knowledge regarding containment weak points." This revelation confirmed Harry's worst suspicions, not random attack but precisely targeted assault on Hogwarts' most critical magical defenses, conducted by entity with sophisticated understanding of the castle's deepest secrets. "We need to locate the chamber and secure it," Harry stated firmly. "Agreed, though approach requires careful consideration. Unauthorized activation suggests hostile intent, potential trap for legitimate responders." Slytherin's expression reflected millennia of strategic thinking. Additionally, the basilisk itself presents significant danger even to authorized individuals if improperly approached. "How exactly is the chamber accessed?" Harry asked. "You've never specified its location within Hogwarts." "Deliberately," Slytherin acknowledged. "Even to my apprentice, certain knowledge remains restricted until appropriate preparation. The chamber's primary entrance lies beneath the castle, accessed through specially designated portal responding exclusively to Parseltongue command. Secondary access points exist but require specific magical keys I retained personally." "And where is this primary entrance?" Slytherin seemed to reach decision after momentary consideration. "Given current circumstances, partial disclosure becomes necessary. The entrance is concealed within plumbing system added centuries after my departure, specifically, through sink fixture in second-floor girls' lavatory." The location's significance registered immediately. The flooded bathroom near where the message appeared, Harry realized. The water came from initial entrance activation. Logical assessment. The entrance mechanism involves significant water displacement when transitioning between sealed and accessible states. They spent subsequent hours establishing monitoring enchantments specifically targeting the chamber's entrance and developing contingency plans for different potential scenarios. Slytherin provided detailed description of the chamber's internal layout, control mechanisms, and, most importantly, methods for safely communicating with the basilisk should direct confrontation become necessary. Athea was specifically bred and trained for containment defense, Slytherin emphasized. Unlike common basilisks driven by predatory instinct, she possesses sophisticated magical intelligence and specific purpose. Under normal circumstances, approaching with proper parseltongue authorization would trigger recognition protocols rather than defensive aggression. But after 1,000 years in isolation? Harry questioned skeptically. Stasis enchantments maintained suspended animation until activation. She experiences passage of only months or years rather than centuries. Nevertheless, extended isolation combined with unauthorized activation creates unpredictable variables. Slytherin's expression reflected genuine concern for the magical creature he had created. Approach with extreme caution should direct contact prove necessary. As their session concluded near dawn, Slytherin provided final instruction: monitor developments carefully before direct intervention. The chamber's activation likely represents only initial stage in broader strategy. Understanding complete objectives before counterresponse improves tactical position significantly. Harry departed with enhanced understanding but lingering concerns. The chamber's activation represented significant escalation beyond preparatory probing, direct action with potentially catastrophic consequences should the basilisk be unleashed against students or the containment further compromised. The following days established new normal at Hogwarts. Classes continued while corridor conversations focused exclusively on the Chamber of Secrets. Teachers attempted maintaining educational routine while implementing additional security measures, students traveling in groups, evening activities curtailed, prefects conducting regular corridor patrols. Harry divided his time between regular classes, strategic information gathering, and discreet communication with his developing alliance network. Hermione led library research efforts, compiling historical references to the chamber from available texts. Neville contributed surprising knowledge from traditional pure-blood oral histories his grandmother had shared, information absent from standard publications but preserved through family traditions. Most significant were Daphne's communications with her family, who provided access to private records documenting historical chamber references beyond public accounts. Through carefully coordinated information sharing, their group assembled reasonably comprehensive understanding of the chamber's historical context while maintaining public appearance of normal student activities. During Thursday evening study session in the library, their research team, consisting of Harry, Daphne, Hermione, Neville, and surprisingly, Luna Lovegood, who had joined through Neville's invitation, compared compiled information. Historical accounts agree the chamber contained some form of monster, Hermione summarized, consulting her extensive notes. Though specifics vary widely depending on source reliability. Traditional family histories specifically mention Serpent Guardian, Neville added. Gran says old pure-blood accounts describe King of Serpents serving Slytherin's purpose. Basilisk, Luna stated dreamily, her silver-gray eyes momentarily focusing with unexpected clarity. Daddy published article about them last year. Ministry classification doesn't account for specially bred variants with enhanced magical properties. This unexpectedly accurate assessment from the eccentric first-year Ravenclaw drew surprised looks from the others. Harry examined Luna more carefully, noting unusual magical signature Daphne had previously identified, neither standard witch pattern nor clearly definable alternative, but something distinctly unique. That's remarkably specific, Luna, Hermione responded diplomatically. What makes you suggest basilisk particularly? The spiders are fleeing, Luna replied, attention apparently captured by something invisible near the ceiling. They always run from basilisks. And the roosters have been killed, 3 so far. Basilisks can't stand rooster crows. Rather obvious pattern, really. Harry exchanged significant glance with Daphne. Luna's observations aligned precisely with information Slytherin had shared regarding basilisk vulnerabilities, knowledge that should have been inaccessible to first-year student through conventional sources. How exactly do you know about the roosters, Luna? Harry asked carefully. Hagrid mentioned it during afternoon tea yesterday, she replied. He's quite upset about it. Says something's been specifically targeting them, necks wrung manually rather than predator attack. This new information suggested deliberate preparation, someone systematically eliminating natural basilisk deterrents before chamber activation. The strategic foresight indicated sophisticated planning rather than impulsive action. Their research continued through dinner, with Harry quietly observing Luna's surprising insights while maintaining focus on practical response planning. The young Ravenclaw's unusual perception and apparent access to information beyond conventional sources suggested potential value beyond initial assessment. Later that evening, as Harry prepared for bed, Nix returned from reconnaissance with disturbing news. Blood writing appears on third-floor corridor, another message, same style. The purging begins tonight. Harry immediately retrieved his invisibility cloak and communication mirror, contacting Daphne through their secured connection. Another message has appeared. We need to implement monitoring immediately. Within 20 minutes, their response team had mobilized, Harry and Daphne approaching the message location under invisibility cloak while Hermione and Neville established alibi presence in library under prefect supervision. The third-floor corridor stood empty save for the glistening message, its red letters still wet against stone wall. Blood again, Daphne confirmed after careful magical analysis. Not human, rooster blood, based on magical signature. Consistent with Luna's information about killed roosters, Harry noted. The purging begins tonight suggests imminent action rather than continued preparation. They established concealed monitoring position nearby, utilizing disillusionment charms and silencing spells Slytherin had taught Harry beyond Hogwarts standard curriculum. For nearly 2 hours, they maintained vigilant observation until Prefect Patrol forced temporary withdrawal to avoid detection. Whatever purging means, it hasn't manifested yet, Daphne observed as they retreated towards safer observation point. Though heightened magical disturbance throughout the castle suggests something approaches activation threshold. Harry's enhanced sensitivity confirmed her assessment. Hogwarts ambient magic registered increasing fluctuation, particularly around areas Slytherin had identified as critical containment nodes. The castle itself seemed to respond to impending threat, magical defenses adjusting automatically to changing conditions. Near midnight, distant scream echoed through corridors, female voice cut suddenly short after initial cry. Harry and Daphne moved immediately toward sound source, navigating by magical disturbance pattern rather than auditory direction. They arrived at second-floor corridor near original message location to discover Colin Creevey, enthusiastic first-year Gryffindor known for constant photography, lying rigid on stone floor, camera raised to eye level, body completely petrified like Mrs. Norris before him. No attacker remained visible, though magical residue lingered heavily in surrounding air. Basilisk attack, Harry whispered, recognizing distinctive magical signature from Slytherin's descriptions. Indirect exposure through camera lens rather than direct gaze, explaining petrification rather than death. Daphne performed quick assessment charm, confirming Harry's analysis. Pattern matches traditional accounts of basilisk gaze filtered through magical medium. He's alive but completely suspended, magical petrification rather than physical paralysis. They dispatched Nix to alert professors while maintaining observation position, anticipating potential return of whoever controlled the basilisk. Within minutes, Professors McGonagall and Snape arrived, their expressions grim as they examined the petrified student. Another attack, McGonagall stated tersely. The chamber has indeed been reopened. So it would appear, Snape replied, his dark eyes scanning surroundings with evident suspicion. Though certain details suggest deviation from historical pattern. Their conversation continued quietly as they levitated Colin toward the hospital wing, voices fading as they departed. Harry and Daphne remained concealed until corridor emptied completely before continuing their investigation. The magical residue contains unusual elements, Harry noted, examining lingering energy patterns visible to his enhanced perception. Not just basilisk signature but something else, almost like magical direction or control pattern. Whoever controls the basilisk leaves trace influence, Daphne agreed. Distinctive magical fingerprint if we can properly isolate and identify it. They spent another hour documenting magical residue patterns before returning to their respective dormitories, planning to continue investigation following day. As Harry settled into bed, Nix offered disturbing observation: the controlling signature contains elements similar to what we detected in Slytherin's sanctuary, the unauthorized access pattern. Same entity directs both intrusions. This confirmation solidified Harry's growing suspicion: coordinated strategy targeting both chamber access and containment weakening simultaneously. The systematic approach suggested sophisticated understanding of Hogwarts' deepest magical structures rather than simple prejudice-motivated attacks against Muggleborns as historical accounts suggested. Colin Creevy's petrification transformed Hogwarts' atmosphere from nervous speculation to genuine fear. Students traveled in tight groups, professors escorted younger years between classes, and hospital wing visits required special permission as Madame Pomfrey worked with Professor Sprout preparing Mandrake Restorative Draught, the only known remedy for basilisk petrification. Professor Lockhart's response proved particularly counterproductive, the defense teacher establishing dramatic but entirely ineffective protective measures, including bright purple robes he claimed basilisks found repellent and elaborate wand movements that accomplished nothing beyond accidental student injuries when improperly mimicked. More concerning than Lockhart's incompetence was Dumbledore's increasingly strained appearance. The headmaster maintained public composure but showed subtle signs of significant magical exertion, evidence he worked behind scenes addressing containment issues while managing public chamber situations simultaneously. During second week following initial chamber opening, Hogwarts established dueling club under Lockhart's nominal leadership, though Professor Snape's involvement suggested headmaster-mandated competence injection into otherwise questionable defensive initiative. The Great Hall transformed for evening dueling demonstration, long dining table removed, gilded stage erected for student instruction. Nearly entire student body attended, combination of genuine interest in self-protection and relief from increasingly oppressive castle atmosphere driving participation. Gather round, gather round. Lockhart called, resplendent in deep plum robes. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Excellent. The demonstration began with Lockhart's self-aggrandizing introduction before Professor Snape disarmed him so efficiently the defense teacher landed ingloriously several feet from original position. Harry observed with clinical interest, noting Snape's precise wand control and economical movement, hallmarks of experienced duelist rather than theoretical practitioner. When students paired for practice, Harry deliberately partnered with Neville, providing opportunity to discreetly continue the defensive training they had begun previous year. Across the hall, Hermione worked with Daphne while maintaining appearance of standard class pairing rather than established alliance. Disarming only. Lockhart shouted as spells began flying with predictable chaos. I said disarm only. The practicing descended into increasingly problematic spell exchanges as certain students, particularly rival house pairings, abandoned disarming for more aggressive hexes. Snape observed with thinly veiled contempt before Lockhart called halt to chaotic proceedings. Perhaps demonstration with student volunteers, Lockhart suggested. Potter. Malfoy. Up on stage, please. Harry ascended platform with calculated neutrality, assessing Draco as dueling opponent while considering appropriate response level. Their public confrontation represented not merely spell practice but political positioning affecting house dynamics, requiring careful balance between demonstrating capability and maintaining strategic ambiguity regarding his full magical capacity. 3 count, then cast, Lockhart instructed. Disarming charms only, if you please. Snape whispered something to Draco whose smirk suggested deviation from stated restrictions. Harry subtly reinforced his magical shields, non-verbal protection Slytherin had taught beyond standard curriculum, while maintaining outwardly unremarkable stance. 1, 2, Serpensortia. Draco called preemptively, his wand producing large black snake that landed heavily on platform between them, raising itself aggressively toward Harry. The unexpected conjuration created immediate audience panic while presenting Harry with complex decision point. His natural Parselmouth ability could easily control the serpent, but public demonstration of this rare magical talent carried significant political implications given current chamber situation. Before Harry could decide appropriate response, Lockhart attempted ill-advised intervention, casting dramatic but incompetent spell that launched Snake airborne rather than vanishing it. The serpent landed near Justin Finch Fletchley, a Hufflepuff second year, and prepared to strike with venom-dripping fangs. Decision time collapsed to split-second requirement. Harry assessed priorities, student safety outweighed political positioning, and responded instinctively. "Stop," he commanded in Parseltongue. "Do not attack." The snake immediately relaxed, coiling into docile position on stone floor while staring at Harry with evident submission. The great hall fell completely silent, hundreds of students staring at Harry with expressions ranging from shock to outright fear. "What are you playing at?" Justin demanded, face pale with terror before turning and running from hall. Harry realized immediately how his intervention appeared to observers unaware of his motivations. Speaking Parseltongue publicly during active chamber investigation effectively declared connection to Slytherin's legacy at worst possible moment. The strategic implications unfolded rapidly in his mind as Professor Snape vanished the snake with casual wand flick, his expression unreadable as he studied Harry with renewed intensity. The dueling club disbanded amid frantic whispers, students giving Harry wide berth as they departed. Daphne reached him first, maintaining composed public expression while communicating clear concern through subtle eye contact. "Strategic recalibration required," she murmured as they exited hall together. "This development accelerates certain timelines significantly." Harry nodded agreement, already calculating political response options. His Parseltongue ability, previously known only to select individuals, had now become public knowledge during active chamber investigation involving Slytherin's basilisk. The optics could hardly be worse for someone already navigating complex political positioning. By following morning, Hogwarts rumor network had established new consensus: Harry Potter must be Slytherin's heir, his Parseltongue ability confirming direct connection to founder whose monster now stalked corridors. Students who previously sought his company now avoided his presence entirely, conversations stopping abruptly when he entered rooms, fearful glances following his movements throughout castle. "Predictable if unfortunate," Daphne commented during breakfast, maintaining normal seating beside him while many Slytherins demonstrated sudden interest in distant table sections. "Though certain aspects work advantageously for our actual objectives." "How so?" Harry asked, maintaining casual conversation despite surrounding tension. "Widespread assumption you control chamber activities provides excellent cover for actual investigation," she explained. "While attention focuses on watching your movements, we maintain relative freedom monitoring actual activity patterns." This insightful assessment demonstrated Daphne's exceptional strategic thinking, converting apparent disadvantage into operational advantage through perception management rather than direct confrontation. Harry recognized again how fortunate their alliance had proven given current challenges. His Gryffindor friends demonstrated unexpected loyalty despite prevailing suspicion, Hermione and Neville maintaining normal interaction while dismissing rumor-driven accusations with remarkable firmness. More surprisingly, Luna Lovegood began accompanying their study sessions despite having no prior connection to Harry, her dreamy expression concealing surprisingly perceptive observations about Castle's changing magical patterns. "The barriers thin where darkness pressed before," she commented during library session that afternoon, apparently addressing shelf of ancient runes texts rather than her companions. "The watching eyes grow numerous as solstice approaches." Traditional boundary weakening, of course. This cryptic statement, so precisely aligned with void containment principles Slytherin had taught, further confirmed Luna's unusual magical perception transcended standard witchcraft. Harry exchanged significant glance with Daphne, whose subtle nod suggested similar assessment of Luna's unexpected value. Their research continued throughout day, compiling historical chamber references while discreetly monitoring Castle for further basilisk activity. Nyx provided continuous surveillance through Shadow Network, reporting unusual magical fluctuations but no direct creature movement by evening. That night, however, another attack occurred. Justin Finch Fletchley discovered petrified near library entrance alongside nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost somehow affected despite incorporeal state. The double attack created unprecedented panic, particularly given Ghost's apparent vulnerability despite non-physical existence. Harry examined attack scene under invisibility cloak after professors departed, detecting same distinctive magical control pattern overlaying basilisk signature. More concerning, he noted degradation in surrounding containment wards, magical barriers weakening precisely where petrification occurred, suggesting connection between attacks and containment deterioration. When he shared this observation with Slytherin during Sanctuary visit, the founder confirmed disturbing pattern. The basilisk's magic was specifically attuned to containment network, Slytherin explained. Under proper direction, its unique magical properties reinforce wards against void intrusion. Under corrupted control, however, this same resonance potentially weakens existing structures, particularly when focused against specific targets. So these attacks serve dual purpose, Harry concluded. Creating terror among students while systematically weakening containment points throughout Castle. Precisely. The pattern suggests methodical targeting rather than random victim selection. Each petrification location corresponds with significant containment node beneath surface perception. This revelation transformed Harry's understanding of current events, not merely prejudice-driven attacks against Muggleborns as historical accounts suggested, but sophisticated magical strategy targeting Hogwarts' fundamental protective structures. The implications expanded concern beyond individual student safety to potential catastrophic containment failure should pattern continue. "We need to locate and secure the chamber immediately," Harry stated firmly. Agreed, though approach requires additional preparation given current circumstances. Slytherin led Harry to monitoring chamber where displays showed increasingly concerning degradation throughout containment network. Direct chamber access now presents our most viable intervention option despite potential risks. They spent hours reviewing chamber layout, control mechanisms, and basilisk interaction protocols before developing specific intervention plan. Harry would access chamber through primary entrance in second-floor bathroom, utilizing Parseltongue abilities and Slytherin's direct guidance through their apprenticeship connection. Once inside, he would attempt re-establishing proper control parameters while identifying whoever currently directed basilisk activities. The timing requires careful consideration, Slytherin cautioned. Entering during active basilisk deployment risks direct confrontation without sufficient preparation. Optimal approach involves identifying pattern indicating chamber access period when basilisk remains contained but control mechanisms remain accessible. How would we recognize such pattern? Harry asked. Magical signature fluctuation preceding basilisk release, Slytherin explained. Controlling entity must access chamber personally to issue new directives, approximately 30 to 40 minutes of specific magical activity before creature emerges. With intervention plan established, Harry returned to Slytherin dormitory hours before dawn, mind processing complex magical information while body demanded rest after extended magical training. As consciousness faded toward sleep, final disturbing thought emerged: whoever controlled the basilisk possessed Parseltongue ability, direct Slytherin connection, and sophisticated understanding of Hogwarts containment structures. The combination suggested opponent far more dangerous than typical dark wizard. The Christmas holiday approach brought temporary distraction from chamber concerns as most students prepared returning home for celebrations. Harry arranged remaining at Hogwarts despite multiple invitations, Greengrass family offering formal hospitality while Hermione suggested Muggle holiday with her parents. His decision prioritized maintaining direct monitoring presence at Hogwarts while utilizing reduced student population for less restricted investigation. "Father understands your reasoning," Daphne assured him before boarding Hogwarts Express. "Though he insists you accept this for holiday research purposes." She presented small wrapped package containing ancient-looking key crafted from silver and emerald. Family heirloom associated with Slytherin's original Wardpoint network. Might prove useful given current circumstances. The thoughtful gift represented significant trust. Family magical artifacts typically remain strictly controlled within bloodlines rather than shared with outsiders regardless of alliance. Harry accepted with appropriate formal gratitude, recognizing both practical value and symbolic significance in traditional wizarding exchange. With castle largely emptied for holidays, Harry established systematic exploration schedule, utilizing daytime hours for conventional investigation while accessing Slytherin's sanctuary during nights for deeper magical assessment. Remaining students included minimal Slytherin presence, primarily younger years without ceremonial family obligations, while Gryffindor contingent featured Weasley siblings remaining due to parents' international travel. For days into holiday period, Harry's monitoring detected significant magical disturbance, distinct pattern Slytherin had identified as preceding basilisk deployment. The signature originated from second-floor girls' bathroom containing chamber entrance, fluctuations indicating active access rather than passive monitoring. Harry moved immediately toward location under invisibility cloak, maintaining communication with Nyx, who shadow traveled ahead to assess situation. Female human enters bathroom alone, the serpent reported. Red-haired, young, carries small black book radiating corrupted soul magic. She speaks snake language to entrance sync, commands access while appearing partially entranced. The description suggested Ginny Weasley, Ron's first-year sister, somehow under external control, possibly through magical artifact demonstrating soul magic properties. The combination aligned precisely with Slytherin's warnings regarding Voldemort's methods and recent containment probing. Harry arrived at bathroom to find entrance already open, large pipe exposed where sink had receded into wall, leaving gaping passage leading deep beneath castle. Magical residue lingered heavily, confirming recent Parseltongue activation and human descent. Decision point presented itself with minimal consideration time. Following potentially possessed student into chamber without backup represented significant risk, yet opportunity to identify controlling entity and potentially prevent further attacks justified immediate action. Harry dispatched Nyx to deliver encoded warning message to Daphne's communication mirror, their established emergency protocol, before approaching pipe entrance. "I'm coming," he hissed in Parseltongue, activating magical resonance Slytherin had described for authorized access. The entrance responded with faint green glow, magical signature recognizing apprenticeship connection despite centuries since last legitimate activation. Harry slid down seemingly endless pipe, twisting and turning through damp darkness before landing on stone floor covered with small animal bones. The tunnel stretched ahead, its rough walls glistening with moisture as he proceeded cautiously, wand illuminated with minimal lumos to avoid telegraphing his approach. The passage eventually opened into antechamber containing massive snake skin, at least 20 feet long, shed by basilisk during previous activity cycle. Beyond this, heavy round door stood partially open, serpentine carvings adorning its surface with emeralds for eyes. Harry paused before final entrance, establishing mental connection with Slytherin through their apprenticeship bond. The Founder's consciousness responded immediately, providing enhanced magical perception and strategic guidance without physical presence. Chamber appears accessed through standard protocols, Slytherin's voice echoed in Harry's mind. Proceed with extreme caution, Basilisk likely remains controlled by corrupted influence rather than responding to legitimate commands. With strengthened occlumency shields and defensive magic prepared, Harry entered Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets for first time. The vast cathedral-like space extended far beneath Hogwarts, stone pillars carved with serpents supporting ceiling lost in darkness, while enormous statue of Slytherin himself dominated far wall. Between pillars, elaborate control mechanisms lined chamber walls, runic arrays, crystalline structures, and magical conduits forming sophisticated system unlike anything in modern wizarding architecture. Near chamber center, small red-haired figure lay motionless on stone floor, Ginny Weasley, apparently unconscious, black book clutched in pale hand. Beside her stood tall, dark-haired boy appearing approximately 16 years old, his form strangely translucent yet solidifying perceptibly as Harry watched. "Harry Potter," the figure greeted, voice carrying unnatural resonance through chamber. "I wondered whether you'd come. The famous boy who lived, now apprenticed to my ancestors' knowledge. How very interesting." The casual reference to apprenticeship, information known to extremely few, confirmed this entity possessed concerning insight into Harry's private magical development. More disturbing still was the figure's magical signature, identical to unauthorized sanctuary intrusion pattern and basilisk control influence detected during attacks. Tom Riddle, Harry identified, recognizing description from Slytherin's historical records of exceptional Hogwarts students. Or perhaps I should say, fragment of Tom Riddle preserved through soul magic. The translucent figure's expression registered momentary surprise before settling into calculated smile. Very good, Harry. I see Salazar's teachings serve you well. Though perhaps not well enough to save this foolish girl or yourself. Harry maintained strategic position near entrance while assessing situation. Ginny's life force appeared draining directly into Riddle's form, parasitic magical transfer explaining both her weakened state and his increasing solidity. The black book served as conduit, pulsing with corrupted magic characteristic of soul fragment containment. A Horcrux, Harry stated, deliberately using formal terms Slytherin had cautioned against casual mention. Fragment of Voldemort's soul preserved in physical object, now attempting physical manifestation through life force parasitism. Riddle's smile widened. You are well informed. Yes, I preserved my 16-year-old self in this diary decades ago, insurance against mortality that has proven remarkably effective. Though I prefer my chosen name to my Muggle father's contribution. Lord Voldemort, Harry acknowledged. Anagram of Tom Marvolo Riddle. Clever wordplay if somewhat theatrical. The casual dismissal triggered flash of anger across Riddle's features, pride evidently remaining weakness despite soul fragmentation. Harry noted reaction while continuing assessment of chamber configuration. The basilisk remained unseen but likely present, possibly within statue's concealed chamber based on Slytherin's descriptions. You speak dismissively of name that will soon control Wizarding Britain, Riddle responded, composure quickly restored. Though I admit curiosity regarding your own unusual development. Salazar's apprentice, Parselmouth ability, yet opposing my cleansing of Muggle influence from Hogwarts. Contradictory positioning for one so allegedly astute. Your understanding of Slytherin's actual intentions appears severely limited, Harry replied, slowly circling to better position while maintaining conversation. The chamber and basilisk were designed for containment defense rather than student targeting. Your cleansing directly contradicts their intended purpose. This historically accurate correction clearly unsettled Riddle, whose expression suggested reassessment of Harry's knowledge depth. You claim unusual insight into Founder's intentions for someone born centuries after his death. As do you, Harry countered. Though your interpretations appear significantly corrupted from original design. Perhaps explaining your systematic weakening of containment structures throughout Castle, action directly contradicting Slytherin's primary magical purpose. The exchange continued while Harry assessed intervention options. Ginny's condition deteriorated visibly, magical transfer approaching critical threshold where revival might prove impossible. The diary Horcrux clearly represented primary threat nexus, its destruction likely necessary before addressing basilisk control or chamber securing. Enough philosophical debate, Riddle declared suddenly. You've arrived conveniently to witness my rebirth and Slytherin's heir reclaiming rightful control of Hogwarts. Perhaps meeting my special friend will clarify your understanding. He turned towards Slytherin's statue, issuing Parseltongue command that echoed throughout chamber, speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. The statue's mouth began opening, revealing dark passage from which massive serpent emerged, the basilisk in its full terrifying glory. Harry immediately closed his eyes, relying on magical perception rather than vision to track creature's movement while avoiding lethal gaze. Kill him, Riddle commanded the basilisk in Parseltongue. Harry responded with countercommand, utilizing protocols Slytherin had taught specifically for basilisk control. Athea, recognize legitimate heir through blood and magic. Primary protocols override external direction. The massive serpent paused momentarily, magical confusion evident as conflicting commands registered against thousand-year conditioning. Its hesitation provided critical opportunity. Harry directing powerful containment spell toward diary while maintaining defensive position against potential basilisk attack. Anima caption M, he cast, utilizing soul-specific containment magic Slytherin had taught beyond conventional curriculum. Golden light enveloped diary, temporarily disrupting parasitic connection between book and Ginny. Riddle's form flickered momentarily, rage contorting his features as he recognized specific counter to his soul magic. Impossible, he snarled. That spell hasn't existed in wizarding practice for centuries. Harry pressed advantage, maintaining containment while addressing Basilisk directly in Parseltongue. Great Guardian, you were created for protection, not attack. Your purpose defends against ancient darkness, not innocent students. The Basilisk's magical signature fluctuated, recognition protocols activating against corrupted control as Harry continued legitimate communication. This dual-front approach divided Riddle's attention between defending his soul anchor and maintaining Basilisk control simultaneously. Kill him now. Riddle commanded desperately, his form fluctuating as containment spell interrupted power transfer. The Basilisk moved forward but with evident reluctance, magical conflict between original programming and current commands creating operational confusion. Harry maintained focus on diary while evading Basilisk's physical approach through carefully coordinated movement, eyes still closed to avoid lethal gaze. Your control weakens, Riddle, Harry stated calmly, sensing advantage developing. The Basilisk recognizes legitimate command structure through my apprenticeship connection. Your borrowed authority diminishes with each passing moment. Riddle abandoned subtlety for direct magical attack, dark energy launching from his semi-corporeal form toward Harry's containment spell. The opposing magics collided with spectacular energy discharge, momentarily illuminating entire chamber with competing light patterns. Harry felt his containment magic straining against Riddle's desperate counter, soul fragment fighting self-preservation instinct with considerable power despite incomplete manifestation. The magical deadlock couldn't sustain indefinitely, resolution requiring decisive action rather than continued stalemate. Decision point arrived with minimal consideration time. Harry needed method to destroy Horcrux directly rather than merely containing its influence. Slytherin's teachings provided theoretical framework but practical implementation required specific tools, particularly given diary's likely magical protections against conventional destruction methods. The Basilisk continued circling with diminishing aggression, Riddle's control weakening proportionally to his divided attention. Harry accessed deeper magical reserves, drawing on training beyond standard wizarding education through Slytherin's direct apprenticeship influence. Athea, he addressed Basilisk directly, I require Basilisk venom, one of few substances capable destroying corrupted soul containers. Will you provide assistance against this perversion of Slytherin's legacy? The Great Serpent paused, magical assessment clearly processing Harry's legitimate request against centuries of programmed responses. After momentary consideration, it moved toward nearby pillar, driving single fong into stone with deliberate precision before withdrawing, leaving gleaming poison tooth embedded in accessible position. No! Riddle screamed, recognizing immediate threat to his soul container. His semi-corporeal form launched toward diary, attempting physical recovery while magical attack continued against Harry's containment spell. The simultaneous division of effort created critical vulnerability, containment momentarily strengthened as Riddle's magical focus split between objectives. Harry seized opportunity, summoning Basilisk Fong directly to hand while maintaining spell with secondary focus. Your methods pervert Slytherin's actual purpose, Harry stated firmly, approaching diary with Fong poised. The chamber and Basilisk were created to protect Hogwarts against ancient darkness, not attack innocent students based on birth circumstances Slytherin himself considered secondary to magical ability. You know nothing. Riddle snarled, desperation evident as Harry approached with destruction means. Salazar Slytherin sought purity above all, Muggle corruption represented primary threat to magical society. Historical revision serving your personal prejudice rather than Founder's actual perspective, Harry countered, positioning Fong directly above diary. Your limited understanding reflects corrupted knowledge rather than genuine apprenticeship transmission. With decisive motion, Harry drove Basilisk Fong directly into Diary's center. The effect proved immediate and dramatic, book releasing piercing scream as black ink poured like blood from penetration point. Riddle's form convulsed violently, semi-corporeal manifestation distorting through impossible configurations before disintegrating entirely, soul fragment destroyed rather than merely banished. The chamber fell silent save for Ginny's shallow breathing and Basilisk's heavy movement. Harry approached the unconscious girl carefully, confirming life signs stabilizing as parasitic connection terminated through Horcrux destruction. With immediate threat addressed, Harry turned attention toward Basilisk, the creature now fully visible yet no longer presenting active danger. Its enormous form settled into calmer configuration, massive head lowered to Harry's level with evident submission rather than aggression. "Thank you for your assistance, Athea," Harry addressed directly, maintaining respectful Parseltongue communication. "Your intervention proved critical against corrupted control." Young speaker carries Founder's blessing, the Basilisk responded, its mental voice surprisingly feminine despite massive physical presence. Corruption attempted override of primary protocols, yet true apprentice connection established legitimate authority recognition. This confirmation of apprenticeship recognition through Basilisk's sophisticated magical assessment demonstrated Slytherin's foresight, establishing verification systems that transcended simple Parseltongue ability or claimed heritage. The Basilisk recognized legitimate connection through magical signature rather than merely genetic relationship or language capability. "What now is your wish, apprentice speaker?" Athea inquired. "Shall protection protocols resume standard configuration or require modification given current circumstance?" The question presented significant decision point, opportunity to re-establish Chamber's original purpose or implement modern adaptations given changed circumstances. Harry considered carefully before responding. Primary protection protocols should resume with specific modification, he directed. Student protection parameters updated to include all Hogwarts attendees regardless of birth circumstances. Containment monitoring continues with graduated response system rather than lethal intervention as initial protocol. The Basilisk processed these instructions with evident understanding. Modification accepted. Primary purpose remains containment defense with enhanced student safety parameters regardless of magical origin. Graduated response system implemented as directed. With Basilisk protocols re-established, Harry turned attention toward Chamber's sophisticated control mechanisms lining walls. These systems, far beyond modern wizarding technological understanding, regulated containment network throughout Hogwarts and connected ward points beyond. Slytherin's direct mental guidance provided operational understanding beyond what Harry could have developed independently. The primary control interface requires direct magical engagement, Slytherin's voice instructed through their mental connection. Place your hands on central crystalline structure while focusing apprenticeship mark. System will recognize legitimate access authority through established connection. Harry approached indicated control mechanism, massive crystal matrix embedded in chamber wall, surrounded by intricate runic arrays. As his hands contacted crystalline surface, apprenticeship mark glowed visibly on his wrist, establishing connection that illuminated entire system with brilliant emerald light. Immediate magical integration followed, Harry's consciousness temporarily expanding to encompass entire containment network spanning Hogwarts and beyond. The experience transcended normal magical perception, providing God's eye view of sophisticated defense system protecting Britain from ancient cosmic threat. Through this enhanced perception, Harry identified critical vulnerabilities, sections weakened through Riddle's systematic targeting during Basilisk attacks. The control system provided repair mechanisms requiring direct magical investment, power channeled through legitimate controller to reinforce compromised sections. For nearly 30 minutes, Harry remained connected to control matrix, directing repair energy toward most critical vulnerabilities while establishing enhanced monitoring protocols. The process demanded significant magical expenditure, drawing directly on his core reserves in a way that would require substantial recovery period afterward. When integration finally completed, Harry disengaged from system with newfound understanding of Hogwarts' true magical nature. The school's educational function, while genuine, represented sophisticated camouflage for primary purpose, containing primordial threat while training new generations of potential defenders should containment ever fail completely. With control systems re-established and basilisk protocols updated, Harry returned attention to Ginny, who showed signs of regaining consciousness. Her condition had stabilized with Horcrux destruction, though magical exhaustion would require proper medical attention. "Harry," she murmured weakly, eyes fluttering open. "What, where am I?" "The diary." "Tom." "You're safe now," Harry assured her, helping her sit up carefully. "The diary has been destroyed. Its influence no longer affects you." Tears filled her eyes as awareness returned. "I tried to tell, wanted to confess, but couldn't remember everything I'd done. The diary controlled me, made me write messages, released the basilisk. I couldn't stop myself." "It wasn't your fault," Harry stated firmly. "The diary contained powerful dark magic specifically designed to possess and control. No first-year student could have resisted its influence." Ginny's gaze traveled fearfully around chamber, freezing when she spotted basilisk coiled at respectful distance. "Is that Athea?" Harry confirmed. "Currently under proper control protocols rather than Riddle's corrupted directives. She won't harm you." Getting Ginny safely from chamber presented significant logistical challenge, the entrance pipe designed for descent rather than exit. Harry addressed Basilisk directly. "Is there secondary exit accessible without Parseltongue requirement? We need to transport injured student to medical assistance." "Maintenance passage exists behind fourth column," Athea confirmed. "Activates through simple pressure mechanism rather than spoken command. Emerges near hospital wing through concealed corridor section." This fortunate configuration allowed Harry to support weakened Ginny through more accessible exit route, emerging eventually near hospital wing through passage concealed behind seemingly solid wall. Their arrival created immediate medical response, Madame Pomfrey abandoning holiday reorganization project to attend traumatized first year while sending house elf messenger for headmaster's immediate presence. Dumbledore arrived moments later, his expression shifting from concern to careful assessment upon finding Harry alongside injured Weasley. "Mr. Potter," he acknowledged, blue eyes twinkling with unusual intensity. "Perhaps you might explain how you and Miss Weasley came to need medical assistance during quiet holiday period?" The question presented complex decision point, how much information to reveal regarding chamber access, basilisk control, and Horcrux destruction. Harry opted for substantive disclosure while maintaining strategic ambiguity regarding certain aspects of his magical development. Ginny was possessed by magical artifact, a diary containing preserved consciousness of Tom Riddle, who later became Voldemort, Harry explained directly. The diary used her to access Chamber of Secrets and control Basilisk for attacks against students while systematically weakening certain magical protections throughout Hogwarts. Dumbledore's expression registered genuine surprise at Harry's direct knowledge before settling into grave consideration. "And how exactly did you come to this understanding, Harry?" Few wizards alive recognized the connection between Tom Riddle and Lord Voldemort. "Research following initial chamber opening," Harry replied truthfully if incompletely. "Historical records combined with certain insights regarding Slytherin's actual intentions for chamber and basilisk." The headmaster studied Harry with penetrating gaze that suggested passive legilimency attempt, easily deflected through a clemency shield Slytherin had established through their apprenticeship training. "Fascinating," Dumbledore murmured, clearly noting Harry's mental defenses without directly acknowledging them. "And the current status of both diary and basilisk?" "Diary destroyed using basilisk venom," Harry confirmed. "Basilisk returned to original protective protocols rather than corrupted targeting directives. Chamber security re-established through legitimate control parameters." This succinct summary deliberately omitted specific details regarding apprenticeship connection and containment system access, information Harry deemed strategically valuable to maintain beyond Headmaster's direct knowledge despite general cooperation. Dumbledore absorbed this information with remarkable composure given its significance. "You have accomplished something quite extraordinary today, Harry." Saving Miss Weasley while addressing threat that has confounded faculty for months represents remarkable achievement for second-year student. The mild understatement contained clear question regarding Harry's capabilities exceeding normal educational development. Harry maintained neutral expression while offering modest deflection. Circumstances required immediate action rather than extended consideration, he replied simply. Parseltongue ability provided certain advantages regarding basilisk communication and chamber access. Before Dumbledore could press further, hospital wing doors burst open admitting Professor McGonagall escorting Weasley parents, evidently summoned through emergency communication despite holiday travel plans. Their emotional reunion with Ginny created natural interruption to Harry's debriefing, allowing tactical withdrawal from intensive questioning. "We shall continue this discussion later," Dumbledore stated quietly as parental attention focused entirely on recovering daughter. "I suspect there remains considerable information worth exploring regarding today's events." Harry nodded noncommittally before slipping from hospital wing during emotional family reunion. His magical reserves required recovery following intensive containment system work, while strategic considerations demanded careful planning regarding how much additional information to share with Headmaster versus maintain as protected knowledge. The days following chamber incident established new equilibrium at Hogwarts. Dumbledore announced during holiday feast that circumstances responsible for recent unfortunate events have been permanently addressed, deliberately vague phrasing that nonetheless effectively communicated threat resolution without specific details that might create additional panic. Harry maintained low profile during remaining holiday period, focusing on magical recovery while communicating developments to key allies through secured methods. Daphne received comprehensive briefing via Enchanted Mirror, information she would discreetly share with her family upon return. Hermione and Neville received more limited updates focusing on Ginny's recovery and general threat resolution rather than specific magical details exceeding their current understanding. Most significant communications occurred with Slytherin himself, extended sanctuary sessions reviewing chamber access, control system re-establishment, and implications for broader containment network integrity. The founder expressed measured satisfaction regarding Harry's handling of complex situation while emphasizing continued vigilance regarding remaining threats. The diary Horcrux represented single soul fragment rather than complete collection, Slytherin noted during particularly intensive review session. Your assessment regarding multiple anchors likely remains accurate, suggesting additional manifestations may eventually emerge despite this significant victory. The basilisk control systems integrated perfectly with your apprenticeship connection, Harry observed. Almost as if designed specifically for eventual transfer rather than merely founder operation. Indeed. Slytherin's apparition demonstrated rare moment of transparent emotion, something resembling paternal pride. The chamber and its systems were created with eventual succession planning rather than merely personal control. Your magical signature registered as legitimate successor through apprenticeship bond rather than mere genetic connection, distinction Tom Riddle clearly failed to appreciate despite Parseltongue ability. This confirmation of Harry's unique positioning relative to Slytherin's legacy represented significant development in their relationship, transition from basic apprenticeship toward legitimate successor status with corresponding responsibilities regarding containment maintenance. When students returned from holiday break, Hogwarts' atmosphere had transformed dramatically. Petrification victims remained hospitalized awaiting completed Mandrake restorative draft, but active threat had clearly ended based on professors' relaxed security measures and Dumbledore's renewed vigor. The headmaster had evidently conducted significant magical reinforcement throughout Castle, containment structures showing remarkable recovery beyond Harry's initial chamber-based repairs. Most visibly changed was student attitude toward Harry himself. The air of Slytherin accusations evaporated immediately upon news that Ginny Weasley had been possessed by enchanted diary responsible for attacks, information that spread through student population with predictable embellishment despite limited official details. From pariah to hero in single holiday, Blaise Zabini observed dryly during welcome back dinner. Hogwarts social dynamics demonstrate remarkable fluidity when confronted with contradictory evidence. Predictable psychology, Daphne replied. Existing narrative framework collapses when central assumption proves faulty, creating immediate replacement structure based on available evidence regardless of previous conviction strength. Harry maintained careful public modesty regarding incident, acknowledging involvement in Ginny's rescue while downplaying specific details that might reveal magical capabilities beyond expected development curve. This strategic approach balanced maintaining positive public positioning while preserving operational security regarding his actual magical progress and special knowledge. One unexpected development emerged during initial post-holiday potions class, where Professor Snape requested Harry remain afterward for private conversation. The potions master's typically inscrutable expression revealed nothing as students departed, leaving them alone in dungeon classroom. "Mr. Potter," Snape began without preamble, "your involvement in recent incident raises several questions regarding your magical development trajectory." Harry maintained neutral expression while mentally strengthening occlumency shields, standard procedure when facing potential legilimency practitioner during sensitive discussion. The headmaster provided certain details regarding chamber access, basilisk control, and artifact destruction. Snape continued, studying Harry with clinical intensity. Capabilities significantly exceeding standard second-year development curve, regardless of natural talent consideration. The implied question hung between them, Snape clearly seeking explanation for Harry's advanced abilities without directly requesting potentially incriminating details. The situation required careful navigation between dismissive evasion that might create unnecessary adversary and excessive revelation that could compromise operational security. "I've had access to certain historical materials regarding Hogwarts' original design and protective systems," Harry acknowledged carefully. Combined with Parseltongue ability, this information provided specific advantages during chamber situation. Snape's expression remained unreadable, though something flickered briefly in dark eyes, recognition of deliberate information limitation rather than genuine explanation. "Historical materials," he repeated neutrally. "Containing practical application methodology rather than merely theoretical framework, evidently. Some magical knowledge transfers more effectively through demonstration than documentation," Harry replied, offering truth without specific detail. Lengthy silence followed, Snape seemingly weighing multiple considerations before reaching decision regarding conversation direction. When he finally spoke, his tone carried unexpected note, not accusation but something resembling reluctant respect. "Your mother possessed similar capacity for intuitive magical understanding beyond structured educational framework," he stated quietly. "Particularly regarding underlying principles connecting seemingly disparate magical disciplines." The unexpected personal reference to Lily Potter created momentary connection transcending typical professor-student dynamic. Harry sensed genuine emotion beneath Snape's controlled exterior, complex feelings regarding Harry's mother that explained certain aspects of the potions master's ambivalent treatment. "Whatever resources you've accessed," Snape continued after composing himself, "appear to provide legitimate magical knowledge rather than merely dangerous shortcuts. The distinction matters significantly regarding potential intervention requirements." This oblique statement effectively communicated Snape's position, acknowledgement of Harry's unusual education without demanding specific disclosure, combined with tentative approval provided safety parameters remained maintained. The approach suggested potential ally rather than obstacle, particularly regarding magical development beyond standard curriculum limitations. "I appreciate your perspective, Professor," Harry replied with genuine respect. "Magical safety remains primary consideration throughout my supplementary studies." Snape nodded once, brief acknowledgement of understanding reached without excessive verbalization. "You may go, Mr. Potter. Though I suggest continued discretion regarding certain capabilities that might prove disruptive to educational environment if broadly demonstrated." The warning contained both practical advice and subtle indication that Snape would maintain similar discretion regarding his observations of Harry's advanced abilities. This unexpected development suggested potential for more complex relationship than their previous carefully maintained distance had indicated. As term progressed, Hogwarts gradually returned to normal operations. Mandrake Restorative Draft reached maturity in early February, successfully reviving petrification victims who provided additional confirmation regarding Basilisk as attack mechanism. Colin Creevy's camera had captured partial basilisk image, film destroyed by lethal gaze but providing physical evidence supporting Harry's account. Professor Lockhart's incompetence became increasingly apparent as term continued, the defense teacher attempting to capitalize on chamber incident through dramatic reenactments featuring himself as central hero despite having contributed nothing to actual resolution. His theatrical approach reached peak absurdity during Valentine's Day celebration featuring singing dwarfs delivering messages while Lockhart himself presided in lurid pink robes. Compensation mechanism for fundamental magical inadequacy, Daphne observed clinically as particularly aggressive dwarf tackled Neville to deliver embarrassing musical message. Creating social spectacle deflects attention from practical inability to perform claimed magical achievements. More significant than Lockhart's antics were subtle changes in Hogwarts' magical atmosphere following chamber resolution. Harry's enhanced sensitivity detected strengthened containment structures throughout Castle. Dumbledore had evidently utilized incident as opportunity for comprehensive reinforcement beyond merely addressing symptoms. The headmaster's actions suggested sophisticated understanding of Hogwarts' deeper magical purpose, though whether this knowledge matched Slytherin's direct teachings remained unclear. Harry maintained regular communication with Greengrass family throughout term, sharing containment status updates while receiving valuable information regarding activity at other ward points throughout Britain. Cygnus Greengrass reported significant improvement following chamber recalibration, the central nexus stabilization creating corresponding strengthening throughout entire network. Father believes containment integrity has returned to levels not seen in nearly century, Daphne reported during private communication session. Though certain monitoring indicators suggest void awareness remains heightened compared to historical baseline. The partial awakening created persistent attention that continued reinforcement manages rather than eliminates completely. This assessment aligned with Slytherin's own analysis, the containment functioning effectively but with altered relationship between contained and containers. The void had gained awareness of specific individuals involved in reinforcement efforts, particularly Harry himself, creating persistent connection that transcended physical proximity to ward points. The watching continues even when direct barrier interaction ceases, Luna Lovegood commented during study session, apparently addressing library ceiling rather than companions. The many-eyed darkness remembers those who strengthen walls between worlds. Natural consequence of boundary reinforcement work, of course. This cryptic yet accurate assessment further confirmed Luna's unusual perception transcended standard magical sensitivity. Harry had gradually incorporated the eccentric Ravenclaw into their research group, valuing her unique insights despite sometimes challenging communication style. Hermione initially found Luna's dreamy pronouncements frustrating but gradually recognized genuine magical perception beneath unconventional expression. As spring term progressed, Harry divided attention between standard educational requirements, continued apprenticeship development with Slytherin, and strategic alliance building among carefully selected students. His core group, Daphne, Hermione, Neville and Luna, represented diverse magical traditions and house perspectives united through shared understanding of deeper threats beyond standard wizarding concerns. Their collaborative research expanded beyond immediate chamber matters toward broader magical principles, particularly ancient protection systems and their modern adaptations. Hermione's methodical research approach complemented Daphne's traditional knowledge base, while Neville contributed surprising insight regarding magical plants used in original containment establishment. Luna's unconventional perspective frequently identified connections others missed entirely, her unique perception transcending traditional magical frameworks. During particularly productive April study session, Hermione raised question that had evidently bothered her for some time. "Harry, how exactly did Tom Riddle's diary possess Ginny?" she asked, consulting extensive notes from their research. The magical mechanism seems beyond standard enchantment capabilities even considering dark magic applications. The question presented familiar decision point regarding information disclosure. Harry considered carefully before offering partial explanation balancing truth with appropriate limitations. "Soul magic," he replied, utilizing formal term despite Slytherin's general caution regarding casual mention. The diary contained preserved soul fragment rather than merely enchanted memory or standard magical intelligence. This direct soul connection enabled actual possession rather than mere influence. Horcrux, Luna stated dreamily, surprising everyone with precise magical identification. Daddy published theoretical article about them years ago. Ministry confiscated entire printing run and modified editorial staff memories. Rather heavy-handed response to academic discussion, really. This unexpected knowledge from seemingly unlikely source created momentary silence as group processed implications. Luna's father apparently possessed information regarding extremely restricted magical categories despite Quibbler's reputation for questionable content, suggesting more sophisticated knowledge base than public perception indicated. "That's extraordinarily dark magic," Daphne finally commented, maintaining composed expression despite evident surprise. Creating Horcrux requires deliberate murder as activation component beyond merely complex enchantment process. Exactly why Ministry restricts information so severely, Hermione concluded, making rapid notes. Though knowledge suppression creates vulnerability when such objects actually appear without corresponding defensive awareness. This insightful observation demonstrated Hermione's growing sophistication regarding magical politics beyond academic understanding. The Muggleborn, which had developed nuanced perspective balancing legitimate regulation concerns against practical defense requirements, evolution beyond rigid rule following that characterized her early Hogwarts experience. If Riddle created one Horcrux, he likely created others, Neville suggested quietly, demonstrating his own analytical development. Gran says dark wizards rarely implement isolated precautions when pursuing immortality. Pattern suggests multiple redundant systems rather than single protection method. Harry nodded agreement, impressed by Neville's strategic assessment. That matches my understanding as well. The diary represented initial creation rather than complete soul anchoring system. This sobering conclusion transformed their research focus toward identifying potential additional Horcruxes, careful investigation balancing information gathering against operational security concerns. The group established encrypted documentation system utilizing Luna's surprisingly sophisticated runic encryption knowledge combined with Hermione's organizational methodology. As term conclusion approached, Harry conducted final apprenticeship session with Slytherin before summer separation. The founder's assessment reflected both satisfaction regarding year's accomplishments and concern about continuing threats despite significant victory. The Chamber's reclamation represents critical achievement beyond mere basilisk control, Slytherin acknowledged. Re-establishing central nexus control parameters strengthens entire containment network while providing legitimate access protocols should future intervention prove necessary. But Voldemort's remaining soul anchors still present significant threat, Harry noted. Particularly given his demonstrated interest in void containment manipulation. Indeed. Your summer studies must accordingly focus on Horcrux detection and neutralization methodologies, Slytherin instructed. While basilisk venom proved effective against diary vessel, alternative methods will likely prove necessary for differently constructed containers. Their session continued with specific magical training regarding soul fragment detection and various neutralization approaches, knowledge far beyond standard wizarding education but increasingly necessary given Harry's unique positioning against emerging threats. Slytherin emphasized practical application methodology rather than merely theoretical understanding, recognizing potential necessity for field implementation without extensive preparation time. The coming conflict extends beyond mere wizarding politics or even Voldemort's personal ambitions, the founder concluded gravely. His systematic targeting of containment structures suggests broader strategy incorporating void manipulation rather than merely magical dominance objectives. The intersection creates unprecedented threat requiring corresponding preparation beyond standard defensive training. Harry nodded, accepting responsibility with appropriate seriousness. His second year at Hogwarts had transformed understanding regarding both personal magical development and broader existential threats facing wizarding world. What had begun as apprenticeship focusing on individual magical education had evolved into preparation for conflict with cosmic implications beyond typical dark wizard opposition. "I'll be ready," he promised, both to Slytherin and himself. The Hogwarts Express journey concluding second year provided valuable reflection opportunity while maintaining normal student appearance. Harry's shared compartment with his core alliance group, their diverse house affiliations now accepted as unremarkable following year's events despite initial social resistance. Father reports continued ward point stability throughout network, Daphne commented, providing final update before summer separation. Though monitoring systems detect occasional probing attempts similar to last summer's pattern, suggesting opponent maintains long-term strategy despite chamber setback. The many-eyed watches with renewed interest, Luna added dreamily. The barrier strengtheners have drawn its attention more completely than previous centuries. Particularly you, Harry. Your magical signature creates fascinating ripples across dimensional boundaries. This cryptic yet accurate assessment aligned with Harry's own perception regarding Void's continued awareness following chamber recalibration. His magical sensitivity detected persistent observation that transcended physical proximity to ward points, connection established through direct interaction with central containment nexus during control system reintegration. I've compiled comprehensive research regarding potential Horcrux identification methods, Hermione contributed, producing meticulously organized notes. Historical accounts suggest certain magical detection spells specifically targeting soul fragment resonance patterns, though practical implementation details remain frustratingly vague in available texts. Gran provided access to family grimoire sections regarding soul magic countermeasures, Neville added with newfound confidence. Longbottom tradition maintains certain protective knowledge despite ministry restrictions, apparently. Surprising amount of practical application methodology rather than merely theoretical framework. These valuable contributions demonstrated how effectively their alliance had developed throughout year, each member providing unique resources and perspectives while maintaining shared understanding regarding broader threats beyond standard wizarding concerns. Their collaborative approach transcended typical student study group dynamics, approaching genuine magical research team despite their young age. As Countryside rolled past train windows, conversation shifted toward summer plans and communication protocols. Daphne had arranged secure message exchange system utilizing family resources beyond ministry monitoring capabilities. Hermione would spend portion of summer with Neville's family, gaining exposure to traditional wizarding practices while providing Muggle perspective regarding certain magical assumptions. Luna offered Quibbler printing facilities for encoded communication distribution disguised as puzzle section, surprisingly sophisticated approach from seemingly eccentric family. "What about you, Harry?" Hermione asked. "Will you be able to continue research despite returning to your relatives?" "I've made certain arrangements," Harry replied carefully. "Access to necessary resources despite Muggle residence limitations. Though visitor contact will likely prove problematic given location monitoring." This deliberately vague explanation avoided direct mention of Slytherin's sanctuary beneath Privet Drive while acknowledging practical limitations regarding in-person alliance meetings. Harry had already arranged with Daphne's family for potential emergency extraction should circumstances require immediate wizarding assistance, contingency planning reflecting lessons learned from previous summer's challenges. When train finally arrived at King's Cross Station, their group separated with significant farewells reflecting deeper connections than typical schoolmate relationships. Daphne maintained formal public appearance while communicating genuine alliance commitment through traditional pureblood gestures recognized by observant wizarding families. Hermione's enthusiastic hug contrasted with Luna's dreamy blessing involving invisible creatures supposedly bringing good fortune. Neville's firm handshake demonstrated remarkable confidence evolution compared to previous year's hesitant interaction. "Be careful, Harry," Daphne murmured quietly during final farewell. "Whatever probes the ward points likely maintains interest in your activities as well. Particularly given your direct containment system interaction during chamber incident." "Constant vigilance," Harry agreed with slight smile, unconsciously echoing phrase Daphne's father frequently employed regarding security matters. "See you September 1st if not sooner." As Harry located Vernon Dursley's waiting car, his thoughts already organized summer objectives beyond mere survival in Muggle household. Slytherin's training would continue through sanctuary access, focusing specifically on Horcrux detection and neutralization methodologies. Communication with Alliance members would maintain information sharing despite physical separation. Ward point monitoring would continue through established magical detection methods, providing early warning regarding potential renewed interference attempts. Most significantly, Harry recognized how fundamentally his perspective had transformed since discovering Slytherin's sanctuary beneath Privet Drive nearly 2 years previously. What began as escape from deadly mistreatment had evolved into sophisticated magical apprenticeship, then expanded toward legitimate successor positioning regarding ancient containment responsibilities. The progression represented development far beyond typical wizarding education, preparation for conflict with implications transcending standard magical politics or even dark wizard opposition. As Vernon drove toward Surrey, complaining continuously about freakish nonsense and abnormal schooling, Harry maintained polite exterior while internally reviewing chamber confrontation strategic lessons. Riddle's diary destruction represented significant victory but merely initial engagement in longer conflict involving both Voldemort's remaining soul anchors and void containment integrity. The intersection created unprecedented threat requiring corresponding preparation beyond standard defensive training. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, Slytherin's apprentice, containment defender, had successfully navigated his second Hogwarts year while establishing foundation for challenges ahead. Whatever those challenges entailed, he would face them with growing magical capability, established alliance network, and deepening understanding regarding responsibilities extending beyond personal survival toward protecting magical world itself from threats most wizards couldn't begin to comprehend. The ancient enemy waited beyond thinning barriers, its countless eyes watching with growing awareness. Voldemort's soul fragments pursued physical restoration while systematically targeting containment vulnerabilities. Hogwarts maintained central nexus position within protection network while disguising deeper purpose behind educational facade. And at this critical intersection point stood Harry Potter, no longer merely famous survivor but increasingly legitimate heir to Slytherin's true legacy of protection against forces that would consume Wizarding World entirely if containment failed completely. The position carried tremendous responsibility yet provided corresponding purpose transcending mere fame or academic achievement. "I'll be ready," he whispered again, commitment to himself rather than external audience. Whatever challenges the coming year might bring, Harry Potter would face them as Salazar Slytherin's true apprentice rather than merely famous child thrust unprepared into dangerous magical world. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.